What's up, guys?
Hey, there's somebody here. How you doing?
Hey, what's going on, Dano? How we doing tonight?
I'm actually in recovery mode.
Oh, really?
I spent all day yesterday and all day today in a combat pistol class.
Oh, nice. How'd that go?
Well, I'm completely exhausted,
I'll bet.
and I just got home about an hour ago, and so I was basically trying to write down my main criticism of the class is they had no handouts like when we were all done. Say, okay, now that we've gone over this, these are some things that you can, go to your range and practice on your own.
Yeah.
So you kind of have to do it on your own.
Oh, really?
And it wasn't an expensive class, but it wasn't cheap either. Um, so I don't think 5 pages would have busted the bank
Nah.
on here's some suggested things that whether you're on your own or maybe you have a partner that you might be able to do.
Yeah. I've been wanting
So
to take one of those courses.
like I said, I'm trying and it's hard to write down everything that we did because some of the stuff, like I don't have a shot timer.
Right.
I can't run certain drills that require multiple people, 3 or more people, whatever. But there are some things that we can do, or I can modify it.
Yeah.
And then I'm trying to do it while I'm exhausted, which isn't helping.
Do you guys just running tactical drills, concealed carry drills, or is it just straight
Uh,
open carry?
well, all of yesterday and half of today was combat pistol.
Oh, okay.
Only this afternoon was concealed carry
Yeah.
drills. And other than practicing, I've had a little bit, a thimbleful of training beforehand, and of course, what you can pick up for what I'll call training drills that I have the tools to do online, that through just simply watching videos and things like that, and sometimes you can pick up, what, just as an example, if you're looking at like a range time with Corey down in Indiana, or over in Indiana. Just as an example, by watching those videos, you can pick out certain things that you might be able to do at your range.
Right.
Now, at indoor ranges, for the most part, you're pretty much screwed.
Oh, yeah.
But at outdoor ranges, it runs the gamut from, as long as it's safe, you can do what you want, to, at least better than, where you might at least be able to draw and move.
Yeah.
So, but it runs up and down the gamut, and I was at the other thing is that the class that I went to, they have, if it's 6 people, they were supposed to, the maximum size they run the class is 12 with 2 instructors. Well, and
Oh,
of
okay.
course, as a student, I have no idea how many people are signing up for the class. Well, apparently, 7 people had signed up for the class, which means there was going to be 2 instructors. But then the day before the class, um, 2 of the people dropped out, so that dropped it to 5. And then so we had 5 people on Saturday, and then this morning 2 more people didn't show up, so now there's 3.
Right.
Um, and depending on if on the instructor, that can be a really good thing. Um, if he takes advantage to say, hey, this is pretty close to just one-on-one personal training, which is how
Yeah.
I kind of was hoping for. Or I just do things cookie cutter, and I don't deviate from the recipe.
Yeah, that's good.
And so I was a little bit disappointed that with only 3 people there, that the guy couldn't loosen up. I'm not talking about safety. I just mean as far as a little bit more one-on-one time.
Yeah. What do they charge for a weekend course like that?
Oh, it was, and as far as I'm concerned, it was relatively inexpensive. It was $300 plus 800 rounds of ammo.
Oh, okay, it's not too bad.
Now you got to buy your own ammo, of course. But,
Yeah.
and I went
Not,
through just over 700 rounds of actual use.
it's a lot of ammo I go through.
So if I had my camera on right now, I could show you my two index fingers. I got a Band-Aid on my trigger finger, and then on my other finger, somehow I don't know what I cut it with, but I cut it with something that started bleeding really good from reloading. I don't know if it was from opening all the boxes and stuff like that. And
Could be. I always cut myself at the range doing with ammo, magazines, targets. I always end up cutting myself somehow.
yep, my trigger finger is literally from I have a blister on the side of my finger.
That's from shooting the Glock. The Glock trigger did that to you?
Yeah, but a
lot of pulling the trigger. Yeah, exactly.
If you pull anything 700 times, it's going to hurt after a while.
Oh, absolutely.
Unless you do that on a daily basis and you're 14.
Yeah, I mean, even like some revolvers I've had have been, after a box of ammo, your fingers throbbing.
Right. Yeah, and you're right. There are some triggers, like flat face triggers, are generally, at least I find them more comfortable to shoot repetitively.
Glock trigger ain't too bad to shoot. The MFP trigger is not too bad on the finger, but yeah, I mean, I can imagine 700 times, going through that much ammo. Yeah, your finger's gonna wear out after a while, after all that pulling. plus loading the magazines and all that. That's.
Yeah. Another thing that I did today that was new is the instructor also runs a gun shop out of his house, basically. It's his FFL, and he's I guess for the past month he's been getting shields without the safety.
Yeah.
I didn't even realize that they were released to the gun stores yet.
I didn't know that either. They're coming out without the safeties, huh?
Right. And in fact, I had bought an XDS 9mm solely because it was the only thing that was that small that also didn't have a manual safety.
Yeah.
And did not have a magazine disconnect.
Oh, okay.
Now, the one thing it did have that I didn't like, but I didn't have any other options, was the passive grip safety.
Yep.
Not thrilled with it, but I had actually played around with it at the range as far as holding it incorrectly to having a very low, rather than having that high grip, having a very low grip, barely touching it. I mean, you move that thing a 1/16th of an inch, and that's enough to let it fire.
Yeah.
Which I was happy with, because I mean another thing that this weekend proved, something that I already knew, is you draw enough. A lot of times you don't necessarily get the grip that you want.
No.
But if it's game time, that's the grip that you got.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. In real life situation,
And so that's what my concern was with the XDS and the passive. But because you just touch that thing, like I said, 1/16th of an inch, and it will allow it to fire, that I was satisfied with it. Now, do I like it? Absolutely not. I would prefer one without it. But the one thing I did like about the shield, and I always liked the trigger and the size of it as far as its thinness and.
Oh, it's perfect.
It was that safety that I didn't like. But the other thing that I really liked about it, and you don't know until you shoot it, is, and I'm going to contrast this to the XDS. The XDS, the back strap on it has a reasonably, aggressive pattern on the back for traction.
Yeah.
Well, because those guns are not meant to be range guns. Go shoot 200-300 mags.
No, I mean, they carry guns. They're
exactly.
You shoot a box ammo out, and
you have to shoot them enough to become competent with them, since your life is going to depend on them if that's what you choose. The shield, the back strap was I don't want to say it was smooth because maybe that's an overstatement, but it was not nearly as aggressive as the XDS was. And again,
Oh, absolutely not. That's one thing I didn't like about the Shield. Um, that that's why I put the Talon grips on mine, because it was just too smooth. It was just like, you would have thought Smith and Wesson would have went a little bit aggressive with the grips. I mean, I don't know if the new ones that are coming out are a little bit more aggressive, but that's exactly the reason why I put the Talon grips on there. I was like, I like the gun, but it's just the factory grips suck.
yeah. Oh, by the way, for those of you out there listening, I know we're just in the lobby, but at some point, Thin Blue Line is supposed to be having a chat tonight. I mean, I'm here, and I know I alternate with Thin Blue Line, but I don't have my topic set up, which is why, and I'm assuming he's still going to do it since we talked just a few days ago about it. So I'm assuming he's going to come around here fairly soon and start up his thing. So if you're waiting for him, I'm assuming he's going to come. Show up.
Yeah, I heard he was having a chat. I don't really know what the
Yeah.
topic is.
Well, he and I normally alternate Sundays.
Oh, okay.
You know, with the exception of like I think there, if neither one of us, and the reason we went with alternate is, you know, sometimes it's easier to get in at the shallow end of the pool.
Right.
So, so I figured, well, let me try every other week and see if I can kind of keep things going. And so far it's been okay, but you know, sometimes you have life things, like in the middle of July I've got a wedding out of state I got to go to, and
Okay.
and I think Thin Blue Line has something going on that exact same week, different, but something going on that he can't do it either. So we have an open Sunday coming up in the middle of July.
Okay.
But otherwise, you know, for the next, what I'll call, at least till the end of August, I know it's covered. But I don't look out much further than a month or so because, you know,
Things can change.
exactly, things can change. You know, Mr. Murphy can always come around and change your plans for you.
Oh yeah, exactly. I started doing a couple of Sunday chats, and I don't know. Now that I'm on this gun channels, it's just easier just to jump on whenever I feel like it, rather than try to schedule stuff on my own channel.
I would say now that I've been a host a number of times, it is night and day different as far as being easier and more pleasurable to be a panelist.
Oh yeah.
I mean, although, you know, as the host, obviously, you know, you can control the topic, as well as, you know, you can control the panelists themselves as far as keeping them on topic.
Yeah, it's very easy to deviate from the topic and kind of go off track a little bit.
But I look at it, it's like guiding a ship across the ocean. You're going to make a lot of course corrections.
Oh yeah.
And that's okay, as long as we eventually get to where we want to go.
A lot of the big chats do that too. You know, never enough. Well, Matt's usually on topic now. That's why he does the podcast. But the older chats they used to do when they used to go on for several hours, they used to go off topic several times, which it happens, you know.
Yeah. Well,
I mean, you only have so much, you run out of things to talk about.
And in my opinion, as long as it's something that's interesting to the group, and the group is just, to a certain degree, somewhat representative of the people watching it, I don't see anything wrong with that. I mean, whether it's, you know, if we're talking about cars and everyone is, just as an example, and everyone seems to be interested in that particular topic, well, it doesn't mean we're going to talk about it for 4 hours. But,
yeah. Now, you can still carry all the time, right? I carry 100% of the time when I can, unless I'm going out of state.
Yes, and in fact, the only time that I guess I won't be carrying is when I go to the wedding come about a month from now.
Yeah, I had put up a video. I took it down. I had it up for a few days. Just some of my subscribers have them answer a few questions, because I'm recently in the single, and I'm recently in the dating world, and it's like, how do you bring up the subject when you first start dating someone, you know, obviously you don't mention it the first day, but after a while, you're gonna have to tell them, I'm carrying, and how do you come up with, how do you come up with how do you tell them? I mean, because they're gonna know. I mean,
I think that's definitely a good question, and I think there's a lot of possibilities there. One is to ask about their family.
Yeah.
Your brother, your father, your grandfather. Find out what kind of family history they have without bringing up your involvement in it.
Right.
Before you ever even get close to that subject yourself.
Yeah, exactly.
So that you know a little bit, have an idea what to expect.
Yeah, that's.
Yeah. I'm going to say this.
I know Nathan's in here, and he might be able to put a little meat on the bone on that subject for you.
Yeah, because I was just wondering.
I have no idea how his wife feels.
Well, I just want to say there's no reason that they need to know that you're carrying. There's no reason that they need to. So if you don't feel comfortable telling them, you don't have to.
But Quirk, at some point, if you get serious, it needs to come up.
Oh yeah, I mean, especially if you get so serious to the point where second day goes good, you're getting closer, and you're hugging, kissing, she puts her arm around you, and next thing you know, what's this?
Yeah.
That's my thing. It's like
Yeah, what's that?
Is that a gun in your
on my Glock 19? It's like that's not your hip right there. That's not your hip bone. That feels like a gun right there. The day could go either two ways, really bad, or it could go really good. Who knows? Some chicks might be like, oh, cool,
I'm going to say Mexican carry. Mexican
carry, yeah.
As far as I kind of went through it with my wife because we were dating and I had a gun, and then I got my concealed carry while we were dating. One of the reasons was I hated going over to like her apartment away from mine and having to keep my gun locked up in a trunk and stuff. And I said, I'm just sick of this. I'm getting the CHL I'm carrying. And her family was never around guns. So I just kind of put it that way. So I don't know. It's kind of one of those things that, as well, okay. And then another thing is about my wife knows I carry in the car most of the time and stuff like that. But again, I'll ankle carry, and I've been doing that 4 years at church, and she's never noticed. So
Okay.
So I mean, having more, how do you call it? More secret agent ways to carry might be good while you're dating. Either ankle carry or a sneaky Pete. 38 on your ankle, little 380 or 9mm.
I was just, the awkward moment of the hand on the hip and like, what is this?
Yeah. Strong side hip carry when you want to keep it low key when you're dating is, that they're going to catch you. Because I'll tell you a story. I wore this vest one time to church and had my gun on my hip, and she stood up next to me in the pew and felt it and nearly had an outburst in the middle of church, and I'm like, shut up. She's like, you can put that in the car right now. So I went and put it in the car. So ever since then, I then bought a smaller gun and have been ankle carrying, and she did it today, 4 years. I mean, Mama don't know, whatever. But I mean, different scenario with you. That's the only place she objects, of course.
Right.
And I don't know why, but anyway.
Yeah, just my ex, she knew I carried, so it wasn't a big deal when I was with her. But now that I'm seeing other people, it's like, oh, I wonder how this is going to go.
Well, I would broach the subject before they find out. Simply, but not that, but I mean, just speak to, oh yeah, I like going shooting with the buddies, or maybe you compete or something. Bring up that as one of your interests if that's what you do.
Well, she knows I'm into guns. She does know I'm into guns, but I don't know if she knows I'm into guns to the point where I'm carrying a gun either. But I don't know. I don't see it being an issue unless I'm.
What state are you in?
Maine. I mean, it's pretty gun friendly. She's shot guns before too, so I haven't brought up the concealed carry. We're just talking right now, but I haven't brought up the concealed carry thing yet. That's gonna wait till later, but it's. I don't think it'll be a major surprise, but you never know. I don't want to freak anybody out either,
There's two ways you can roll with it. You can not tell her and then
Make her let her find out by touching.
Well, no, you can deep carry, keep it hidden. Then if things aren't going well with her, then bring it up, and maybe that's a deal breaker.
Yeah,
or right
exactly.
from the beginning, you can tell her this is what I do and this is why I do it, and
She likes it. She likes it. She
that's
don't.
part of me, you know.
Oh yeah, exactly.
I mean,
I'm not going to change who I am. I'm not going to, not carry my gun just to impress her. Screw that, because it's, but obviously I don't want to shock her either, at the same time. But,
yeah, definitely. And who knows? Maybe she'll be like, "Oh, I got a third nipple or something,"
Yeah, no shit. Well, you never know this day and age. Who knows? She could have somebody had commented on my channel. She could have a Glock 20 in her damn purse or something. You never know. I live in a gun-friendly state, so you never know. This day and age.
I have a secret to tell you two. I'm packing.
Yeah.
Oh!
She's like, "Hey, my gun's bigger than yours." I'd be like, "Cool."
Oh, we're live. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, or is this your chat, Dano, or?
No, this is the lobby chat. Yeah.
I thought it was a lobby chat. I just want to make sure.
At the very beginning, I had mentioned that this is Thin Blue Line Sunday. In fact, I talked to him maybe 3-4 days ago and confirmed that he was doing this Sunday because I wasn't sure if I was going to be able to make it or if I was going to have enough energy to do it because I just spent all day yesterday and all day today at outdoor gun training and wasn't sure if I was, even though I knew I'd be done, but if I'd have enough energy left, to stay up and do it, let alone be prepared. So at this point, we're waiting to find out if Thin Blue shows up or not.
Yeah, if my phone wasn't charging, I would go ahead and text him, but can't text with a dead phone.
I mean, I checked my YouTube inbox, I checked my email, and there's no messages there saying like, you had a, but sometimes life happens. You get a flat tire. What are you going to do?
That is true, but
unfortunately, the topic I have for next Sunday, I at least need to kind of review it a little bit, and quite frankly, I don't have the mental energy to really pull it off.
Yeah, I'm exhausted after last night's.
I mean, I can we can sit here in the lobby. That's fine. Or I mean, because it makes no difference whether we have a general chat in the lobby, or I just fire up a chat and we do a just Dano general chat, which is just what we're doing here for a couple hours.
Just keep it with the lobby.
Exactly.
Ralph went through all that trouble to set it up.
Exactly. That's what I was thinking.
Now, if he keeps popping in and out like he has been, different story. But
who?
Ralph.
Oh, yeah, I don't know why he's popping out. I thought he had to stay in.
How did your chat go last night, Quark? Did you did a chat last night, didn't you, or no?
Yeah, well, I think around 3 hours worth of talking on the subject.
Yeah.
So it was pretty tiring.
Yeah, I missed it. I worked late and pretty much got home around 3:30 in the morning. Pretty much went straight to bed.
I got to watch maybe the first, or not watch, but listen to like maybe the first 20 minutes. Like I said, I had to go to bed last night to get up this morning to go to the class. Obviously, it went on. I know the topic I thought was an excellent topic.
But
have you posted it yet?
Oh, it took a while to go through the whole thing. So
okay, because I might have to look back because I didn't see it in my feed, but
it's up now.
Okay.
It appeared in my feed on my main channel, so.
Okay, I'll go back and check for it because it's something that was I thought was a pretty good topic, and I thought, oh, this is pretty good. I'd like to hear something.
Yeah, and it fits in excellent with Every Second Matters toward the end of the chat.
Right.
This is something we're gonna rehash on the middle of the month Every Second Matter chats. The ones that we do like on the 15th.
Well, that's
that Jules wants to do.
Okay. Well,
because it's such a big topic, and it's not something that you can get through. I mean, we get through in one chat. Really, this thing has to be rehashed and rehashed because we need to know how to talk to these people to convert them.
Yeah.
And it's not something that you can just say, talk to a person for 15 minutes and all of a sudden they've gone from an anti-gun person to a pro-gun. It takes a lot longer than that. Is it wrong for me to feel bad that one of my cat's birthdays was yesterday and I didn't realize it?
It'd be wrong for you to remember. Just kidding.
Now, Dano, that Glock 22C, I keep seeing on your picture. Is that one of your guns, or is that just a picture?
It's just a picture.
Yeah, 22C. Which one is that? Is that the?
That's the 40.
Competition? Oh, I know the 22 is a 40, but the C model.
A full size.
Compensated.
Oh, compensated. Okay.
Yeah.
Let me tell you the difference between Cork and me. Cork remembers his cat's birthday. I forget my kids and my wife's and get my ass jumped about it. There's like a world of divide there.
Hey,
the cat ain't gonna be like, what, did you forget something yesterday, Cork?
Well, he's finally a year old. It's my youngest one. He's a year old.
I have a little show and tell here.
I can't stop looking at my new Glock. I love this gun.
What,
I know it's just a Glock, but it's my first Glock.
What color is that?
Black.
Yeah, black.
Oh, you got a black one? Those
yeah,
are the best.
A black one. Yeah, I've been wanting one of the ones with flat dark earth on the bottom. Those are hard to find. I think the flat dark earth ones look pretty cool.
Which
in front of the camera?
Which model?
This is the 19, the Gen 3. I bought this.
Good man.
I bought this used. Some of these other guys heard the story, but when I was at the gun shop about a month ago, they had a brand new one there for like $625, and I was about ready to do the paperwork on it. I was like, wait a minute, what's this one? He's like, oh, I forgot to tell you. I'm like, there's a used one there. So this has hardly ever been fired, and I paid $450 for it versus the $625 I would have paid for the Gen 4. And I've always heard people say, it's my first Glock, like I said, go for the Gen 3 versus the Gen 4, because I've heard bad things about the Gen 4s.
Stop flashing us.
If this is just my opinion, and they're like belly buttons, but if you're not left-handed, there's a whole lot less incentive.
Yeah. The only thing I don't like is the grip, but I'm going to order the Talon grips for this, $18, and fix that.
You mean just that they're smooth?
Yeah, just a little bit smooth, but it's not a major issue. You can still get it, a good purchase. It's not like the Shield where it's very slippery, but so it could be a little bit more.
When your hands get all bloody, you're going to need that extra grip.
Yeah, I might just put the Talon grips on there, $18. Go ahead, Nathan.
Do you have a old bicycle inner tube anywhere in your house?
No, I don't.
Just grab a black bicycle inner tube, cut it, slip it on, works fine.
That'll work. Have you done that before? Seriously?
Yeah. No, I mean, I've used the Hogue rubber grip, which is really fat.
Yeah.
But then my buddy, I showed up and he had a Glock, and I was like, oh, did you get a Hogue? And he goes, no, that's a piece of bicycle.
I guess that would work though.
It works fine. I mean, it's just some rubber for purchase.
Yeah,
but,
it doesn't have to be pretty.
Yeah, the Car CW pistols have really aggressive texturing, so you need something to cut down on the aggressive texturing. So that's exactly what you do. Just slip it on.
I was going to say, another option is go to your local sporting goods store and buy grip tape for skateboards.
That works too, yeah. Because that's all the Talon grips. They come in rubberized, and they come in like a skateboard tape stuff. So that would be a cheaper way to do it.
I'll try this one more time, and then I roll over and die. I do have a story on it's not Hogue, but it's a rubber grip, and it's made by Limb Saver.
Yeah.
Except that it actually has a little extension in the back because I have arthritis in the main joint of my thumb. Okay? So when I shoot a gun, it cuts constantly ramming against the meat of your hand back there, and so it's a lot. I can shoot hundreds of rounds with that pad on there.
Oh, okay.
And it doesn't hurt my hand. Okay. Now the story I want to pass on is again, I had the Limb Saver brand, and I'm saying that out there so that, you know, for people who have other brands, I'm not talking about that. I'm only talking about the one I had.
Yeah.
Is that yesterday, granted it was about 85 degrees and 80% humidity, a little over that. But I didn't realize it, but the rubber grip was actually starting to slide down, and when I realized it was when I went to do a mag change, and all of a sudden I was trying to force a mag up there. You know, and of course you're doing it hard and fast.
Right.
And all of a sudden it's like I had to stop because, you know. And I guess the lesson that I learned is that unless you're going to have something to kind of hold it in place, that those things do move. And unfortunately, mine had partially slid down. That when I tried to put in a mag, it actually folded up and into just a little bit up and into the mag well.
Oh wow!
So then I could not insert the magazine. Now imagine if I'd been changing magazines, you know, for real. And so, you know, I've always heard that people didn't like them, you know, but I never heard the why they didn't like them. But now that I've had that personal experience and I can see, okay, it's not just a personal preference on why somebody does it. I can see a functional safety reason why someone might not like it. You know, in addition to the fact that they can also, if you're not careful, move over and on top of your mag release. So that's my story. I'm done.
Okay.
So this is your first Glock, Sean?
Yes, it is.
What I mean, that's my pick. 19 Gen 3 is. I used to have a compensated one, and I sold it to buy some other guns. But you know, it's one of those ones that I kind of always regret getting rid of now. In hindsight, there's a couple guns I've sold off, and I'm like, whatever. But that's one of the ones I kind of wish I kept.
Yeah, I've got a few like that are just like, why did I sell it? You know.
What do you normally carry?
I've got an M&P Shield.
Okay, Shield. My neighbor has a Shield, and I just handled it, but I haven't fired it yet. But I really like the slimness of the design.
It's I carried an M&P, the M&P 9 compact before, and it's a nice gun. I loved it, but it was just a little bit thick to carry. I mean, it's even a little bit thicker and a little bit heavier than the Glock 19. So I got the Shield, and I still have the M&P 9 at the time when I got the Shield, and I fell in love with the Shield. I just liked the thinness of it. I liked it was lighter, easier to carry, easier to conceal, and so I ended up just selling the M&P 9 for the Glock 19. So
I got a 3-inch Kimber that I'm in love with, but if I didn't have that, I would get a Shield to carry. So when I hip carry, I typically carry the Kimber.
Is that Kimber a single stack or a double stack?
It's pretty much all Kimbers are single stack.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, but it's you know, it's their 3-inch model, 7 in the mag, 1 in the chamber, but it's got the aluminum frame, and it's a nice lightweight, very thin gun. I really enjoy carrying it. But again, if I didn't have it, a Shield would be a good option.
With the exception of the aluminum frame, is it kind of like the Colt Officers model?
Yes.
Okay.
It's basically you know, there's normal government and officers. This is the officer version of theirs.
Okay, yeah, because I had that gun and sold it, just like my Smith & Wesson 686 that I had and sold, but this was many decades ago. Part of gun.
It's still my favorite. It's kind of like I have a love affair with this gun. It's like I know it's not the most practical weapon, but my feelings for it blind me to its manual safety.
If you shoot it well, then that's all that matters.
I regret getting rid of my Ruger SP101. I got rid of that just before Christmas to buy Christmas presents and kick myself in the butt. It's like, why? I love that gun.
And you know what? People don't even really appreciate Christmas presents after.
No,
Christmas.
they don't. You know.
It's overrated.
It's like never sell a gun for presents. It's not worth it. Only time you sell a gun if it's to pay the rent or pay the mortgage or whatever. If you're that hard up.
No. Only time you sell a gun is when you want to buy another gun.
True.
And then at
Yeah.
least when you sit there and regret it, you're like, I'm sad I sold the Glock 19, but I have a Shield now, or vice versa. You know, it's just like,
Yeah.
you know, at least you can sit there and go, well, I shouldn't have sold that, but at least I have this in my hand now.
True. I've watched a lot of Yankees videos on buying and selling your guns, and some of his videos have made it feel a little bit better as far as getting rid of a few guns. I know he buys and sells like crazy, but
And he's got a lot of time on his hand because he's able to basically get top dollar for his sells.
yeah.
You know, he has to drive and meet people and stuff, and I mean, I don't got time for that crap.
I don't either. I usually go to my local gun shop, and they usually rake me over the coals. You know, they usually their going price for like a Glock 19. If I wanted to sell this tomorrow, he'd probably offer me $300. I mean, that's you know, they break me over the coals for it. I know they would. It's just.
Well, typically used guns. I mean, you know, in best case, it's about 2/3.
Okay, well, they're going to make a profit too, of somewhat of a profit. That's why they do it. But you know, they I mean, it's either you sell it privately. You know, you got to wait. You got to find a buyer and all that stuff. You got to go through all that process. And a lot of people, if you heard, a lot of people that are hurting for cash, they need cash now. They're not going to go through that. They'll just go to the gun shop and hawk it for $300 or $200 and just take the money and deal with the regret later on.
You mean a pawn shop or an actual gun shop?
Actual gun shop.
Okay, because not all gun shops necessarily take you to the cleaners. That's why it does help. It does pay to literally shop around. Say, this is what I've got. I'm looking either to trade it in on something else, or I'm looking to sell it. Are you willing to buy it off me? Or if you're willing to do consignment and wait, and then you can maybe get a little bit better deal that way too.
Yeah. Sometimes what I've done in the past, the whole thing, never sell a gun unless you're going to buy another gun type of deal. I've used my gun, like say you offer me $350 for a gun, I would put that down as a deposit for say a Glock or whatever, and I would take $100 from, if I needed some cash, I would take $100 out of that $350 and take that money for myself, and then I would put the rest on the gun, and then just put it on layaway and pay it off in a month. I've done that several times too, but I've got to avoid just putting myself in that predicament and selling it in the first place, which I'm pretty much getting out of selling them right now. I've sold enough, so.
Like Nancy Reagan used to say, just say no.
Yeah.
And I know some of you out there are singing, who's Nancy Reagan?
Yeah. I know, some people, for the really young people, yeah. I think even kids that were born in the 80s know who Nancy Reagan is.
What about Nancy Reagan?
He mentioned Nancy Reagan. He was saying some people out there probably don't even know who she is.
Why was she brought up to begin with? I'm just curious. I missed it.
Dano brought her up.
Well, I just made a
side. Do you have the hots for her?
No, I made a side comment about selling guns, and I said, well, just like Nancy Reagan said, just say no.
Just say no. Got it.
She was the originator of the, it's so easy not to do drugs. Just say no.
It's amazing when you go back and look at stuff that happened in the 80s and watch the political impacts of it, like when Van Halen came out with Too Hot for Teacher, how they had the Senate up in arms.
Oh, yeah.
And, they're sitting there talking about it and stuff. You're like, it's a Van Halen music video. Yeah. And they're acting like it's, now it seems so like a joke, but I guess that's where the bar was back then.
The government can waste so much money through, and that's a good example of just wasting time, rather than talking about things that actually matter. Like Who's too hot for teacher?
Anything new going on with the government doing anything? I really haven't been paying attention to the news the past few days. Anything?
The only thing I've seen
related.
Not gun related, but there are a ton of children, like a mass exodus from South America coming across the southern border. And what's hilarious is the president's going to ask for money, not to stop them from coming across, but to be able to process them because they're coming in such numbers. They're getting 350 kids a day.
Oh, wow.
Yeah,
I don't understand why they can't give them, let's say, 5 days worth of meals on the bus to take them back to where they came from. I mean, they literally stop them, say, here's 5 days worth of food, now get on the bus is going back the other direction.
Well, and part of it is Bush wrote a law in that each time the children's come across the border, there's like rules to see why they came across and stuff, and like a judge has to decide on it. Well, there's just too many kids. There's not enough judges to process them, and so part of what he's going to ask for is money to hire more judges and more facilities and stuff. But I mean, it's like,
that should be real simple. If they're not American, send them back.
Well, that's kind of what I said, Stone Guy. I mean, I want to give them food and water and not just a day's worth, because it's going to take more than a day for them to get back to where they came from. But give them a week or whatever it's going to take to get them back to where they came from. Put them on a bus that day. Send the bus down into Mexico. Have it go down to Guatemala or wherever it needs to go to drop them off. I mean, the reason that our laws are ineffective is the same reason the death penalty is ineffective. We don't do it.
Yeah. Even states that have the death penalty, they wait years and years before they electrocute these people or put them, lethal injection.
It's ineffective because we don't do it in a timely manner. And the same thing with, the penalties for illegal immigration. The penalties are so delayed. And they have rights, even though they're not citizens. No wonder there's no discouraging reason for them not to come.
We have all these laws, so it's not going to happen. But there's a couple very simple solutions to the whole scenario. One is, in my opinion, do away with the death penalty. Everyone who's a nonviolent drug offender, kick them out of the prisons. Keep everyone who's a violent offender, like with the death penalty, in for their full sentence. Leave them in there for life till they die of natural causes. Boom. Easy. Problem solved. And then, we're allocating all our resources to housing a bunch of people for selling pot. That's what we're doing.
Now, you're in Texas, right, Nathan?
Yeah, and I grew up in Huntsville where they used to put people in the chair and still do lethal injection. But
your state is probably the one who's more aggressive out of any of the 50 states that electrocutes people, isn't it? You guys.
Yeah, we like to set new records on killing people.
Wasn't when Bush was governor? I heard when George Bush was governor, there was jokes saying they were going to put an express lane in for the electric chair because they were one year they had electrocuted so many people. It was.
Well, they were wanting to change the laws to say under specific circumstances you don't get. Continuous appeals, and that's what it is that the reason a murderer takes 10 to 15 to 20 years to do is because he's just dragging out the appeal processes, But again, it's kind of funny. I'm not that big on, I don't really care if we lethal inject them. I'm just as happy to leave them in there for 80 years, let them kill someone when they're 18, let them live till they're 98 and die of natural causes in prison. It's actually cheaper to keep them in there 80 years. It's funny, but it's cheaper to do that.
To feed them, clothe them, pay for their medical and all that.
All those appeals are horribly expensive because you're bringing in all these other people.
Yeah,
if they would go back to the old standard that they used to have down here, which was so they had this thing where the prisoners actually grew their own food and grew their own cattle and did their own, had their own prison rodeo down there. They did all this stuff, and they ate better, and they had to do manual work and all this. but they were also doing other labor to where they were defeating contracts of private citizens, and they were talking it was akin to slavery and all this stuff. So they basically they kicked it all out, and they said you can't do it anymore. And they did that across almost all the states. And I wish they would bring back at least letting them do their own thing for their own food and stuff. Don't make them like compete with private industry to go like clear land and build roads. But right now, the only manual labor they do is like BS cutting down trees, busy work. It's like, let them grow their own food. It's cost effective, and they actually enjoy it and eat better.
How long ago was that they stopped?
I think it's sometime in the 70s, I think. They just kept bringing it up to akin to slavery, and it's like, okay, but when you're actually letting these guys go out and grow their own food to eat back in the prison, that's not what slavery is. I mean, using them to make money and a profit, I can see that, but they were very happy to eat their own cattle and grow their own food. It's much better than the crap we feed them now.
Yeah, I think that's a lot better than just having them sit inside the prisons. So some of these guys they get TVs and they get all that stuff in prison. I mean, not maximum, but prison. But I mean, a lot of the prisoners, they have all that TVs and all that. They can sit around and do nothing all day. I mean, I'd rather them see them working than sitting on their asses watching television.
Right, and I mean, people can take some pride in their work and do stuff like that. And I mean, there's not really a downside to that. I mean, and if you listen to what Yankee said before, where a lot of our prison system is designed to be a profit center. I mean, it's grown into a big business, and that's not what it's supposed to be about. It's not supposed to be about housing a bunch of potheads so that the people running the prison can make a ton of money and profit off of them. That's just ridiculous, and it's wasteful. I mean, and again, there's lots of problems in society where a smart person can sit down, hear about the BS that's intruded into the system, and simply say, you know what, this is how it used to be, this is how it is now, how it is now isn't working, let's do how it used to be. But it's not going to happen. Our society will not regress because of all the lawsuits, the lobbyists that pay off politicians not to change things. And again, if G-Webs were in here, you get all mad saying, well, why don't we do something to change it? And it's like, well, it's just the corruption that is inherently grown into the American way of life and system over the past 250 years. It's just ebbing away at it. It's like washing away at the rock we were built on. Yeah. Same as the attacks. I mean, at least, on our gun rights, at least we've gotten a lot of concealed carry over the last 20 years in almost every state. We've made some great advancements on that end, although they still are attacking other things. We've at least, and you know what? The only reason concealed carry has even made it the way it is now is because of the just statistically success of it. Every place that's gotten concealed carry has had drops in crime. And the places that don't have concealed carry stay the same.
Yeah.
And the judicial branch.
We're definitely gaining. I think we're definitely gaining ground. I mean, like you said, it's more people are concealed carrying. Guns are more popular than ever. I mean, it's despite what the anti-gunners want to say, more people are gun owners now. So I mean, we've got to be gaining ground. I know we are. Some days it might not seem like that, but we're definitely winning this.
The number. Go ahead.
Oh, I was just going to say, in my state, Illinois, it had nothing to do with the statistics and what it's shown in other states as far as concealed carry. If it wasn't for the judicial branch of government, we still would not have concealed carry in Illinois. We were forced to. They had no choice.
And I totally agree with you, Dano. The courts on the last holdout states have had to push things through. But, Florida 20 years ago started concealed carry. Other states have done it. And because of the success in every state to where we're not doing bad things and crime drops. And it's just, most people with common sense can look at the fact and go, this concealed carry thing, this works. I mean, this really, there's no downside to it. It helps drop the crime rates and stuff, and these guys aren't doing anything crazy like we thought they would, where there'd be gunfights in the street like the Old West, which, again, there weren't back in the Old West, but that's the mentality. And what if in Florida and in Texas and every other state, what if crime increased whenever concealed carry came about? Do you think the courts would be pushing it through based on the Second Amendment? No, they wouldn't. The courts are backing us because it works.
Well,
if it didn't work in society, they would just let it go. You know what I'm saying?
It's hard to say because we're not really supposed to have judicial activism. They're just supposed to follow the law, meaning the Second Amendment. I realize judicial activism is common, but it shouldn't be. They should just follow the Constitution.
Well, and again, think of it from the point of view of a judge who's following the Constitution, right to keep and bear arms and stuff. But being able to conceal carry a firearm on your person really is a gray area. So again, if it didn't work, they wouldn't be on our side. If it caused more problems than it solved, they would just go, you know what, the Second Amendment doesn't say you can carry a pistol on your person concealed when you're running out and about. You can have it in your home, or you can own a rifle for, self-protection purposes, but it doesn't say anything about carrying a gun in public.
It says to keep and bear arms. Bear means to carry, so.
Well, and they can view that in different ways, because they can look at it at the point of, okay, what does keep and bear arms mean? That means you can have your military-style rifle in case there's insurrection or there's a militia need. They could say that's what it means. They could say, okay, that means that you can carry a gun in the open on your hip like you could in the Old West, but it can't be concealed because then people can't see it. They can look at it all different ways. I mean, they definitely have decided that you can own a gun and keep it in your house. That now is universal, which is terrific. But again, it's I think the success of the concealed carry across the United States has got them on our side, because again, that they know that if they pass that law, that things just get better where it's forced to happen. Think of it like segregation back in the day. They knew segregation was right, but they had to wait for the right time to force it on some of those states.
You mean they knew it was wrong?
Oh, yeah. You're right. Sorry. They knew getting rid of segregation was right, but they had to wait until those states that were segregated till they could get them on board with it. Just like they're doing with, and I don't particularly agree with, totally with gay marriage, but that's what they're doing right now, because they're looking at gay marriage constitutionally and they're saying, well, we're free and people have freedoms and stuff like that. And that's why they're now hearing cases and basically putting gay marriage into effect where you can't stand against it. Because they felt for years it should be there, they just felt it wasn't the right time yet to enforce, and now they're doing it. But you're right, it's activist judges, but again, I don't know.
And that's all I have to say about that.
Yeah. Well, again, it comes down to the fact that, if somebody wants to go and be an alcoholic and destroy their liver, then they can do that. If they want to smoke until they get lung cancer and die, they can do that. If they want to, we're a country based on certain freedoms that we let people, as long as they're not hurting other people, they can hurt themselves. That's your right as an American. So not that that's what homosexuality is about, but you know what I'm saying. We can't sit here and say we're going to write laws saying you can't do this. And the only typically the only reason we write laws is in case it harms another. That's what
I was about to say. I like the old saying, "Your rights stop where mine begin."
Right. It's just saying if two guys get married that affects my life in a negative way. I don't give a crap. The institution of my marriage is not harmed by that at all. So I'm glad I killed the chat there.
Yeah, I know.
It's Sunday night.
Yeah.
Butt Pirates kills it every time.
Oh well, hey, I know a subject Stone Guy will love. Let's discuss lesbians. What do you say, Stone Guy?
I am a lesbian.
Yeah, I'm a lesbian trapped in a man's body. I'm Stone Guy 223.
What he means is he wants to meet a couple.
That would work too. I mean, I would take one for the team if they needed a human toy.
And we're not talking about a bull dyke.
No. Okay. Since this is a pretty random chat, I'll just put it out there because I'm sure everybody thinks like me. I would imagine, but I do not understand why women, if they decide to be gay or whatever, that's fine. But why they choose these bull dyke women that look like men? They dress like men. They act like men. Why don't they just have a man? I just don't get it. It's totally... I can totally see two hot chicks hooking up, but I just don't get the whole butch lesbian thing.
Even butch lesbians, they're still women. They have emotional sensibilities that men don't have, and they also have female genitalia. So it could be a preference for that, or the female sensibilities, like I said. The thing is that not everybody does think like you, Stone Guy. And
I disagree. I think everybody does. I reject your reality and substitute my own.
Okay, at least now I know you're joking.
No, you think you're joking.
No, I'm joking. That's being facetious there.
It reminds me of the movie The 40-Year-Old Virgin, where the lesbian's sitting at the table and she's like, "You look really feminine. I've decided to go back to men, so I think you'd be a good transition." I don't know. It does crack me up how certain people put on a certain persona that seems totally unreasonable. Like, I was cruising around today and I see the people, because it's Sunday, all on the Harleys and the motorcycles. And, you always see them on Sundays. Every other day of the week, you'll occasionally see a Harley rider. But they're all out on Sundays, And
You're the one that's cruising.
Yeah, but I'm just saying, it's not that they're riding the motorcycles. It's that they're dressing full out like biker gang people. You know what I'm saying? Like they're wearing the leathers with the vest and the patches and all that stuff, and it's like.
What was that movie? Was it Wild Hogs with John Travolta and?
That's a good movie. I love that movie.
That movie never happened. I don't know why people keep referencing it.
Classic.
That was a great movie.
Did your grandmother needlepoint that for you?
Nathan's got some family issues he's got to go deal with.
Yeah.
That's the price for having Spawn.
So, Sean, did you sell your shield?
No, I still have the shield. That's still my primary carry gun. But I wanted the Glock 19 just to have I needed a full-size pistol or possibly a home defense pistol. I'm eventually probably going to put a light on this.
So did you get the Talon rubberized but with the adhesive on it?
Yes.
Okay, because I was thinking of maybe trying to something like that at least the adhesive will hold it in place.
Yeah, it goes on just like a sticker. it goes on like a sticker, and they say to take like a blow dryer, or in my case, I took a lighter to it just to with a little bit away from it, just to kind of get it to form to the factory grips a little bit better. But I've had mine on for over a month, and they're still holding up. For $18, it's not a bad deal.
Right.
You can get the rubberized, or they come in like the skateboard tape style.
I had mine on there for a year and a half, and have been to the and probably to 2,000 to 3,000 rounds, and have never had a problem until yesterday probably. Well, today we went through just under 500. Yesterday was just over 300, and yesterday is when the grip started to slip down, and then actually got folded under into the well. It was the first time it ever happened in a year and a half. But anyway, I'm repeating myself. I'm mentally tired.
Yeah, Harry, I'm beat today too. I got a lot of sun today. I just figured I'd jump on the chat for a little while and shoot the shit with you guys. Now, did you the whole weekend? I thought you were at the course. Did you clean your gun or throughout the course,
Nope.
or you just ran it? Yeah.
Ran it the whole time. I did verify that it was fully lubed as far as Friday, and then ran all short of 800 without one malfunction of any type.
Nice. I'm always anal even if I put like 10 rounds to my gun, or half a box, I still break it down and I still clean it. I know I don't have to do that with the Glock or the M&P. I know I can get away with it, but just force a habit.
What gun are you training with, Dano?
The Glock 26. I just finished today.
Nice. So,
but I've already run probably about 1,500 to 2,000 through it already. And then I ran another, just short of 800 between Saturday and Sunday. But I never had any problems with the gun before either. But I know it like you mentioned, it doesn't need to be cleaned every time you shoot it. But I do, just because it's my carry gun. I want to know that it's in its most reliable condition. So that's why I do it. And that killed the chat.
I mean, they say with Glocks you don't have to clean them that often. They say you can pretty much run them without cleaning them. I mean, if you had to, that's what I've heard. I mean, obviously you got away with 800 plus or 800 rounds there and still function fine.
Well, let me ask you a question. If you had a pacemaker that was keeping you alive, and they said, "Oh, the battery will last for 20 years," and you had an easy way to check the status of that battery, would you just said, "Hey, it's good for 20 years. Screw it. I ain't checking it"?
Yeah, pretty much.
But it's going to keep you alive.
Yeah.
I mean, that's how I kind of. Maybe it's a bad analogy, but that's my thinking as far as making sure what I carry is very clean, and it's lubricated in all the good spots it needs to be.
That's what she said.
Yeah, I knew you were going to come across it.
I couldn't leave that one alone. That was too good.
You did make it too easy.
Do you have like a little piece of paper you keep tape for next to your computer with all these short little quips?
Nah, he just uses them on a regular basis.
I'm just quick-witted. What can I say?
It's like, that's what she said.
So my wife and I just started doing a T25, which is like the insanity workout, but in 25 minutes. And we've done the first 2 days, and I'm just waiting for tomorrow to be like an old crippled man. I'm going to need a walker to get to work, I think. Always fun when you get back into the workouts.
Yeah.
Well, does that sort of thing start off kind of light and let you work into its slowly, or it starts off full blown?
You know, since we've done Insanity in the past and stuff, we kind of a lot of it's sort of like dance moves. So some of the new ones we're having difficulty with, but a lot of it's enough that it's repetition and we know how to do it properly. But yeah, the first time we started Insanity, oh my word, that whips you. But this 25-minute one's not quite as bad because I don't know, it's just not quite as bad. At least it doesn't seem that way, because the Insanity is like 45 minutes with an 8-minute stretch, you know, so it's more working out, and it's harder because they give you like these 30-second breaks, but they run you for 5 minutes hard at a time.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
So it sounds like the kids are done with school for the year.
It's summer, dude.
Yeah.
Don't you remember when you were a kid and you used to get off for summer and have to plant the fields and do all that other stuff?
Well, during the summers, I always got shipped off to my grandparents, which was actually, I got pretty excited because they lived on a lake.
That's cool.
Nice.
So
I used to love going down to my grandfather's farm every summer around the 4th of July. Parents knew they'd send me then, and then the fireworks stands were open. You could leave me around for 2 weeks with a bunch of black cats, and I could entertain myself.
And then there was the fireworks.
And now I know about Tannerite. Yay!
Well, speaking of that, I just picked up a bunch of fireworks for 4th of July. All the good mortars and the Roman candles and all the fun stuff.
Do you have a place to go and legally fire them?
Yep.
He's going to say, but he's the cop, so that means no.
Of course I do.
I only have one piece of advice. If you ever decide to take 2 wooden sawhorses and put a board across it so that you can stick your mortars up on an elevated level, screw or nail the mortar bases down to the piece of wood.
Why, they took off?
Well, 2 of the mortars fired, and it was in the dark, so when they fired, it shook the wood, and the other one, I didn't know, with me and the rest of the guys, we didn't know that it fell over and was aimed at us. Until all of a sudden, this flaming ball passes right between me and this other guy, and everyone turns around to look at it, and I, when I see it go by me, start running forward away from it, and I trip in a hole and fall on the ground, and they're all laughing at me, and I'm like, dude, I ran away and hit the ground. You guys just turned around and looked at it explode.
Wow.
All those years of being shot at in airsoft taught me, you duck. You run and you duck. But I mean, that is something funny that, you know, the average person, whenever something happens, they just freeze and stop and look. And it's like my brain, whenever something goes click, crap, I jump and hit the ground.
Now, do you shoot airsoft, right? Or is it paintball?
I used to be really into it, but no, airsoft. I used to be really into it, but the guys, they don't meet anymore. You know, it's like the band broke up. Yeah, I used to do it like once a month on a Sunday. We'd go out and play for 5 or 6 hours, and did that for a couple years. You know, just built up my gear and my stuff, and I still got all the gear and stuff. It's just, you know, every so often they're like, oh, we got a match in Oklahoma, so maybe once a year I'll go and do an op.
Yeah, but not regularly.
Get together.
Yeah.
I did airsoft before airsoft was so mainstream.
It's the only thing that sucks about getting married, you know, and having all the kids and everything. You gotta give up some of the stuff you love to do.
I mean, you know, you do, but there are ways that you can still get out and do stuff, that you can work out stuff. So, I mean, I still can get out and hunt during the fall. I, you know, get to go out to the range and do that. And if the guys would meet and do the airsoft stuff, I still probably could drag myself away. But you're right. You know, life.
It happens. It's life.
When you have kids and stuff.
You just gotta make the time for it. That's all. You know, it's just when you can, I guess.
You know, the worst part of getting married is getting married.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah,
Yeah, I was just telling these guys, I just got out of a 6-year relationship. It's like, do I really want to get back into another one?
No, don't do
I
it.
can go shooting and because I'm starting talking to someone else right now, but it's like, do I really
Well,
want
shit. Now this is the perfect time to make sure she, pick one that will shoot with you.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
I was talking to these guys earlier. I was like, concealed carrying on the first date. I mean, obviously I'm carrying, but kind of how to break the ice on that. Eventually it's gonna have to come
You're
out.
like, yes, that is a gun in my pants.
Yeah.
They don't call me two guns for nothing.
I don't know.
But yeah, I mean, it's and that's something that I don't know any guy. You got to be like extremely lucky or have been experienced at least once to know that, because like me, my wife and I, we don't have many hobbies that we share.
Yeah. See, it's nice having hobbies you can share. Preferably guns would be nice, but there's very, very few women. There's some women out there that are into it. There's becoming more popular. That there's more women getting more into guns, but maybe not to the degree that we're into it.
Well, the one point of control you do have is where you meet them.
True.
Right. I wonder if Match.com has a category for like firearms owners.
Be nice.
They don't have like an
I
outdoor.
bet they don't, but I bet they have a question about it.
Yeah.
If they're into outdoors activities, meaning camping, maybe hunting. I mean, kind of going through the back door, so to speak.
Yeah.
Oh, that's what she said.
Yeah, I knew you were going to say that. Damn it!
The best success I've found for finding women that are accepting firearms is FarmersOnly.com.
Yeah, I saw
they
that
look
commercial.
like livestock is the problem.
Yeah, yeah, exactly.
It's a trade-off.
Yeah.
That's the best commercial ever. Where the cows are talking about how much
Yeah. I just saw
farmer
that
owner is.
That's classic.
Yeah, well, they of course they always show a good-looking woman and a good-looking guy on those things, but if you probably get on the website, you see all kinds of fugly-looking women. I mean, there's some good-looking country girls down by where you live. I live up in Maine, so some of the girls out in the country here, they're very wide, very well-rounded.
You always hear about the farmer's daughter.
Yeah.
You never hear about the farmer's wife.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, speaking of daughters, have any of you guys seen the new Transformers yet?
No.
No, I'm sure they got a super hot chick.
Oh, dude, this chick, like the movie. I won't give it away, but the movie starts out and it's just like a Jeep full of hot girls and Daisy Dukes are riding down the country road, and they hop out, and the camera angles are very flattering to say the least. And I mean, this girl, she's playing a 17-year-old, but she's probably in her 20s. But she steps out, and everybody in the all the guys in the theater, you could hear them gasp. And anyway, and I was thinking that it was going to be that Mark Wahlberg's fiance or wife or whatever. Anyway, it's his damn daughter in the movie. I'm like, oh
Really?
shit. But it was a good movie, but be warned, it's a fucking 3-hour long movie.
Really? 3 hours?
I gotta say something about Stone Guy in movies. If it's got a hot chick in it, he'll like it no matter what.
I was watching. They have the first Transformers on today on TV.
Oh, I was shocked. We went to see it at 5 o'clock, and it let out at like 7:50. So
Wow.
just shy of 3 hours.
I just have to say this: the last Transformers movie where they got rid of Megan Fox and they had the blonde chick, that's the most unrealistic thing in all the Transformer movies. More unrealistic than giant robots fighting, because there's no way that what's his name, Shia LaBeouf or whatever, is going to get a second hot chick that he didn't save the life of the first time. Like, she hooks up with him. She hooks up with him and he doesn't save her life. He's unemployed, and she like supports him and stuff. And you're like, this is the most far-fetched thing that there could be on the planet.
Yeah,
I accept the Transformers, but not that chick's going out with that guy. At least Megan Fox, they were in high school together, and he saved her life. Even that was bullshit. But anyway.
So it's a good movie though. It's worth seeing.
Is anybody eagerly awaiting Fury?
Fury, I hadn't heard of that one. What's that one about?
It's where Brad Pitt plays the commander of Easy
It's a World War
Sherman
II tank
at the end of World War II.
Oh shit! I haven't even seen the previews for that. That sounds pretty decent.
The trailer is awesome.
Huh. I'll have to check that out. I like old World War I, World War II movies.
Yeah. Like, go on YouTube and check out the trailer. It is epic.
I do enjoy Brad Pitt in a good old-fashioned action film. Legends of the Fall.
Legends of the Fall was a good movie.
That Quentin Tarantino Inglourious Basterds movie was all right. It didn't have much Brad in it, to be honest with you. But I like him in a good action film that's kind of based on a halfway true story. And like you were talking about that Transformers movie, I saw that commercial where I thought it was funny where Mark Wahlberg, somebody's giving him crap, and he's like, "Give Daddy his space gun."
Oh yeah, yeah, that was a funny part. But now, like that End of Days, everybody was raving about that. I tried to watch that, and I couldn't get into it. It was like fucking Groundhog Day with Tom Cruise.
Edge of Tomorrow.
Edge of Tomorrow, yeah.
I watched Edge of Tomorrow. I love that, but I loved it more for the exosuits and stuff. And compared to like, if that director had like made Starship Troopers would have been awesome. You know what I'm saying? Because he was into the special effects and the suits and making it look right. But you do have to get past the story that he's constantly doing things over and over again. But anyway.
Yeah, I got a question. Was there no hot chicks in this movie?
See, Emily Blunt was not a hot chick.
No, because that girl that was his trainer, yeah, she wasn't all that.
Like
Again, why Stone Guy doesn't like a movie?
Emily Blunt in it. I really enjoy her because she's a great actress and she got really in good shape for it. But she is not a mega hot chick.
You mean good actress? Really? That's like saying you read the articles.
I do enjoy acting when I watch a movie. I can look at hot chicks anytime I want to. I have the power of the internet. But when I go to a movie, I sometimes really like to watch good acting. And good sequences and stuff. I really did enjoy they made 50 of those metal exosuits and then another 70 out of foam. I mean, they took 4 months to make all those battle suits. But I guess part of the reason I really enjoyed it is I think we're going to have those battle suits in the next 20, 30 years. I mean,
we've already got them
now.
Yeah, we've already got them.
But we're going to have them that do that you can leap through the air and deck an alien in one. I mean, we're talking about like superhuman agility, jumping skills, to where it'll take it to the next level. But, you won't be Superman, but you will be superhuman and then some in the suits. And, they made all those suits where you could see the people and stuff like that. But I see the suits going almost full armor, full, to where you'd have protection of your head and your chest and everything like that, because those suits were way too open. Of course, if the premise of it is you design these exosuits to fight aliens that can shoot through armor, then what's the point of having heavy-duty armor?
Right.
I read a really great book it's actually called Armor, and it's kind of like Starship Troopers in the future, but it's a really great book about this battle that the human race is having on this planet against these giant ant-like monsters. But of course, the atmosphere of the planet's so horrible that you have to wear these exoskeleton, completely sealed suits. Because it doesn't make sense that we go to all of these other planets that have the same air we can breathe. I mean, you can't go to China and breathe the air. I mean, what makes you think another planet's going to have the same atmosphere? It's ridiculous. So what other movies, gun-related movies, has anyone seen recently?
Not really gun-related. I've been watching I guess it's just put up on Netflix recently, the secret attack on the East Coast during World War II by Hitler. Something that's not really talked about, how Hitler sent the U-boats over right after Pearl Harbor and was just sinking our supply ships and tankers. Unchallenged.
I didn't know about that.
Yeah, it was unchallenged because we basically sent everybody over to the Pacific. There's really no warships on the East Coast to protect. I mean, it's the whole thing is basically these people are searching for like a sunken U-boat and other sunken ships right off of South Carolina's Bay, whatever that one is down there.
Has everybody seen Lone Survivor?
Yep.
No, I haven't, but
I have not. But I've read the book, so I knew everything about it.
That was a good movie.
That was a very good book.
Yeah, I listened to the book on audio. I can't stand to sit down and read a book, but
yeah,
I just wonder how much they had to.
Go ahead.
I was going to say, I wonder how much they had to pay those stuntmen to do all. I mean, I wonder, if it was like true stunt or if it was like CGI stuff. But the scenes where they're falling, down the mountains, and I mean, just the special effects in there were pretty good.
I just remember reading the book about them talking about falling off the mountain, so I really need to get the movie to see what it is like falling down those damn mountains, because reading in the book seemed like it really sucked. I mean, obviously it sucks to fall down a mountain, but I'm trying to imagine in my head what type of mountain they're falling down, because when I think of falling down a mountain, I think you fall once, you got broken legs, you ain't getting back up. This seems more like me, like sliding down a mountain.
Oh yeah, I mean
more so.
It was pretty realistic. I mean, they did a fantastic job recreating.
I know Luttrell made them make it just like it happened. I know he forced them to do it just like it happened, so that's why I want to see it.
Yeah, that's definitely a must-watch.
And I love that they put Wahlberg in it, although he's not right-handed and he's not 6'5". But other than that, he's a great actor for an action movie.
Yeah, I like Mark Wahlberg. I mean, he did like what was that, Shooter, and
he was great in Shooter.
He does a good job.
What did it have to do with being a movie star?
Well, I'm just saying the SEAL that this all happened to was a right-handed sniper who's 6'5". That's what Marcus Luttrell is.
Oh, okay.
Mark Wahlberg is left-handed, and Luttrell's from Texas. Wahlberg's from Boston, is left-handed, and is maybe 5'11" or 5'10".
So, like 5'8" or 5'9".
5'8", yeah. So it's
short.
If you put the two guys together, Luttrell and Wahlberg, and look at them, you're like, okay, these guys are nothing alike.
Cool.
No, Mark Wahlberg is an icon, isn't he?
Yeah, well, yes, he is. I'm going to say this. If you are tall, you are most likely not going to make it in Hollywood.
Yeah. Really?
Did you say Wahlberg was anti-gun?
I thought he was.
I've watched a few videos and stuff, and he keeps making all these action movies where he's got guns and he's Transformers and blah blah blah. I need to go and watch it again, but I just seem to. He's
I don't know how
he can't legally own a firearm because of his felony.
Yeah, I mean, he had a felony and everything, but
so he comes out and says he's anti-gun. We don't need guns. He's said this numerous times.
Is he anti-gun because he can't own one?
That would be my guess, is because he can't legally own one. I know he's got to get waivers every time he shoots a movie with guns to be able to use these prop guns. Yes.
Well, I know that whenever I watched it, an interview with him, he basically said, I think the world would be a better place if we could get rid of all these guns, but he knows it's not realistic. So he's at least not one of the anti-gunner types where he's just trying to go out and nick away at all the gun rights and stuff like that. He's kind of like that person who goes, I wish we could get rid of all the guns in the world and then things would be a lot better.
Yeah, I mean, get them taken away from the criminals first,
Yeah, I mean, because I think he even thinks, get the guns away from cops, get rid of soldiers, get rid of all the guns. It's kind of that mentality.
Yeah,
he knows it's not realistic, but that's what he thinks.
Yeah, exactly. It ain't gonna happen.
And that ain't what Bloomberg, and that ain't what not Pelosi, but the real anti-gunners. That's not what they think. They just want the guns away from certain people.
Yeah.
I'm not worried about the guy who thinks guns the face of the earth. Let them.
Yeah, I mean, it's the same mentality.
Want to live in that utopian dream because it ain't going to happen.
For world peace, which it ain't going to freaking happen. This. Good luck with that. Mankind has been at war with each other since the beginning of time. And
I might think that it'd be a lot better if we could completely stop using fossil fuels and ride bikes to work and use electric cars and all that. I think that'd be great, but it ain't gonna happen.
But why do they always pick on the gun? Because before people were killing each other with guns, they were killing each other with swords and bow and arrows and all that. And I mean, so it's just guns are just another tool.
It's just a low-hanging fruit, so
yeah,
the easiest one.
You got to think. Wahlberg grew up in Boston. He used to steal cars. He got put in jail. He then decided to go out and become famous and become a dancer, and then he got into movies and stuff. So he's kind of got a weird life view to begin with anyway. He's led a very weird life.
Oh, yeah.
So the fact that he has crazy opinions on subjects doesn't surprise me a bit. And again, it's the Hollywood stars who have crazy opinions on things don't really bother me. It's like the Jim Carreys who go out and talk about it and like make Charles Heston comedy videos. Those are the douchebags I really hate.
Yeah, that was. I watched that. I think I watched that video for about 2 seconds and I shut it off. It was just disgusted the hell out of me. That Jim Carrey video when he was.
Yeah, when and that's what I'm saying is Jim Carrey's doing this. People are like going out and speaking out about it and stuff. And and I went and watched the video where Wahlberg, and I asked him, and he's like, "Yeah, I think the world would be a great place if we could get rid of all the guns." And like everyone's like, "Oh, he's an anti-gunner," and it's like,
yeah,
no, that's just a guy who's disillusioned.
Yeah.
I think the world would be a great place if we could get rid of thermonuclear weapons, but it's not going to happen.
No.
Right, and I mean, it's
actually, I'm going to say this: the world will be a horrible place without any guns, because then you wouldn't be able to step up the sport, especially if you're this handicapped person or an old woman. You're being attacked by 4 guys. You've got no way to handle the situation. The world would be a better place without any violence if we lived in utopia, but then it would be really damn boring.
Well, and again, I don't mind rich and famous people having utopian daydreams when people ask them about them and stating that they have these crazy ideas in their heads, because I don't expect them to have a realistic view of life to begin with. But the ones who go out and spend their money and spend their time and go out and try to put these policies into effect by lobbying for them, those are the people that I have a problem with, not the ones that don't do anything about it.
Bloomberg.
Now that brings up an interesting issue. In our state, we just had a primary for the Senate. Obviously, everybody can figure out where this is, but Bloomberg backed the same candidate that the NRA did. And I had an issue with who to vote for. It just drove me crazy. I guess I was trying to see if I made the right decision. I can't understand why Bloomberg would have backed the guy and the NRA would back him.
Well, there's probably more than just a single issue at hand. You know, some people are single issue voters, and you know.
Yeah, Bloomberg is a single issue donor. I mean, he is definitely donating money to control the gun debate, and this was for a Republican seat. It was in a Republican primary. Not that either person was a dream person. There was, you know.
So who'd you vote for?
The guy that lost.
Oh.
The guy that didn't get backed by Bloomberg, but the state overall picked Ted Cochran. My county was he won. Chris McDaniel won my county, but that's kind of. I was just perplexed by it. That's all. I won't hold y'all up for anything else. It's just I couldn't understand why Bloomberg would back the guy and the NRA. So it just seems like that was polar opposites to me.
All right, anything good on Netflix I've not seen? Anybody know anything? And don't say the Smurfs 2. I'm not going to watch the Smurfs 2.
Did you say the Smurfs 2?
Yes, I guess
they came out with another one.
Yes.
Live action
I love the Smurfs as a kid, but no way am I going to watch them as an adult.
But you're saying they made a sequel to the?
Yes, they made a sequel.
Okay, I didn't know if he meant like 2 as in also or 2 as in like a second movie, because I can't believe
they made a second Smurf movie.
That's ridiculous.
With Doogie Howser in it again. Because I saw a commercial, not that I saw the movie. In fact, my kids said they wanted to rent the Smurfs or Smurfs 2. I wouldn't even let them. I'd be like, go pick out a Pixar film, kids.
Storm Surfers. Oh boy, that sounds really horrible.
Yeah, what do you think they're going to come out with next? Because basically, our entire generation, all of our cartoons as kids and all of our comic books as kids are becoming all the films of today.
Yeah, it seems like they're running out of ideas for movies and stuff.
Oh, what about Ninja Turtles? Who's going to go see
that?
No, the new one.
Yeah, they're making new Ninja Turtles.
Are they? Jesus, I miss. Yeah. Weren't they were big like in what, late 80s?
Yeah, late 80s, and then they made 4 Ninja Turtle movies. The only reason I know that is because at Walmart they had a 4-pack of Ninja Turtles.
I think they did the comic book. They started with the comic books, I think. Wasn't it the comic books first, and then they put out the movies? If I remember correctly.
But I mean, you say that they're running out of ideas. The question is, are they running out of ideas, or do they just know that we're the people that control the wallets and have the children now?
Yeah. Well, I mean, they're making money. That's why they're putting out all the superhero. They're putting out all the superhero movies and all that. So I mean,
You're right. I mean, okay. So like, if you put out a Transformer movie, I end up going and taking my 2 kids to it. So now you got 3 people going to see Transformers. Whereas if they just create a new thing like this Echo movie, it's like, I'm not going to go see Echo. Oh, Dad, I want to go see Echo. Maybe you can convince your mom, dude. It'll come out on DVD. But I mean,
it's all about money.
Because of technology, I think they're trying to get us into the theaters. That's what they're aiming at. They're looking at the 30 and 40-year-olds, trying to get us to go to the theater with our kids. So they're catering directly to us.
Oh yeah.
Well, of course, they aim at like kids. I don't even know what kids are watching these days.
I mean, they're catering to us, but they know we'll bring our kids there, and that way our kids will be the new future customers of the movie theaters. They'll have a good experience at the movie theater, so they'll continue to go. Because the movie theaters are still doing pretty good. They're still I thought they would have fell off the grid a while ago, but they're still holding on pretty strong. I figured.
You thought they would have gone the way of Blockbuster?
I thought it would, but they don't. It doesn't seem to be the case. They're still doing good. I mean, because remember when we were kids, whenever a movie came out in the theaters, it took months. Sometimes it even took almost a year before it even came out on VHS. Now that comes out like 2 months later.
And again, when we were kids, seeing it at the theater was an awesome experience.
Oh yeah.
Because you had a regular TV with regular sound back at the house.
Oh yeah,
with
now we all
VHS.
have flat screens and good surround sound But there's nothing like going to a movie theater, though. There's nothing like the popcorn at the movie theater, the smell of the movie theater, the big screen. There is nothing like it. It's been a while since I've been, but
Dude, I actually enjoy watching a DVD at home on the big screen and making my own popcorn. To be honest with you, I mean, I like.
Why spend that $20 or more for one person to go see the movie in the theater? Because you're not going to pay for the ticket, and then you're going to get the popcorn and soda and everything else.
One thing, if you have to go to the bathroom,
you can't go to the theater without having popcorn and soda. Well, maybe you can sneak, a bottle of soda in or something like that. But
I'm sorry, Cork. I went and saw Edge of Tomorrow because I didn't want to wait for it, and that's the first movie I've seen in like 6 months. I carried a bottle of water and a Hershey chocolate bar in my pocket, and my son's like, "Can I get popcorn, Dad?" I'm like, "No."
Man.
A bag
I can't do it.
Is $6 That's the small.
I know.
Small.
A small popcorn,
No.
$6.
You see, but here's how I look at it. By the time I'm done going to see the frickin' movie, and having to get up in the middle because I have to use the bathroom because it's and then
I'm the same way.
I'll just buy the fucking Blu-ray when it comes out. And if I don't like it, at least I can resell it and get some of my money back.
Most of the time, because I used to show up early whenever I used to go. Before the movie, it was like a half hour into the movie. My popcorn was done and my soda was done. Exactly like you said, you got to take a piss an hour into the movie, and you don't want to. You're kind of crossing your legs because you don't want to get up and go to the bathroom because you don't want to miss the movie you just paid to see. But it sucks. At least at home you can pause it and take a piss.
Yeah, exactly. And, that popcorn that's $10 at the theater is now 2 cents at home because you popped it yourself.
Exactly.
The one thing I do feel bad about is when I went to the movie theater, I actually didn't take the extra effort to make sure I put a gun on that had night sights. And I didn't grab one of my better flashlights to take in with me. That's something that I kind of, a couple years ago, I always promised myself, and I've done it, been very diligent about doing that, carrying, a nice pin light. And
you spotlight people that talk?
No,
I'm just saying, if something happens, I want night sights and a flashlight.
Oh. I take a strong guy. You do that.
Oh, fuck yeah.
What Nathan was saying is,
if I just want to shoot someone who's on their cell phone, I don't need all that jazz. It's if there's a problem.
No, we're just not talking about that nut job that did that. I'm saying just people that fucking talk. It's amazing to me I mean, even grown-ass men that can't shut the fuck up during a movie.
That's another reason I don't like going to the movies anymore, especially if you like get a kid behind you who's kicking your seat, and you're like,
oh, I know, that fucking pisses me off.
But yeah, I'll fucking shine the light right in their face and be like, "Excuse me."
Well, it pisses me off. You got the parents right next to them, not freaking disciplining them. You know, that fucking pisses me off to no end.
Dude, I was at the supermarket tonight. This lady literally had her 4 kids just all at random places in the store, just running around.
Yeah.
And I'm like trying my hardest not to run over these 5-year-olds with a cart. Because this kid's like, I'm pushing the cart and he's yelling at his sister like from 30 yards away. And he's walking sideways and I'm trying not to hit him with a cart. And I'm just like,
oh, yeah. Parents don't want to discipline
your kids,
kids.
lady.
My mother always used to say, "Don't let me embarrass you in the store," because I knew she would back then. You know, parents who slap you right in the middle of the supermarket. And that was perfectly acceptable back then.
Hell yeah.
And now someone would want to call defects on you and,
oh, I know.
You know, hold you for an interview, get the child to talk to a psychologist, find out if they were traumatized.
Now, Stone Guy, you'll just shine the flashlight in somebody's face because you're a cop, and you just feel that's your duty.
No, I'll
What's cop?
I'll do the the polite. I'll give them the benefit of the doubt. 1 or 2 times I might look back and like make sure they see me looking back without saying anything, and then if they continue, I'll say, excuse me, keep it down, and then if they continue at that point, then I'll put the light in their face and I'll be like, let me know when you're done talking.
Right.
Now, Stone Guy, you do need like a 2,000 lumen flashlight just so you can just blind them. Blind them.
Dude, that little stream light, it's only like 200 lumens, but a fucking little stream light in the dark movie theater is bright as shit.
Oh, tell me about it. I got a 225 lumen and I looked at the other day by mistake, and I'm like, I couldn't see for like 5 minutes.
Because I use them just to look at the seats and stuff too before, like if you go
before you sit down.
Before they shut the lights. Like if you didn't make it in before they shut the lights off and you go into a dark theater, I want to fucking look at where I'm sitting. I don't want to sit and someone spilled soda on the seat or some, you just never know, man.
Think it's spilled soda. It's a lot better that way.
Yeah, I want to know what I'm sitting in or not sitting in.
Yeah, right now I'm going through Netflix just to see if there's anything good to watch. I'm getting sick of watching Futurama.
What do you do? Netflix online?
Yep.
Yeah, I did that for a while. Get some pretty good stuff on there.
Oh yeah, they've got good stuff. I watched World War Z just to punish myself for being bad.
I just watched that not so long. That's pretty good.
Pretty good. It's horrible.
You don't like it? I thought it was cool for what it was. I mean,
is that the one with Brad Pitt?
Yes, it's a horrible, horrible movie.
I mean, nothing I would want to pay to see at the movie theaters, but I mean, it was alright. I mean, it was.
Wait, is that the one where they had the zombies that ran fast?
They ran fast.
Yeah, kind of.
Yeah, going full throttle, they could smell somebody that was.
Oh yeah, that wasn't that bad a movie.
I didn't think it was that bad. I mean, it is what it is. I mean, it wasn't.
Oh come on! They're all around Jerusalem. They're sitting there climbing up that physically impossible.
What did I just watch the other day that I kind of thought it was gonna be good, but ended up sucking? Was that Pacific Rim?
The robot movie. Yeah,
I thought it was gonna be good. I mean, it was on cable. I didn't have to pay for it, but it.
Okay.
But, I mean, it lost my interest about a half hour into it.
They do have Amish Mafia on.
Oh yeah.
I can't
stand that show either. That show can't be real. It's got to be fake. I
it's
can't
all staged.
that shit. Yeah.
Anybody ever see a movie called After the Dark?
No, I haven't seen that.
Philosophy students at an international school in Indonesia must decide who among them would survive a hypothetical nuclear apocalypse. It sounds horrible.
Yeah, it does sound bad. What's that movie where they're like in Alaska or something, and it's gonna be dark for a whole month. And
30 Days a Night.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was a decent movie.
Yeah, don't watch the second one though. Ugh.
The second one sucked. I saw that one too.
Oh, it sucks so hard. Yeah, definitely a major letdown on the second one. But yeah, the first one was really good. I like a good vampire, or a good zombie, or a good werewolf movie. Love those. The zombies are the ones that scare me the most, and that's because they're the closest thing to humans. It's interesting that the more different looking things are, the less scary they are. But when it's human looking, it's freaky.
Oh, I know. Yeah, werewolves and vampires don't scare me.
Yeah, space aliens aren't that frightening either. Big love dragons on the sons of bitches.
Yeah. Yeah, I can't wait for The Walking Dead to come back on. I started watching the season 1 all the way to season 2 again. I'm gonna start get myself prepped up for October. I got all 4 seasons recorded.
Yeah, they're supposed to be doing whatever channel, the AMC is doing a marathon of season 1 through 4.
Yeah.
But they'll do that before the 5th season. That's typically what they do.
Yeah, and they'll run a bunch of them right before it re-premieres. It always comes out right around Halloween.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
They shoot that right outside of Atlanta. So you're right outside of Atlanta, right, Stone Guy? Have you ever been to where some of the shooting locations?
Yeah. Yeah. As a matter of fact, we went to what the hell? The town, the
country town?
Yeah, what was why the hell can I think of it?
Now, when they did the downtown, was that
Woodbury?
Actually downtown Atlanta?
Woodbury, yeah.
Woodbury, oh yeah.
Woodbury, yeah. They've made a little like a little tourist trap out of that area.
Oh, I'm sure.
Yeah, the downtown scene was in downtown. That was like off of let's see, Peachtree. There's a couple of connecting roads. They're doing a lot of movies in Atlanta here lately. And so they're all the time shutting down little side roads and shit, blocking traffic for these movie crews.
It's just amazing how, I mean, because you kind of look in the distance and you're always trying to keep out, okay, you know, where's the barrier, or how much is CGI, or...
Yeah, it's even someone that's familiar with the area, you know, not only in that movie, but The Crazies, that was filmed here in kind of the outskirts of Atlanta. And it was like, once you know, like if they said, oh, this was so-and-so near the old sawmill, then if you went back and watched it, you could kind of make out some landmarks, or it would look familiar to you. But just watching it, even when you're from the area, it's almost impossible to identify with anything.
Yeah, the Crazies was a pretty good movie.
Yep, that was pretty good.
Well, it seems like Atlanta's hot, and also now Chicago's back to being hot area to film a lot of shows. At least it's what I've been noticing.
Yeah, and I'm just waiting to like meet some hot actor chick or some famous person, you know, like you know who I run into or I tend to to see are freaking basketball players and the freaking Black Housewives of Atlanta. I'm like, really? That's not.
Really?
I'm trying to meet somebody real famous.
But you work in the jewelry business, you're gonna get the housewives and the basketball players, dude.
You know who Stone Guy really wants to meet is Ellen.
DeGeneres?
The ultimate lesbian.
I love how he said that. DeGeneres?
You must see some hot women working in the jewelry business.
Oh yeah, you know it's got its perks.
Go ahead and say it.
So I've got this package for you.
Here, let me drop my rocks off.
Why don't you come to the back for a fitting?
See, you know, you get to hold their hand. See how pretty this looks on your finger? Just imagine my big old hands.
By the way, if Bob's out there listening, I did watch some of Orphan Black. It's not bad.
Orphan? That sounds racist.
It's kind of weird. It's this BBC America show. It's
Mr. Orf 71?
Yeah, nah. It's actually about this pretty hot girl. There's a whole bunch of clones of her, and she, this one actress, this Canadian actress, plays all these different roles, and it's about uncovering the truth behind the clones, basically. All I can remember is her first name. It's Tatiana, so she definitely has a Russian first name.
Yeah, Tatiana says Tatiana to me. Don't know many ugly.
Yeah, she'll be hot
Tatianas.
until she hits like late 30s, early 40s, and then it's downhill from there.
Yeah, it's like Ukrainian chicks. Like all Ukrainian chicks that I've ever met are super hot, and they all work in like Disney World. Like when we go to Disney, it's like all Ukrainian transplants working down there for the summer.
Now, my buddy, old buddy Tom, his grandparents were Ukrainian, and they went back and anyway, this young lady was like, "Oh, y'all are in America. We need pen pals." Blah blah blah. Next thing you know, Tom, his brother, and all his friends who became pen pals with these Ukrainian girls. Guess what happened? Ukrainian wives. And Tom's the only one I think still married to the same one, and the rest got all the other guys' houses. Because they were way too hot for those homely American boys.
But they had what they
citizenship.
Yep, they had what they needed, the key to citizenship.
Yep.
Do you think Nathan realizes his mic is off?
Yeah, I saw his lips moving.
I said, you may want to look into some mail order brides,
Oh, yeah, nothing wrong with that.
I just saw your lips.
Yeah, you're gonna pay for it one way or the other. You might as well get what you want. Have some prerequisites established.
Look, I don't want these American women that believe in this princess fairy tale. I want this to be. I want to understand our relationship right from the start.
Yeah, like these are the ground rules. Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. I don't want to hear no shit. I go shooting every weekend.
Mm-hmm.
You get to learn English, live in my house.
Yeah.
Get your citizenship, and when you're done, if you want a better deal than me, go ahead, but the house is mine.
Yeah, exactly. That's the problem. Some of these guys, they get divorced, and they have, not only do they get hurt emotionally, they get hurt financially and all that stuff. And if you're a business owner, they can take that. That's gonna be tough.
That's the bad part, is because once they get over here, then they start talking to American women and finding out that they have rights and shit, and that fucks us all over.
Eddie, I want half, Eddie. I want half, Eddie.
Yeah, I remember.
Who's in the wind tunnel anyway?
You broke up. What'd you say?
I said, who is in the wind tunnel?
Sean's mic's picking up his breathing.
Ah, okay.
Not a big deal. But yeah, that is the problem. Is these hot chicks get over here, they get their citizenship, they learn English, and then they find out that they're getting hit on by all these better-looking dudes who have more money, and they weren't. And I mean, at least when you court and date and fall in love and marry a girl here in the U.S., you have that love thing going. Whereas when you're getting a overseas wife, she's mainly looking at you for other things. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, but
if you approach it that way,
something else too.
Well, yeah, you're looking at her for other things too.
But if you approach it that way, but these guys are falling in love with them head over heels and then getting crushed. That's the problem that Tom and his buddies are having.
Yeah, some of these
they're
guys,
dating women way out of their league.
Right, and honestly, if you get some guys that they have never had a woman and they've only ever paid for pussy, and they fall in love and they're like, oh my god, I'm so in love. Yeah, if you got to take it for what it is. It's just a business agreement, and hopefully you get the better deal.
I also remember back before that job, I worked with a guy, and it was so sad, but he would just talk about how all the girls at the strip club loved him, how he got a gold card membership, and you're just sitting there going, you're an idiot, dude. And he's just talking about how much game he's got and stuff. And just like, they're taking all of your money, you moron. But he thinks he is the hottest item there is, man, because all these girls are loving him. And it's like, you're a fool. It's like if you went to the circus and thought you were going to take a monkey home. Okay, that monkey really likes me. I'm sure the monkey does, but you're not going home with the monkey, you idiot.
Yeah.
I think he'd have better luck bringing the girls home if he was a girl himself.
And just a word of advice for any of you that are going to go to the strip club, go early while they're still clean.
While they're still clean? So you're actually watching them in the daylight when you can see the C-section scars. Gotcha.
Stone Guy, what do they like? Don't go after the mud wrestling? I mean, what do you mean? You lost me.
No, like if you go to a think about it. If you go to a strip club at 1 o'clock in the morning, she's been at work for 4 hours, 6 hours. Think of how nasty she is and all the different guys she's been all over, and that's
rubbing against.
Yeah, exactly. If you go right when they open, when their shift begins, or they just coming into work, just had showers.
Well,
clean.
See, that's just it, Stone Guy. You're assuming they just had you.
Come on, don't ruin it for me.
This is where Stone Guy and I differ. I always assume the strippers are dirty.
Yeah.
I have known of these, like, you know what? That's why they. I don't assume any cleanliness about any woman in that profession.
Yeah, and clean of bacteria are two different things.
You know what? I mean, I don't know. Luckily, I'm out of that sort of thing, so I never. That and going to casinos is something that I've never really been into. I mean, I've gone with friends and done that stuff, but I'm just like, I've never left a casino with more money than I went in with. I've never gone to a strip club and left with a girl, so it seems like a bit of a waste of time.
It seems like it's an easy way to lose a very quick couple $100 and walk away with nothing.
Oh, screw that! I don't spend that much. Like $20, man.
Well, I'm saying, I mean, if you go
Stone
to
Guy tips.
Yeah, they gotta earn that.
But I would say that Stone Guy probably gets a whole lot more out of it than I do. Just he's obviously a very visual.
I'm just a people watcher.
Yeah.
When they see Nathan, they don't like him because he wants to take the quarter and run it through the slot.
No, and again, back when I was that way was back when in my drinking days, and there's two things I like to do: drink and go home with a girl. And you go to a strip club, you never go home with them, and the drinking's way expensive, so I just never enjoyed it.
So in other words, you didn't get as drunk and spending a lot more money.
Right. I'd rather go to a bar and have a shot at picking up a drunk chick. And if not, I'd just get totally wasted. Either way. But everyone's got their own thing, I get that. Everyone's different.
Yep. And how is your mail order bride doing?
You talking to me?
Yes.
Unfortunately, mine's totally Americanized. She's doing fine. We did that T25, so we're both walking around like we're 80 right now. But anyway.
Yeah, well, you're not getting any tonight.
Skip the ice cream too, Nathan.
Actually, I don't have any ice cream for me in the house. I've kind of luckily gotten away from. There are some ice cream sandwiches now that you mentioned. Damn you, Stone Guy.
Well, the thing was, he went from eating a gallon of ice cream a night to eating a pound of cheese a night.
Well, yeah, and that's one of the things I did today when I went to the stores. I kind of thought about it, and I bought some fresh peaches, and I got cheese, and I got some Greek yogurts to snack on, and I kind of have less crap laying around to eat. Like I've kind of eliminated some of the, the ice cream and the pudding and the other stuff.
You mean the stuff that's epic carbs?
Yeah, the epic carb stuff. At least most of the stuff I'm laying around that I snack on that's not good for me is halfway healthy.
Yeah, you get something other than carbs from it.
My worst problem is what I'm trying to really get back to right now is making my lunch every day, because I think for the past 2 or 3 months I've been doing nothing but going over and eating at fast food places every time I have a lunch, and it's like that's really adds up after a couple months of that, financially and waistline.
Well, yeah. I mean, if you did, like a 6-inch Subway every day, it's not so bad if you didn't load it full of crap.
That's the problem.
Exactly.
I do McDonald's, Wendy's, Chick-fil-A, and Subway are the 4 places near me. Ooh. So I'll hit each one of those in a week. And probably McDonald's twice.
There's your problem right there.
Because it's the closest of all.
Yeah, you gotta get away from all that, man.
Like I said, like the last week and then this week, I actually on Sunday I make the 4 meals for the work week and have them all in containers and ready to go.
Yeah, I eat out at a fast food place at the most once a month. And normally when that happens, it's Subway, just because, I want to sub for a change.
Well, you're bigger than me, Quark, so what's the deal with all that?
He's big boned.
Okay, I'm
also 6'4", but I'm down to 275, which is 50 pounds from where I started.
Well, that's good. So is it eating just all the time, or it could, there's so many crazy things. You can eat all the time.
Yeah, for me, it's being diabetic and taking it. Every time I take insulin, I get hungry. And it's a counterproductive thing, because the more you eat, the more insulin you have to take, so it's a never-ending circle.
Okay.
Every time you do it,
Okay.
the
That
circle gets
explains it.
bigger and bigger. Take more insulin and you eat more, which you can't do. So that's what I've been trying to cut back down on, is eating more and taking less insulin.
Yeah, I mean, I'm kind of motivated to get really better on my diet and stuff like that. And the next step I'm going to do is I'm going to try to get all the soda out of the house that I drink, and just instead of drinking soda all day every day, drink it only occasionally.
Yeah, well, I'm the same way. I've gone away from a lot of soda. You know, I was drinking sugar-free soda, which still isn't good for you.
Yeah, see, I'm
Drinking
drinking
a lot more water. Yeah, a lot more water and a lot more Crystal Light.
I drink at least a 2-liter of Diet Dr. Pepper a day.
Yeah,
which I know is bad.
Yeah, the NutraSweet or whatever one it's using, if it's using NutraSweet or I think they're still using NutraSweet, well, the aspartame.
Yeah. But like so I'm going to start trying to make my own green, like I like this green tea that I get, and I throw in I think it's Truvius Salvia, something like that. It's the
the stuff on Breaking Bad.
South, I don't know about that, but it's the South American
stevia plant. It's the natural
stevia.
Yeah.
Yeah,
that's good.
So
for you, white tea's even better, but yeah, green tea's good for you. A lot of antioxidants in that.
Well,
I've been drinking a lot more tea.
I get the kind that has the citrus flavoring mixed into it, and but anyway, I like it a lot. And then I think with the salvia plant stuff in it, that's a lot better than the other artificial sweeteners.
Yeah, I like that. Just drink water like a man. Hose water.
Well, and
did that enough as a kid.
I do got to have my coffee in the morning with sugar in it, so, and creamer.
Yeah, for me, I've been making the big 2-quart jars of sun tea now that it's nice out. It's just Lipton tea, but still, I have nice iced tea. Still add the sweetener and the lemon to it, but hell, it's good. I limit myself to 2 liters of soda a week. I used to go through 2 a day.
You guys ever watch that show Naked and Afraid on Discovery?
No, because they blur out all the good stuff.
Yeah, I've seen maybe 10 minutes of one. It's all right.
Oh, by the way, I want to say one thing about, now that you said that Naked and Afraid. If you do watch Orphan Black, they do show a lot of guy ass, but they do show girl ass too, so.
I just started recording Dominion on Sci-Fi, and they're showing stuff on that, like rear ends on that every episode, which I guess it's because it's on cable, they can get away with it.
Yeah, the first episode you get to see a really nice side boob and great ass. She has a really nice ass. So.
Yeah, the second episode you get to see the guy's girlfriend's. He takes her robe off and she's like got nothing on her. I'm like, who are these people? Who lays around in just a robe and nothing else?
I guess you can get away with it when you're doing, the normal cable into the subscription service. They're getting away with it. So, we talked about ass, and that just made Stone Guy horny.
Oh, Stone Guy will be back in 5. He's like, I gotta go check this out. I need extra bandwidth. I better drop.
Oh man, everybody had a drop. Like, we're stacked up with naked ass, and they leave. Yeah, nothing good on Craigslist tonight. CWB says he can't drink his coffee black. He has to have cream and sugar. Isn't that a man thing? You're just supposed to drink it black. I never like coffee, so. And I have to quote on something Robbie said. I've tried starting a nudist colony before. So have I. It doesn't work really well when you look like me. The women get too excited. And they can't join, so you just end up with a bunch of men, and that's not going to happen.
You know, I've been looking at it, and I think in a couple months after hunting season, when I get a little more money saved up, I think I may try to convert one of my spare AR-15s and do 300 blackout in it.
Ooh.
Because, see, I found out from a guy that and I haven't looked into it yet, but you can buy a, what's it called? You can go to Harbor Freight and buy a cheap cut-offer, and I have other things I can cut metal with. And there's a thing where you can take normal 223 cartridges, put it into it, and then cut the end off to turn it into 300 blackout cartridges. So it basically allows you to convert your 223 cartridges into the blackout cartridges, and then it's just a question of buying the low-end, lightweight 30 caliber bullets, which are more expensive than 22 dimensions. But again, I think for pig hunting and stuff like that, I mean, I couldn't use my suppressor, but that's a hell of a better cartridge for shooting pigs with, or deer.
Well, it's one thing you said is, 300 blackout's supposed to be the awesome suppressed cartridge. Well,
again, I only have a 22 caliber suppressor. I don't have a 30 caliber suppressor, and I'm not going through I'm not getting a 30 cal suppressor.
Not going through that year weight.
Not going through that crap again. I went through it once. That's enough.
Don't blame you there, but it's an interesting round.
I mean, don't get me wrong. I enjoy using my can, but now that I've had one, I'm kind of like, eh. It makes it. I've shot it. It's pleasant. I still take it out to the range. I like to throw it on and stuff. But, it's just, there's a lot of times I just don't really care if I make a lot of noise. You know what I'm saying? It was kind of a novelty. I never had one, so I wanted to try it, so I did it.
I've never got to shoot a suppressed rifle. Somebody next to me, the only time I've ever seen a suppressor was, one guy next to me came in and was testing out his new suppressor, and he was just sitting there, and I thought it was pretty damn cool. Well, it really surprised me. I don't know if he went with a cheaper suppressor or something. It wasn't that suppressed. It's still rung the ears a little bit if you didn't have your hearing protection on. So.
Right. And again, with my AR-15s, when I put the suppressor on that, because of this, it depends on the cartridge and everything else and the gun and all that. But with the AR-15s, with the suppressor I have, it basically knocks it down to about like a 22 long rifle.
Yep.
So you don't even, when I'm out in the field and put it on and shoot it, I don't even need ear protection on. It doesn't hurt. But I still typically wear it just, sometimes I do, sometimes I don't. I don't want to hurt my hearing too much. But anyway.
Yeah, you're still better off, But
the thing about it is you're still adding an ass load of weight to the end of your barrel and making it nose heavy. That's a big part of it, and it's kind of like, if I do like it on my AR pistol, it's a lot more comfortable to carry it and hook it onto that. But again, it's, I don't know, it's just one of those things that, like many things in my life, I've tried it, and if I could go back in time when I do it again, probably not. But, if I made a ton of money, let's just say I was like some of the people I know who just make money and spend it on
stupid shit.
Yeah, getting a suppressor, who cares? $1,000 and a little bit of paperwork, whatever, get it. But I mean, and a big part of the reason I bought it is it was part of my prepping stuff. Because if anything bad ever happens, I want to be able to suppress my AR if there's ever a societal problem to where I might have to defend myself, because there's a lot of advantages to it. You can shoot the weapon at night without giving away your position because it removes our muzzle flash.
Or you could just end up getting a little converter that just you throw the oil filter onto the end of your gun.
Well,
pretty easy to make something like that in a shit hit the fan situation. So.
Yeah, I found about that after that, but I still wouldn't want to do the oil filter. But anyway,
No, I know, I agree with you. I'm just saying that if you didn't have it, there's something you could do.
But you know, like I have my $500 night vision scope, and I wouldn't do that again. But you know, because I've gone out and tested in the field and do that, and to really get a really good night vision scope, you're up into the $1,000 or $1,500 range. And I've just discovered that I can hunt at night just as well the way I do it by just using click it and stick it lights. I mean, my entire lighting setup cost me $15.
Well, think about the night vision. That's what the Stone guy uses. We should ask him. You know, you have to ask him what the best system is. Yeah, how else is he going to stalk his prey?
It's true. Gotta keep an eye on them. Get the routines down. Yeah, but I mean, you know, it's just one of those things that, you know, I'm always looking to try something new or see what things are like. So yeah, I'm thinking, you know, maybe save up my money, because all I need to do is basically purchase this thing to convert my current bullets or casings over, and then I got everything else I need, and then I'll just need to buy a barrel. And 300 blackout barrels, you can pick them up for off Midway for about $150, so it doesn't break the bank. But then that way I would have, you know, I've got 3 ARs, and I'll just convert one of them to a different caliber, basically.
Nothing wrong with that.
And the 300 blackout is a heck of a lot better cartridge for what I want to do. You know, I may, if there's another spike in AR prices, I may sell off my big 308 heavy-duty DPMS.
Your AR-10.
The thing weighs 12 pounds. I never use the damn thing. I even take it to the range to practice with it. I always take my bolt guns or my ARs. I never take the AR-10. I don't know. I just don't have any interest in playing with it.
Probably because it does 12 pounds.
Well, I take my 15-pound, you know, sniper rifle out, but it's much more precise, and I don't know. It's
well, you get to practice your sniping skills.
You know, and I got a 30-06 5-shot that's semi-automatic, and that sits in there too. But that's actually a pretty good gun to go out and that's a good hog gun, good deer gun too, for the weight and size. I don't know.
Well, that's what most people use here for deer. You know, 30-06, 308, 70. Those, I think, are the 3 most popular. Although one guy was, when I was at the range, was talking about using his 300 Win Mag for a deer gun. I'm like, well, that's overkill.
Yeah, but I mean, yeah, I'll probably just do what I always do and just leave it in my gun safe as just a rainy day gun. I'll probably go back into playing with it in a couple of years. I mean, unless there's another scare and the price goes back up on it to where I can sell it for what I paid for it, I'll just keep it. I don't. That's one gun that it's like, you know, I could do other things with it down the line, but I don't know. I much prefer shooting the lighter weight 223 cartridges out of the AR-15s than the AR-10s. You know.
Yeah, well, less recoil. It's cheaper.
Yeah, and you know, just to go out and plink and have fun, the ARs are great, and then to go out and shoot long range precision, the bolt guns are great. And this is kind of the one that's in between, which that's a reason I bought it, is for kind of a gun that was kind of like a semi-automatic sniper rifle, which is why I bought it with the heavy barrel. That's why it's 12 pounds, is it has a bull barrel on it. But it's like, the world hasn't ended. Rule of Outlaw hasn't come. You know, that's why I bought it for, and that's what it's good for. But do I need it? No, because I'm never going to go hunting with it.
No, what gets me though, my cousin, he hunts with a 44 mag rifle. Deer hunts. Yeah. I'm like, dang, I thought that was overkill.
I know a guy that used a Desert Eagle to go hunt and shot a deer with it.
Well, it's a Desert Eagle. It's a pistol. I'm talking about he's 44 mag rifle.
Yeah, not like you're talking like a lever action.
Yep.
That's not a bad one. I mean, at close range, that's a very good cartridge to use on deer.
I always thought it was a little bit of an overkill.
Nah.
30-30 is also a huge deer round up here. Those are the four I can think of.
Well, you know, it's probably heavy woods, close range and stuff, so you're wanting to hit them with a big, slow-moving round.
That's exactly it.
Yeah, I mean, 30-30 I think if you gave me the choice, okay, you can have a 30-30 to deer hunt with, or this 44 mag, I would actually, in a close range, I would prefer to shoot them with a 44 mag. I just think it does a lot better job of putting them down fast, not making them suffer.
Yeah, the reason my cousin uses the 44 mag is because, you know, you can shoot through brush this way and not have it affect the bullet too much.
All right, boys and girls, I think I'm going to head on out. It's about
blame you.
All righty.
I was hoping for a Thimble line chat tonight. Not that this wasn't fun, but I guess just to tease them.
It's true. All right, guys, I'm out.
Later. You're not going to leave me in here all alone, are you, folks? I mean, if you do, that's going to be horrible, and I feel sorry for Ralph. Oh well. This is just me. I'll go watch Netflix for a while, but I'll post a link in here just in case somebody wants to come in later.
Hello? Guess I'm all by myself on gunchannels.com. Saying what's up to you guys. If anyone's out there.
What up, DB?
What up, son? Chilling.
What have you been up to?
Oh, nothing. Just a little bit of work, housework, you know, doing the dishes, laundry. Nothing regular. Regular schmegular. Watching my YouTube videos.
I've been watching World Star.
Oh, that's always good.
I'm addicted to it now. Dang, Marco.
That's always good, man. Yeah, World Star was. Wow. I kind of stopped watching that stuff. It's in Sharkeisha. You remember Sharkeisha? You ever seen Sharkeisha?
Yeah.
Yeah, that was the last time I ever watched. I was like, what? Sharkeisha, when she punched that girl in the face. Damn, I just remember the girl was like, damn, Sharkeisha, damn. You didn't have to punch her in the face like that.
Oh, man.
This.
I was just, Marco always links, well, we always watch, like, the Vine compilations all the time.
Oh, God.
And there's always, I love the fights. It's so, like, ghetto and, you know.
It's real. That's what's fucked up is that it's more real than a UFC match, right? They're real fights, man. Real life.
The knockouts are pretty funny.
You don't want to be that guy. Remember, what was that, like 6 months ago? That dude who got knocked out in the fucking parking lot in, like, Arizona or something? And then everyone did, like, little memes of him. He was doing, like, the worm and shit. Yes. Maybe you didn't see it. He got knocked out at like a quick track gas station.
Well, there's one that just got posted today, and it was about like I guess road rage, and some guy went up to some guy's window, and then apparently the guy pulled out a gun on him. It was all like, "What? Huh?" It's like, and the guy who was like cussing him out, like attacking him, was all like, "Why are you being a little bitch? If you didn't have that gun, I'll beat your ass." Like I don't know if it looks it doesn't look realistic to me.
That's when you're supposed to be like, "I'll put this gun in my glove compartment. We can get it on."
Like the guy
Is anyone filming this?
the guy was like, let me post it in the internal, and then you can watch it, or I'll do both. But
yeah, unfortunately, I hear and see this shit on like Twitter and stuff like that. I don't. Yeah, put it in. Well, actually, put it in the chat on Gun Channel.
Yeah.
I'm on my phone.
There's this one right here, and the guy was all like, you know, why are you talking shit, or like, you know what I mean, like, and like, I don't know, it seemed.
Is this fake? Come on.
I think it seemed fake.
Look at how his finger is so on that fucking trigger, dude. That's not even. Oh, wow.
It looks, and like, if you look at
it's an XD, right?
Yeah, I can't really tell because it looks like a full like rubber mold gun. Because look at that recoil under it, a recoil rod under it. It looks like it's like combined with the frame.
No, that's an XD. But I mean, the point where dude's fucking videoing it.
Yeah, I don't. I just wanted to bring it up in the gun channels.
Yeah, that shit is fun. He even says, it's like, this is a 45 loaded, like ready to blow your head off.
Yeah, I'm a little scrawny ass, whatever. He's like, I'm a little scrawny ass bitch with a 45. Like I was like, oh, punch, oh, knock your ass so quick or something like that. Like,
oh shit!
Like,
that is
cause you know, a couple months back, or like I don't know, I forget how long ago. Remember that Asian Cup family that got like was in the herd of like the bikers, and he actually hit someone because one of them like brake checked him. Like easily, like I would totally like if a dude came up to my window, I would be thinking that shit's going to go down. You know, I'm gonna get my ass beat and dragged out of the car. You know what I mean?
This guy's sticking his hand all the way out of the window with the gun. Then the guy gets his license plate on camera. I mean, exactly. Then he takes off.
Yeah, and it's like bumper to bumper traffic, but I don't see any traffic at all. And they're like on a side. They're not even on the main road. They're like on a side road, like a driveway. You see the mailbox right there. Like I don't know if it's faked or you know what I mean. It seemed.
It kind of looks fake, but I mean, definitely there's none around the chamber because there's no way his trigger finger looks all the way back in the trigger guard, like the gun was already shot, and he's just how like the XDs they don't have like the Glock trigger where you pull the trigger and if it's dry, if it's empty, it'll stay back. Like I don't think it has that. I had one of those. He's like his finger is all the way on that.
Yeah, he's like stuck all the way back.
He's like, this shit, I'm gonna blow your brains out.
Like when the guy's like, oh, you're just a pussy. Like he's like, yeah, you're right. And like he like has like a smile on it. Like so you're not trying to laugh. You know what I mean? He's like trying to hold back a laugh for it. But
he stuck his whole arm out of the window with the gun, and that guy could have like taken the gun away from him at that point. That why I think it's fake. That's just my opinion. That should look fake. There's no way. And then plus, yeah, you're right. There's no car in front of him, so why didn't he just fucking take off? I mean, Sharkeisha is not fake though. We know about that. Sharkeisha lives. Early night, huh? I think you muted yourself, dude.
Because when I think of like road rage, I think of that seriously, like those people in New York who got hit, whatever.
Well, you know what? They did the right thing. They got out of there no matter what. Like they were being threatened and they got the fuck out. And then eventually they got off the highway and they wound up on like fucking whatever exit that was off the West Side Highway.
Downtown.
It was like uptown, and then there was nowhere for them to go.
Because they got stuck at a red light or other cars.
Right. So then they should have, at that point, I wouldn't even have turned down that fucking street. I would have been like looking, okay, that's a a dead end or whatever, a red light. There's too much traffic down that street. I would have doubled back and got back on the fucking highway, but they had a flat tire at that point too. Didn't they have a flat? They were riding on their fucking rim or something.
Oh, I didn't.
One of them fuckers stabbed their tire or something.
I don't know, but that guy just comes up and just takes his helmet and just punches through the glass and just...
Yeah, they already stabbed his tire.
Oh, I didn't know. Oh, I just know, like... Because you could totally watch the video where the guy, like, goes in front of him and brake checks him, and then the guy, like, lightly hits him. You know what I mean? And instead of, like, saying, hey, you need to watch out, blah, 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 I guess they just
that shit was fucked up.
Like,
what did they expect? They wanted him to stop.
Mm-hmm.
He would have just got beat up even, quicker. But it was fucked up, dude. There was off-duty cops in that gang, they said.
Bike club, not gang, bike club.
Oh yeah, bike club. Wait, that story just disappeared.
It did. I don't know what happened to it.
Yep. I'm sure it disappeared locally too.
When I think of River, I think of that. I was thinking about the whole time I was watching this. I was like, man. Especially when you're like in front of your wife and your kid.
Up.
Well,
they punched. Even if I was this dude, I would keep my window rolled up so I don't get punched in the face and get my shit taken. And then if I would just keep my window up and then have my hand on it. And if that guy really wanted to bash my fucking window in with his helmet, because that guy had a helmet on too.
Yeah.
That's a different story. But like, just keep it moving, dude. Just keep trying to get the fuck out. You have the car, you know. Guy's on foot. There's no need to start waving the fucking gun outside of the car. That's ridiculous. Roll your window down.
I think it is faked.
Imagine if that family like rolled their window down the first time the guy tried to brake check them, and he rolled his window down and started talking shit. They would have just yanked him right through the fucking window. Like, get out.
Yeah. They already did. Oh man.
Well, they kept their windows up.
I felt like the cameraman I felt like the cameraman was like, I don't know, the cameraman was like a douchebag who was like, I'm the first one here. Like, you know, like you could see him like chase after them and like make like I don't know, if the cameraman wasn't there, I think like they would have been like scot free. Like they would have got away from it. Cause like the whole pack was like all behind him. Like he was like good, you know. They were a good like 200-300 yards away. Cause he looks, you know how he like keeps on looking back and forth.
Mhm.
Yeah.
I gotta figure out how to like, if someone's that close to your car, you know, there's no real reason to stick your hand out the window. You know, you just peel out.
Or like I would be on like one hand on the gun and another hand on the phone calling the cops or something. You know?
Oh, true, yeah. Yep. There's like something on the news here where like people are like pulling up behind you and they bump your car, and then when you get out to like see what the hell just happened, that's when they like carjack you and rob you and shit. Yeah. Mm-hmm. So like there's like a bulletin like, please don't get out of your car. Like if you get hit from the rear, just stay in your car and call a cop.
Yeah, that's kind of old. That's an old tactic. Apparently, Yankee was saying that that's like when he the only ever time like he needed to pull out his gun was when like they did that to him. There was a car behind him, car in front of him, and then they did that, you know. And
that shit, yeah. The story like in Birmingham.
Yeah, Alabama or whatever. Pull out his Taurus revolver, and they just scattered. Like they left the cars, and just the cars would start like rolling off.
Yeah, definitely would be my first instinct to be like, you know, damn, what the fuck? Like look at my rear view.
Didn't they like I don't know. I forget how the story went, but didn't they like walk out with like a baseball bat and like change or something like that?
Yeah, I mean, he looked like, that story, it sounded like he was in danger of getting his ass beat.
Mm-hmm.
Or hurt really bad.
I don't know. Lately you've been hearing like all those stories about people people impersonating officers and stuff like that.
Yeah,
so
that's
I'm always hesitant wherever like I get pulled over. For me, because I barely driving wise, I don't break the law or anything, and I've gotten pulled over twice within like 3 months of each other. But I guess apparently one of it was a DUI check, a DUI like weekend, like DUI check weekend. So like there were people getting pulled over like every block, like 2-3 cars every block or so. And apparently my back tail light went out, and the guy just gave me a warning. Because they pulled over again down the street to say, hey, I already got checked for it, and unfortunately, I got a warning or whatever. Fortunately, I got a warning. But and the other times when I first started concealed carrying, apparently I was going 55 and a 40. But this was in fog.
I've never been pulled over by like an unmarked car. Not yet, anyway.
I got pulled over by an unmarked car, but I already could tell it was a police car. Like when I pulled up by it, I'm like, oh, this is a cop car. And apparently I braked right, like the red light, and because it was like kind of like a California stop where like it was red, and then right when my balloon like stopped, it turned green, so I just went, and then he pulled right behind me, turned on his lights, like cop. But again, he was pretty cool. The guy, I don't know, I didn't talk to him. Like I told him, I was like, hey, I'm still carrying on my 3 o'clock, and he's like, okay, I'm fine. And then he didn't even ask for my was it insurance or registration. He just I just gave him my permit and my ID, and he cleared me and said, "Hey, go ahead. We're doing a DUI check this weekend. Trying to keep the road safe. You have a back tail light us out. Just try to fix it in the daytime." Which is really cool. But he was pretty cool. I never seen him before. Like I never seen because he was in a unmarked car. And instead of wearing like the regular sheriff's uniform or like police uniform or whatever, he had like a LBE, like a plate carrier. You know what I mean? And like mags and stuff like that instead of like a normal officer.
Yeah, I've never been pulled over by unmarked yet, but I'm pretty sure I could tell. You know, if it's like a fucking Crown Vic or a Ford Taurus or a fucking, whatever it is.
Dodge.
Okay.
Charger.
Yeah, I get pulled over by a fucking Nissan Altima. I'll be like, oh, no thanks. I'll call the cops then. Yeah, whatever.
I've seen the other day. Well, I say the other day. I mean a couple months ago. But apparently at my workplace, it was like I don't know what it is. It's probably like a special task force. But the guy was driving. Police was driving. It was a Nissan. No, not Nissan. An Infiniti G3. Or.
Yeah, those are nice.
Yeah, they had an unmarked Infiniti G3 as a police car, which was I thought was pretty cool.
Lucky cops.
But apparently they're like a special task force.
It's a G35, obviously. G3, the G series.
Yeah,
God damn. I'm trying to go shooting, man. I've been shooting in like a month, man. This is sad news.
This 4th of July, I'll probably go with my parents and we'll just start shooting over there.
Oh yeah. There's a GSSF match coming up like next week, the week after the 4th, and then gotta go shooting this week. Trying to win me a gun, dude.
With the new Glock 41, right? Long slide.
They win. I mean, yeah, they fucking give away so many guns. So I'm trying to do that, and then I got a fucking sight in my bad. I got a sight in my fucking Aimpoint, my Aimpoint Pro. I never even sighted it in. I know the irons are sighted in, so I just put the red dot right on top of the front sight. You know, moving the co-witness.
On what gun?
On my Daniel. On my Daniel Defense. So it should be okay, but I just still want to go and make sure it's good. I sighted in my irons a long time ago.
Yeah, my irons are. Ever since I got that trigger in my AccuPoint, my irons have been, on point at like 200 yards. So.
Right. So if you just bought a red dot like today, you just put it on and just adjust the red dot to be like right at the tip of your front sight, right?
Yeah,
and it should be good.
It should be good, but I would probably want to like just lower down the iron sights, the flip irons, and just sight in that way, just to make sure.
Okay. I have like the Daniel fixed rear, and I have the the regular A2 front sight post.
Oh yeah.
So nothing's moving. So I just look through the peephole.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just look through the peephole and then I'll just put the red dot right where it's supposed to be on the front sight. But it's still I'd like to adjust it, probably fine tune it a little bit. Shit.
There's one. Oh man, dang it! Fuck. Going camping. I'm going camping the 2nd, August 2nd and 3rd already. But there's one in Oregon.
Shit.
Closest one, Bremerton, Washington. Bremerton, Washington. I'm gonna do that one in September.
Nice.
0607. So I'm thinking because I want to get like the MeproLite like adjustable sights for the Glock 17.
Yeah, like tall. Aren't they? Are they suppressor height or like taller or no?
I think so, but they're the big ones. So let me see. They're like $150.
I like all my Glocks have MeproLites on them. Those are my favorites pretty much. And until like for that price range, then because I'm getting them for cheap, but I really want the Trijicon HDs.
Really
I don't need adjustables, but if I did, I would be happy with fucking Meprolites. Because what is it? The tritium is the vials on those Meprolite sites. They're sealed, so like the white ring around the tritium doesn't get eroded by like hops number 9 or fucking whatever.
This is the one I'm talking about right here, the adjustable ones.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Those are fucking awesome, dude. Yeah.
They're about.
I'm telling you, MEPs are my favorite.
I like. Oh my god, I do like I do like Meprolites. I like the TFO those, the True Glows. Those are pretty good.
How much are those sites?
On eBay you see them for like. No, on eBay you get them for like around like 75.
Oh, that's good. That's really good. You're gonna put that on what? You have the 17?
Yeah, the RTF2. The
Okay,
RTF2 already has night sights, but it's like it's like a front post with a blacked out rear. So it's just,
that's good. RTF2. That's like a collector's item.
Yeah, Glock 17 RTF2. It's crazy because I'm like, I think I'm gonna get me an RTF2, and then like looking for less than a week, I find one.
You got the fish gills or the straight?
Yeah, the fish gills.
Oh, the fish.
Fish gill,
awesome.
exploration, and then the rough texture frame.
Nice.
It's nice. I like it.
Oh shit, yeah. So, like when I would go to the store when they were out and available, I'd be like, oh, this is awesome, and then I'd be like, well, if I was going to carry it, and my T-shirt was over the gun and not in between me and the gun, I could see that grip or whatever, like fucking tearing my side up, And then I was I'll wait.
I always wear an undershirt anyways, so I always have an undershirt. But then I'm getting on mine in Georgia, where humidity is like a 300%, or
Yeah, well, I'm in Canada now. I moved to Canada to be close to Bob.
So you traded all your Glocks and everything for what is it?
They were always airsoft.
High powers.
They were always airsoft. Yeah. Well, no, they were always airsoft, but now I got a Browning high power airsoft.
Browning high power, Canadian Royal Police, right? Browning high power, and then you got SVT-40.
RMCPT. The RMCPPT.
Yeah. And now you get SVT-40s and Norincos. All Norincos, right?
Well, I don't know. If I was in Canada, I think I'd like Rugers. Because that would be like the forbidden fruit. Like, oh, Rugers, man, I wish I could get Rugers. The LC9, all those awesome Rugers, the P95, what was that shit? Oh god, the SR9, Mini 14, Mini 30. No, what was I saying? Nah, I just wish I had that RTF. Because someone at the gun store was like, oh, you know what I did? I took like a little bit of sandpaper and I kind of knocked off the real sharp points on that texture, and it was perfect. And I was like, oh, yeah, did that work? And for real? And like, yeah. Damn, now I want one. Because
you feel good.
Those pyramids are so sharp. You just knock them down a little tiny bit, it would have been perfect. I guess that's kind of what the Gen 4 is.
Well, the Gen 4 has the RTF2, the RTF2s. They have the same pattern as the Gen 4s. It's just that their squares are a lot smaller. So again, there's more of them per per grip.
Mm.
Yeah. I like it. I like it. It's pretty cool.
Oh, dude, the fish gills alone.
Oh yeah, awesome, for real. It's pretty nice. And I got mine for a good deal too. I bought mine for $550, no tax or anything. It's private sale. But when I was going to say, so when I went to go buy my Glock 19, they had one in the showcase, a brand new one, for $499.99, and I'm like, oh man, this is so cool. I want to buy it, but I was already buying that. Gen 4 Glock 19, and then I came back the next day to pick up my gun, but it was already gone.
Oh,
like
shit.
I'm like, this is such a good deal. Like, oh my gosh, like, and this is like this was in was it like May of 2013, so this is right after all the gun scare. I'm like, oh, this is such a good deal, even after the whole gun scare and everything. And I'm like, this won't even last, and that it didn't.
Oh, no. I mean, even that last gun scare, all Glock 9mm were, like, hard to find.
Mm-hmm.
Brand
And
new ones.
This is still brand new or whatever. I don't know if it was used or not, but it was $4.99. Like, and this was the RTF2 model too. But mine has you see my serial number. Mine's pretty unique.
Yeah. I had one that was WTF. What the fuck? No.
Yeah.
that would be the best. I forgot what yours was, but don't say it. Fucking.
No,
Just type it.
What's your serial number?
I had Y. Like Y. That was kind of funny. W. But I wish I had WTF. Then the dude at the gun shop was like, dude, we just had a whole bunch of Walther PPSs that came in that were fags. FAG. Like FAG3 whatever. And he said one customer was like looking at it and was like, what the fuck? It says FAG. Like, I don't want this. Yeah, well, they're all going to be that because, those three-letter serials are like, they're good for like at least a year, 6 months to a year. They're going to be like that. Or maybe not even that much, but like it'll be like that for months. At least, there'll be tons of those out there. I really want that shield without that fucking thumb safety there. I don't have anything I want to sell. Huh?
When was it released?
Like probably last month, maybe. Like a week. It wasn't that long. I saw one at a gun shop. I see them online. I see them on videos. And then people on gun channels. I think Dano said he shot one yesterday. That'd be cool.
I always feel like, I need to get a smaller gun. But now that I got a decent inside the waistband holster, I have a 511 one. I'm like, oh, nope, don't need one now because it's so concealable with the inside the waistband.
On what? Like a Glock?
Glock 19.
Yeah, I know. Inside the waistband. If you have the right belt and the right holster, like, it's comfortable. And it is. Yeah, you're not protecting a lot.
Sometimes I was wearing it around the house, and then I kind of passed out and took a little nap on the couch, and I totally didn't realize I had my gun on me until I got up.
Yeah, I'll drive, like, when I would go on vacations and shit a lot, like drive to Florida or whatever, I would drive for like 12 hours, dude. And then when I'd get there, nothing bothered me. So when someone who's new to stuff would be like, I don't know how you do that. Like, I could never carry, Glocks are way too thick. They're like a brick, It's more about your fucking belt and your holster and your clothing.
Your holster setup.
Yeah. Everyone's body's shaped differently, but that doesn't mean you can't carry a little, to the rear or more to the front. You'll figure it out.
So yeah, I carry around my 4 o'clock with the inside the waistband, but normally when I get when I'm like outside the waistband Kydex holster carry, it's like around 3.5. It's nice.
Yeah, I like that right at the 3 sometimes with the 26, man, since it has no real grip. Like I could carry that anywhere and not really print, but I don't know. The shield, I guess, would just be better for like t-shirt and shorts, more form-fitting clothing or whatever, or maybe even appendix.
I've been
trying to do appendix.
Yeah, I've been wearing like cargo shorts and just like light t-shirts, and again that inside the waistband, you can't even tell. But then I have that 511 duty belt, kind of like that TDU belt. So it's pretty good.
I had that one for like 6 years. Trainer belt, or you have the other one?
I have the regular one, so not the trainer. So it has a plastic buckle. This was it 5 and can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah, and this was it 5.5? No, not 5.5. 1.5 inches.
Yeah,
wide.
1.5 is the best. What kind of holster you got?
That 511 inside the waistband. It's the original one that came out, and it was like the one that was like what's it used by VTAC Tactical.
Oh yeah. That just came out like this year.
It came out a couple of years ago, like 2000.
Okay.
They rebranded it, so this is like the Gen 1.
So it's got a clip, right?
Yeah, it has a clip, yeah.
Yeah, it's got a metal. It's metal, right?
Mhm.
Yeah, that's what I've been wearing for years. The metal clip, but a lot of people say they're not reliable or whatever. But my clips have been fine.
I follow James Jaeger, and apparently he posted last week or
he fucking hates clips, dude.
Yeah, it said the waistband clip failed one of his students. And he's like, this is why we don't wear these.
Yeah, he hates them. I know he hates them. A lot of people, like on forums and stuff.
Well, for me, like I feel like if you were to like go somewhere where you can't like conceal carry, so like say if you were it'd be easier for you to use the clip to take it in and out,
Oh yeah, that was my main selling point. Like, oh, I could take it off. Like if I have to go into a courthouse or something, or someplace where it's off, I take it off, put it under my seat, park my car, go inside, come back. I can put it on. I don't have to take my belt off, dude. And when I first bought those the pull the dot like loops, I had a fucking pain in the ass, like trying to snap that loop, the button, and I don't know. It's just that's definitely not something you can do in 2 seconds in your car seat.
This is the one I have right here. This one right now.
Yeah, I'm looking. I was gonna put it in internal. Yeah, that's awesome.
This is one. The only nitpick about it is that it doesn't, like I said right here, you don't have like a tension adjustment. Retention screw, so you can tighten it or loosen it up because it's kind of a little flimsy. Like like.
Oh, the fit of the gun inside.
Yeah, it's secured in there, but sometimes I would like it a little, more retention, a little bit more.
On their website, they got a picture of a flashlight attached to that little.
Yeah, that little nip right here.
Yeah, that's cool. Yeah, this is pretty much like what this kind of holster is what I've been carrying for like years.
I got this one for free. I got it from a coworker.
Nice.
He's like, oh, I moved up from Arizona. I didn't know the gun laws, so we sold our guns. I'm coming up to live in Washington State, and here you go. You want to have it? I'm like, sure.
Could they have moved there and been fine? Probably, right?
Yeah. Well, he didn't know about it, and they were moving, so he sold them. And then I guess that he said that you could always buy them back because they're Glocks. He had a Glock 19, a Glock 26.
He's like, yeah, well, one of them was a Fishkill one, and then one was like an older.
One was diamond plated,
Yeah, diamond plated. One was an FDE from like Lipsy's, the FDE. The slide was FDE.
Yeah. One of them was signed by Gas and Glock itself, but I sold it for.
I had that, dude. I had that. I can't believe I sold that shit.
I sold it for $250.
I played myself with that. I had a Glock 17 20th anniversary edition. It had the Gas and Glock signature on the slide, like laser etched. And I was like, man, I don't know what the fuck. I got rid of that. I don't know. I wasn't such a big fan of the 17, like how big it was.
Yeah.
At first, and even now, it's kind of like my hands aren't.
I like it, but then again, I have big hands too.
Yeah, if my hands were bigger, I'm sure that would be like my favorite fucking gun of all time.
But I say, don't you have like someone that has like a 003 like serial number or something like that of a gun? Like it doesn't like your friend's like dad or something like that, or?
A 00? Nah, not really. I know, like my stepfather has a SIG that's like so old. It's crazy.
I forget. Like I thought you said you had someone that had like a really low serial number gun.
I mean I have on Glocks.
Yeah.
I have a really old. I mean not really old, but like I have a Glock. My main Glock is like from 2003. That's like pretty old to me. But no, I don't have. I don't know. Well, 00, no. they're always like letters. So if yours go back to like AA00 whatever, then you know it's like, oh shit, Gen 1, original stuff.
Yep.
Shit, but trying to think what I was thinking about. Zero, yeah, no, maybe. I forgot.
You were
But
saying
I know, like,
it
for a
wasn't
while, I took all my Glocks, like, I had an NYG, I thought that was cool. And then, I had all these, I was like, oh shit, I'm gonna sell the newer ones and get the older guns, because I felt like the finish was
Can you
better.
imagine getting a Glock that has NWA?
Oh, dude, that would have been awesome. I'm sure they're out there. That's what's funny. I bet you
Like
there were.
NWA, like 666 or something ridiculous.
Yep. NYC. I'm sure somebody has NYC. Or like, I know I had NYG. I was like, oh, this is cool. It's like New York Giants, Yeah, I'm telling you, there's somebody out there with a WTF Glock. That's funny. Yeah, right now I still want a 17. I want to replace it. I had the 34. I was like, fuck it. I don't see any benefit over 34, like over the 17. Like, it's already kind of the grip is too big for me anyway. So to have that slide that much longer in the front, it's like totally not balanced right for me.
Mm-hmm. So, like, for the GSF matches, are there different like brackets for people, or is it just like adults? No,
that's what's cool. Like, I brought my girlfriend to the last one. There's a ladies shot side match. That's one category. There's a heavy metal, like, which is for 45 and 10 millimeter. So if you can shoot that, and what's awesome is not a lot of people shoot that. And then there's like subcompact, so you can shoot your Glock 26 against other people with Glock 26, 27s, and the subs. And then there's a amateur, I guess. Well, classes is like there's I think it's competition, amateur, civilian, and then they have a whole category for like people who are in the military and law enforcement. They're just basically giving you so many different options that if you brought enough guns or had enough money, you could sign up for every single division, unless you're not like law enforcement or military. Then you could. I think that's called Guardian. If you're in the Guardian division, that's like law enforcement and military. So they get to shoot together if they want. But they're not going to tell you, like, you can, if you have a Glock 19, you can shoot amateur division and civilian, like amateur, civilian, and then professional or something, like competition with that. But they say, like, the best gun to get to bring it to a one match, if you want to go to one match with one gun and shoot all the divisions you can, if you get a Glock 30, you can shoot subcompact, civilian, heavy metal, professional, competition. With one gun you can shoot like 4 divisions. And then each division you get a chance at winning a random gun.
That's pretty cool.
But I think like the secret to this GSSF is to try to shoot the division that has the least amount of people in it to increase your chances of winning the random gun. So, like when I brought my girlfriend last time, she shot the ladies' side match, and she won a gun because there was only like 20 people or 30 people in that.
Oh, that's pretty awesome. And what did she
get? They gave out 5 guns.
Oh,
so
really?
each division they give out like 5 to 6 guns.
You had a 20% chance to win something. That's pretty awesome.
Yeah, it was crazy, dude. I was like, holy shit.
What did she win? What gun did she pick out?
She picked. I made her just choose. I'm like, she doesn't have a Glock 26, so she got a Glock 26.
So she got she
could have got any gun that they made, but you have to pay a little bit if you want like a 45 or a long slide, or like the only one that was actually free was a 9mm or a 40, like Glock 19, Glock 26, 23s, 22s, 7, so.
Yeah, that's pretty cool.
She already has a 19, so she just was like, oh, let me get a 26. And then she was like, I kind of want that 380, And I was like, oh, don't do that because that's like the cheapest Glock. Like they're, that's like a $400 Glock.
Yeah, but $400 free Glock though.
Yeah, true. Actually, it's cheaper. It's really like I've seen those Glock 42s for like $390 or $380. $390.
Yeah, they're around $380. And then don't you guys already have the discount anyways, the free coupon? Or
Yeah, once a year. Like I'm good for once a year. I can get a discount.
Did you use it up already for this year?
I did. I got a 40.
That's pretty cool. I would totally get right now they have Glock police trade-in Glock 23s, right? 23s or 22s? I forget.
Oh, a J&G.
J&G for $329.
Yeah, that's crazy.
That's a super good deal. Like people complain that Glocks are too expensive, and yet they don't look at them price-wise.
Yeah, and then J&G, they'll hand pick for you for like $5.
And then they also have police trade-in M&P 40s.
Oh yeah, I've seen those at
$329 also.
I bet you they're Atlanta Police Department.
The girl from The Walking Dead died, so yeah, we gotta give her gun, right?
No, well, they had the M&P 40 here for like 5 years, and there's thousands of cops here. And then they switched to the Gen 4 22, like last year, so they dumped all their guns. So seriously, I don't know many.
Think about it. You get a Glock. Or I don't know. I'll stick with my Glocks, but you could get the M&P 40 and put it on your $300. Put it in your bug out bag. Come on now.
Oh fuck, they're awesome, dude. I mean, I've had a couple of them, but I see them brand new, like not police trade-ins, brand new for like $450. So sometimes when they're on sale, like Palmetto State, they're blowing them out. They're no longer like the same price as Glock. They're cheaper, like $40 cheaper.
Yeah.
So.
My uncle bought M&P 9. That would have been if I didn't go with a Glock, that would have been my second choice. M&P 9C or something like that.
Oh yeah. I'm like people who hate Glocks. I think the M&P 9C is the closest to like it's 12 shots, I think, and it's the closest size to like a Glock 19. Because that M&P full size, man, it's the same thing. When that grip it sticks out below my hand like a fucking samurai sword. My hands. It's too long. I don't need 17 round grip. I wish they made something like a 19, something in between. But I'll take the 12 round size grip. And get that extendo.
Extendos.
With the adapter.
Well, my mindset was I wanted to buy the XDM. The new, it just came out back in 2000. Was it 2010, right? It got voted best handgun in 2010. I wanted to get that and the OD green with the black slide because they came factory like that. Nowadays you can't find it. I still want one. You still there?
Are we off air?
No, we're live.
Oh. I was going to say, that XD, right? I've never seen any actual proof that it's happened. That like shit has gotten into the grip safety, like rocks and sand and stuff. But I was always paranoid about it because like people would say, oh, like on the forums back in the day, like, oh yeah, that sand could get in there and fuck your whole shit up. And I was like, oh yeah, that kind of put the seed in my brain of like doubt.
Your seed of doubt.
I guess it doesn't happen with 1911s. I never hear people talk about 1911s like sand and dirt can get in there and fuck up your 1911s.
But isn't it metal, right? Metal versus polymer. You know how people.
Yeah. Same principle, though.
Looking at it now, it totally reminds the Recover Tactical 1911, whatever. It reminds me of the XD frame. Does it not look like it?
Oh yeah. It kind of does remind me of like an XDM.
I got dissuaded to get this because my buddy was in the army. Get a Glock, and then he showed me the video of, I think, who was it? Someone that like buried a Glock 21 for like a year and dug it back up and then shot 500 rounds through it like flawlessly.
Oh yeah, the Glock
shit.
21, right, in the backyard.
In someone's backyard. I'm like, oh shit. And then he's all telling me about like how every time like he does like shooting, like he does whatever. He's a shooting instructor for like the U.S. Army Rangers or stuff like that, and he like knows his stuff. He's the one that would give me like free mags from like the Army. Every once in a while he'll come by and just like drop off 3 AR mags for me.
Were they Colt branded or no?
They're various branded. But some of them has like they say only used for military and law enforcement only, the roll marks, and they all have anti-tilt followers and stuff like that. It's pretty cool.
I've got one Colt mag with an anti-tilt follower in it. But the fucking mag is it feels so cheap, man. Like the Parker, it's like Parkerized gray or whatever.
Yeah, same here. Cheap.
I wonder.
Was it D&H from Palm Middle State Army? They're on sale for like $6.99 the other day.
Oh yeah.
The black GI mags with the Magpul anti-tilt followers. I'm like, I bought mine for, what was it? I paid $10 more for mine. Mine was $7.99.
Remember in the height of the scare, I bought a C Products, I think it's called C. Yeah, but it's a steel mag. It's not aluminum. It was like it said like all steel. I guess it was painted like that. Anyway, man, I paid out the ass. I probably paid it for like $25, $30 for that fucking mag.
Oh yeah.
And it's heavy too, so you could definitely. Mm-hmm. It's more like an AK mag.
I bought right before the scare happened. I remember it was fall quarter for classes. Apparently, one of my classmates was like was an ex-military, ex-army, and then I was looking at like gun parts for I was looking for gun parts for my Yankee Hill. It's like, oh, don't get one of those. They're a waste of money. I'm like, what? Really? It's like, yeah, they're bad for you. I'm like, oh shit, I already got one, and DB dropped. But I always have my tail where I bought 6 mags for $15 and a mag carrier.
That's funny. My fucking phone cracked out on me.
No worries. I was telling the story about where I paid right before the whole election started. Well, it was during this time, but I bought 6 mags for $15, and I got a mag carrier from a ex-army. So
let's see. My mags Paying $25 for PMags, $30 for PMags. It's pretty good. Pretty good deal.
Yeah, I paid during back on when eBay would still sell 30-round mags. I bought what was it? I paid, was it $75 for 3 Troy Battle mags?
Yeah, better, shit. Everything I bought at that time that was crazy, like priced, I would just say, hey, man, like I guess when they didn't get what they wanted, I just was like, you know what? At that point in my life, I didn't think I was ever gonna be able to buy these things.
Same here.
They could have been absolutely priceless. $25 for a PMag doesn't sound too bad. Like if you're facing never buying one ever again.
If you're facing buying one for $75, or
or 150, or 200, because that's pretty much what it was in '94. People were saying that I met some old timers, people that were around in '94 that were buying mags and shit. They were saying, yeah, dude, you could easily trade like a mag for a gun. At some point, like I'll trade you that PMag. Imagine saying that to somebody, like I'll trade you 2 PMags for that Glock. That's kind of what was going on. Pretty scary.
Yeah. I need to get more AK mags. I need to get everything more.
Yeah, basically at this point, like if you have a shotgun, a couple of good handguns, a couple of good rifles, all you need is mags and ammo, right? I mean,
yeah. I have about 5,000 rounds of 223, but I only have like 800 rounds of
sweet.
7.62 by 39.
Yeah, I got a couple thousand 7.62 by 39.
Mm-hmm.
And I got
don't worry. I'm gonna buy me a pallet of Freedom munition. Spend 16 grand.
Dude. Hell fucking no, dude. Hell no. But I'll tell you though. I mean, how much do you need in your stash? Like you should. I mean, I know some people are like, oh, you need an unlimited amount of stash, but you definitely need to be I need to be shooting more personally. So if I had 3,000 rounds of 5.56, that means I'm not shooting enough.
Yeah.
Or 9mm. Like.
Again, I have them. I have that much rounds, but I kind of want to save up, for like. There he goes out again. What up again?
Yeah. This phone sucks, dude. If you have an iPhone, stick with it.
I had the Samsung Galaxy S4, and I loved that thing until I broke it. I fell on the ground and ate concrete. But I was to say, I have that much rounds because I'm trying to save up. Well, I really don't need to save up anymore, but I want to go take a Graham Tactical course pretty soon.
Yeah, nice.
So I want to do that probably later in the year or next year.
His class is pretty pricey, right? Like $800 or something.
I think it's like $750 for a 3-day pistol and carbine course.
Oh, 3 days isn't bad.
Go check. But yeah, I think I'm gonna do that next year.
That's not bad, yeah. Well, he seems cool as shit, dude. Like,
dude, when he was like, "This is the ring. This is my family seal." Blah 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 blah. And like, this is a pen that I signed myself.
Or even when he was showing when he was teaching showing the students like shooting under the car and stuff. Yeah, it was like way cool, man. Like, oh man,
well, I
want to take that class. I wish he traveled more.
I don't want to be like super like. I don't want to go join like a contractor class where you're like shooting through like car windows and stuff. It'd be cool, but I just want the basic.
Me neither. I agree with you. But that would be cool to shoot, from the side under a car. Stuff that you can't do at the range, or like places like you go outdoor ranges, they won't let you do stuff like that. I think that's a good part of those classes because you get to these stuff you might not be able to do again unless you have like private property.
Yeah.
But like, dude, yeah, most of this fucking, I want to get totally robotized. Like, I want to get brainwashed into manipulation, where it's just like, in 3 days, they'll have you operating that fucking rifle like on autopilot. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So if you had a malfunction or something, mag changes, malfunction clearing, all that shit will just be like autopilot. Even after 3 days, if you keep practicing with stuff, you know.
They have. I misspoke. So a 3-day pistol and carbine combatives for $650, and that's an Oak Harbor. So that's about two hours away from me. So that's pretty cool.
That's not so bad. I think when I saw the price, I was like, oh, it's a little high, but I didn't know it was 3 days.
Yeah. I gotta check. Because I think that's during the same day of the Glock shooting sports.
Yeah, he seems really cool. Like, not a fucking total jackass.
Yeah, that's during...
The students there seem pretty decent, too, so when I watch the videos, everyone there seems pretty cool.
That's during the same time as the shooting sports, the Glock shooting sports in Washington.
You notice he shoots a 1911 when he goes to his handguns? And he's got some other... I mean, he's got some, like, hardcore classes, like... cars, like shooting in and out of cars and stuff.
There was a vehicle operations, offensive vehicle operations.
Yeah.
I think it's cool.
Oh, dude, yeah, that's fucking awesome. I just noticed in that video he was using a 1911. But they're shooting through windshields. They're getting out of the car and shooting.
I forget which one was it. Was it tactical response where like they were throwing like fireworks at you and like all that stuff?
I think that is the contractor's class.
Yeah,
like, that's the hardcore.
That was pretty cool. I was watching it off of Mil-Spec Monkey, and the guy does like the AK mag change like flawlessly, like just smacks it out and then hooks it in again. I'm like, oh shit.
Yeah, I've watched one of those. One of the videos from Tactical Response's channel where they're talking to the students, and one kid was like a 19-year-old college student, like he was like totally not going overseas for contracting class or anything like that. He just was, one of these kids who got totally hooked and addicted into training, you know. But he was like, this was like the best weekend of my life. And I can imagine, man. I mean, I don't even know if I could deal with it, like deal with the stress and the just the whole fucking physicality of it. I might just fucking break my back, pass out. Be like, oh, someone needs CPR. The next class I want to take from them is the medic class, because it's like, man, that shit is, who knows, man? That's
well,
cool.
I've been watching their Minuteman videos where they show you like their gear and stuff. It's like, here's another here's another, what's it called? Tourniquet. Here's another tourniquet. Here's my tourniquet.
I'm laughing. It's not funny, but dude, yeah, like that dude Reed has a fucking tourniquet in his wallet. Like, props to you, dude.
Like,
that's awesome. But
here's my admin tabs for all my first aid. Like,
I mean, honestly, so some of those guys, man, like the only first aid that they do have is like a fucking tourniquet. But we shouldn't forget, if you're wearing a fucking belt, that can be used as a tourniquet. But especially these fucking trainer belts, that you just keep going. So I don't know, but yeah, that's hardcore, man. And especially when you take one of their classes, you'll think about it. Like, I think for like, what's sad is like for maybe like the first 2 weeks of when I got after that class, I was thinking about carrying a tourniquet. I was gonna, man, yeah, that's a good idea, because they put you in scenarios where it's like, yeah, it's either that or you're gonna die. So if you get shot in the leg, it'd be nice to have one. So they do make those like little tiny ones. But shit, I just remember like talking to my mom. She's a nurse, and she was like, "Oh, you have your belt. You could always use your belt as a last thing. And then even if a gun or a magazine or something to get some pressure on there, just put it in there and then just use your belt." But yeah, anyway. These guys are hardcore, but that tactical medical class is like, there's other shit that they're not teaching you. You know? Even in nursing school, they don't teach you that type of shit because of liability. They'll pop a hole in someone's chest with that needle. And I want to do that. I definitely want to do like a rifle class. I never did a rifle class, so that's my next thing. Probably do that, and then I'll be done for a while. Take a rifle class, burn up all that AK. There's no way I'm doing a fucking 5.56. Yeah, I'm not doing it. Costs way too much. So.
Well, you get steel case.
I'm not going to do that.
Do you run steel case or no?
Yeah, I don't do that. I'm not going to do it. I already have all my ammo for the class that I bought, so I'm ready. My ammo is ready for a class, you know. So, and I think I have enough mags. Like I have like 25 mags or something. I think that's fine for now, because that's all I can afford. If I could afford more, shit, yeah, I'll buy more. I think that'll be fine for a class. Bring like 20 loaded mags or something.
Yeah, I'd bring 20 loaded mags and keep, what's hit. Because we were talking about this.
Yeah, remember there was like someone who was in here took a class, said he felt so bad for certain people who would show up to a rifle class with like 4 mags, 3 mags. Like, what the fuck, dude?
Like, who was it? I was talking to a good guy, and I was telling him, he was talking, like, I'm going to get, like, we were talking about the Lola, Maglula, whatever, the Lola mag loader for the AK, and how I had one, and I love it. And then he's like, yeah, I'm going to totally bring this to my next engineering class. I'm like, well, you already been there. Like, you already know, like, hey, you should go in there and have your mags loaded. It's like, well, we do different exercises that, they make you download or whatever. I'm like, well, you're going to shoot an excess of certain amount, right? So might as well show up with, like, 25 mags preloaded and have another 10 mags that you don't have loaded, and then you can use that. Because think about how much time
they'll be like, they'll do like shoot 3 in the 3, shoot 4 in the 5 or whatever. They'll make you shoot the target, and then they'll be like, and then do a mag change. So then, but the one exercise you'll wind up like 4 mags that have bullets in it, but it's not fully loaded. You won't even have any idea how many rounds are in it.
But I was saying that because we remember when we got super excited. The whole entire gun chat community was like so happy that good guy, and then we were like asking like G-Webs like, what are some tips you should tell good guy so he could get whatever. And like good guy's like, well, and then G-Webs was like, well, you should try to have your mags loaded already, because then you could talk to other network or other shooters, or talk to the instructor, get more information, because you are. During those time when you're loading mags, they kind of want you to intermingle and stuff like that, break the ice. But apparently, because when Gio wants to watch good guys,
I don't know how many. He probably didn't have enough mags back. Like he probably didn't have. Yeah, that was like pretty early. Yeah. I think he just got rid of his mini, But yeah, I know what you mean, dude. Like, and the other tip that G-Web said that he told me was like, dump all your fucking 50-round boxes of if you're taking a pistol class. Like, dump all that into a bigger box, because
just like an ammo can.
It takes way more time to like use those little tiny boxes. I think I brought 10 mags with me, and it still was loading mags all the time. You know what I mean?
So if I was to go to do a course, I would have my stuff all like preloaded, and then have extra mags that aren't loaded. So like say like they're like, load these magazines to 17 rounds or something. You know what I mean? Like or load these rounds until I say stop. So, like they know when to do whatever clear or malfunction.
It'll definitely help. Yeah, it'll definitely help. Because like if you took a rifle class and you had 4 mags on like on a belt or something, that's probably the most you'd have on the line while you're shooting. So then when it would be like, all right, guys, good job. Now go back and load your mags or whatever. You'd basically just throw those 4 mags on the floor, grab 4 loaded ones, right? And then go and like talk to people, try to get some more information from instructors, listen to people and stuff. Yeah, but then eventually you would run out. Even if you had 20 mags, eventually you'd be sitting there loading mags with the rest of them.
Good thing I'm gonna show up there with 100-round mags. 100 mags loaded.
Yeah, like drums, like 100.
Yeah.
50, I'm gonna show up with 50 100-round drums, motherfucker.
Good thing I'm gonna be the guy off of freaking Predator with the freaking minigun. With the
I like the guy on
chain link.
That's the guy on Gun Channels who just bought. I think it was
Jeremy.
100 mags from SGM. Yeah, dude, that's what's up. You show up to a fucking class with 100 loaded fucking mags, dude.
Like 150 loaded mags.
Yeah, not one of them's a Tapco. They're all fucking quality, right? Yeah, awesome.
All East European.
All awesome mags, ready to go.
He's like,
that's how you do it.
Yeah. And then like he'll have like his LBE. He's like, homie don't play no games.
Honestly, he's the smartest in terms of like gun channels. It's the smartest person on gun channels. Is that guy?
I don't know.
He'll never have to buy a fucking mag again, basically. You know?
Lonnie's pretty good. I think Lonnie's pretty cool.
Oh hell yeah, Lonnie's cool as shit. But
Lonnie has 200 P mags.
Oh, he does.
I forgot. He has 200 P mags. Come on now.
Okay, yeah.
I wouldn't even know where to call the mag. Like that's like
smart as shit.
Yes, 200
That's
P-Mags.
my goal. You know what? I should buy 2 P-Mags a week. I can afford that, I think. Maybe, or just
do it.
Buy 2 mags a week, and then the next year I'll have 100 mags. Because right now I only have.
That's my goal. My goal is to get right now. I'm right around 60 mags. But I want to get 100 mags. 100 AR. I need more than 100 AR mags. I need a lot more. But I want to get at least 100 AK mags. So I think I would pretty much buy. After these bills are paid, I'm gonna buy 10 more mags from SG Ammo. And it's crazy because they only have like 30 more lots of the 10-round mags.
Oh shit!
So like they're gonna run out pretty soon. Because we were talking about this, like, oh, that's only 30 people from Gun Channels buying this. So I'm like, don't forget.
So you can buy the 10 packs. They're 10 packs or they're 100
10 packs. Okay, so you can buy them individually for $8.99, and then you buy a 10-pack. It drops it down to $1 down, so it's $7.99. And if you were to buy a 75-round pack, it's $6.99 per mag.
I gotta buy a 10-pack right now. Okay, so what's fucked up is that I don't like the inconsistency. Like some people get like some awesome shit, and then I'll get the rusted. Fucking
I got one rusted one, and then apparently White Chris from Portland was pretty. He had his no rust at all. But mine was just all cosmetics.
Okay.
I'm running out of room to put my mags because I'm like, should I put this in my gun safe? Oh man, my gun safe is getting filled up with ammo and like they're like, this gun safe is 14 guns.
I'm like, damn, I don't know. I know it's like quantity over. I don't want quantity over quality. So like, like what, $80 for like 10 mags, or I could get 3 Circle 10 Bulgarian waffle mags for like that.
Well, these are quality mags too, so they're not like untested Korean, freaking pop metal. Metal magazine. These are freaking. Don't make me go all G-Webs on you and make you.
No. He already schooled me. I know what you're talking about.
He schooled everyone. He was like, "Come on, guys."
For real. But when I ordered from, I didn't order for SG Ammo.
There's only 18 more. There's only 18 more lots of the 10-round packs.
I ordered 10 from. I don't even think I could afford 10. I ordered like 7 from AIM Surplus, and I think I had to send back 2 of them. I had to send because like one of them had a dent so bad in the mag that the follower wouldn't go past it, like maybe like 10 rounds. So like it wouldn't work. So I sent that back. They refunded my money. And I got another one, and then and one of them, I think I only had to send out of 7. I only had to send 1 back. That's not so bad,
Yeah, they only have. It looks like they only have. Let me see.
I know Stone Guy. I told Stone Guy get them, and he ordered them too, and those were just as good.
I gotta order some more.
I get paid on Saturday.
Oh, what the hell? What such a weird day.
Fucked up, man.
All
I keep doing is like drooling over fucking bullshit I don't need. Like
same here.
Emerson.
This is stuff you need.
I want an Emerson folding knife. Like that's the last thing in my life I need.
I don't know.
Emerson. Okay, dude, I don't need one Emerson, dude. That's for sure.
Fuck it. Charge it on my credit card.
I don't even need it. Like if that's the case, I should charge something else on my credit card. You know what I mean? Like, I'm gonna do a fucking. charge off. But yeah, I want that Emerson Commander, and the QC8. I've wanted one for years, but like
so yeah,
I was reading like
freaking
okay.
I'm not. I don't know.
No, mags are more important. And then when I start doing mag shit, I'm like, oh, you know, if I spend money on mags, I still don't have enough Glock mags. You know, like I only have maybe 30 or 40 mags, but I have tons of Glock.
The fun sticks right now at my local
I got 2 fun sticks.
My online retailer, my gun shop has an online site that's separate from the actual like physical location, the brick and mortar, and they have fun sticks for 10 of them for $250 for 10.
Are they KCI though?
No, factory Glock.
That's really good, man.
I'll link it to you right now. Can you imagine just you showing up to like a pistol class and just you have all extendos?
I fucking hate extendos.
Like you just have all extendos.
Dude, imagine using fucking extendos, drawing from a holster and reholstering like 1,000 times in an hour. You know what I mean? Like whatever.
Imagine you just have like, oh shoot, I got all extendos.
Shooting from concealment, like pulling your shirt up and drawing and doing that 1,000 times in like a day.
Like you have like a nunchuck, like you just have a nunchuck like for extendos, like a
dude, I'm dead ass serious. I think
you have a lanyard.
No, dude, I'm not. I'm thinking that extendos are a range hazard. You know what I mean? It's like a range hazard. Because what if it got caught on something, or you know, I don't know. They're not definitely not cool for
Start shooting sideways like a gangster, like your gun parallel to the ground.
No, there's something to be said though of putting a fucking 33 round mag in a Glock with a fucking flashlight and night sights, and just having that on your fucking nightstand and being like, yeah, this is the ultimate, and like, I'm ready for anything. I'm gonna go to bed. You know, if anything comes my way, I'm ready for it. But at that point, you know, hey, maybe you should have had a fucking AR or a shotgun if you're that fucking crazy, you know, paranoid.
Right here, you should have an AK with this right here.
I can't. I'm on my phone, dude. I don't see shit.
Oh yeah, I forget. Right here, you can just get one of the right here. New screen share.
Dude, I can't. There's never a time that I'm like, yeah, I'm gonna pull something out of the safe and be like, yeah, I'll put the AK right here. You know? I don't need that.
Right here. Get one of these.
Oh shit! That's one thing I always was like talking to G-Webs about. Are those the good ones? Yeah, those are the good ones.
I don't know.
I think they are. I think the Chinese are the good ones.
Chinese are the good one because then like you could I forget. Can't you just wind it up and then loosen up the spring so you don't?
Yeah. Yeah, I don't have a drum.
I need to get a drum.
I got 6 Bakelites. I'm pretty happy with that. Like
can you imagine like Can you imagine just you bringing this drum to a course and just?
Oh, dude, hell, that's super hillbilly, dude. Hillbilly supreme right there. Like, I'm here with my fucking Bubba AK, my Bubba mags. Fuck you gonna do, man? Looking like fucking. Wear nothing but like old camo.
A wife beater, like a wife beater.
Vintage camo and a white wife beater. That's
yeah, and then you gotta wear like an American Eagle bald like flag hat.
Oh shit, that'd be awesome.
You gotta have a dip in too.
I'm too much of a lame to even know how to fucking load a drum mag. Like I'd be sitting there like for 20 minutes trying to figure that out. I have to go to YouTube.
I'm like trying to say I was like, yeah, good thing I go to YouTube.
Is this SG Ammo? Man, they're fucking damn. That's where I order. I ordered a lot of my ammo from them the last 5 years.
SG Ammo, man. Good for every purchase we spend there. G-Web's get a cut. Just kidding.
Oh, word?
No.
Oh.
I was kidding. I was kidding with that. He's like, man, I should. Because last week.
Oh no, because if he had a link on his page, if he had a link or something, like
man,
on
they
it,
would totally.
yeah,
They'll be like
they
sold
do
out.
that shit.
I'm gonna say right here. Last time we were talking about this, there were only like 33 lots left. Now there's 18. Mm-hmm. So within the last like 3 weeks, like not 3 weeks, 3 days or so, half of it's been gone.
It kind of bugs me out that like the pictures of them, they seem really light gray, and
They vary. The one I got was super glued. Remember I showed you where like you can see your reflection on it.
This is Yugo bolt. The Yugo bolt hold opens are gray.
The Yugo bolt holds are right here. They're like cake. Remember the caramel? It looked like seriously. Look how greased up that was. That's how my magazine came in from the one I got.
Yeah, I don't like that.
And I had to get I had to go buy degreaser, and I wasn't sure the degreaser like stripped away the bluing, so I couldn't tell. Like, you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
So I wasn't sure, like, because I couldn't really tell the finish of it beforehand because it was caked in with that freaking Twix caramel, freaking cosmoline. Like it was
it's like a Milky Way bar.
It was like beeswax. You know, beeswax. It's that bad.
That's fucking. So you bought a 10-pack or no?
I bought a 10-pack, but then I also got I remember I got my gun, my underfolder.
Mm-hmm.
So I had one Yugo and one Tapco with my
This is the other thing. It says like they could be Romanian, East German, Hungarian, Bulgarian, Russian, Polish. They don't know. Like overall great quality.
Overall great quality. It's super good. I feel like it was really good. And
it says use good, very good, excellent, like new. So you don't know what you're gonna get with the 7.
For me, I got mine. I would say use excellent because some of them had like they were inserted, but they weren't like hard use at all. So like some of them were like brand new that weren't used because you could see a bit scrapes with like the Magwell or the
So I need to buy this shit, man. So you think you'll have them? You'll think they'll have 10-packs by Saturday? So quantity 18. So what did you say?
Let's stop talking about this. No one else buys it.
Yeah, right. There's no one watching this shit anyway. But so quantity is stock is 18. You said it was how many last week?
It was not even last week. It was like, well, I guess last week, but there was like 30 something.
Okay. So there might be.
We were talking about like Gio was like yeah, this is even 30 people. So if 30 people buy this, but then again they have, if you look at it, they have I don't know where they get the numbers at, but apparently they have 77 loose magazines, and I guess you could buy 10 at a time and you get the same price. If you look right here, they have 77 magazines at this lot.
Oh yeah, okay, so that's what is that, $1 more each?
But then again, you know how it's like a fixed pricing, so if you buy 10 or more, you drop down to the regular price of a 10-pack lot.
So it's like $1. It's $1 cheaper mag.
Yeah. Well, if you were to buy, like, say if you wanted to, I can't afford 10 right now. Let me buy 5. It's gonna be $8.95.
That's what I was gonna do until I realized the fucking shipping is still $12. You know what I mean?
It's flat rate. Like it's only $11, $12. Because my total package cost me was it $91? It was me. Who else bought it? Me, Chris, July, and then Jeremy bought from here. And then I guess apparently Stone Guy.
Oh, he bought some of these too?
Did you say Stone Guy bought some?
Great. He bought from AIM. Well,
Chris. I'm talking about White Chris. I'm talking about Portland Chris. VFR Street Fighter.
Oh yeah, he bought it. He bought from here.
He bought from here. We bought from here. Because I bought mine and then he got his afterwards, and then Jeremy had his. I
need to buy like 10 of these shits, but I might just buy 5 on Saturday or something. We'll see what they got left. I'm not. You know, I don't want to buy 10 and then it'll be like, oh well, you guys got the top of the barrel and I'm getting the fucking literally the bottom of the barrel.
Yeah. Like the cream of the crop.
Yeah, exactly. Whoever bought first probably got the cream of the crop, I guess. I don't know. Maybe it doesn't matter. Maybe they just keep opening up boxes and they're not really hand-picking this shit out. But I love this site, man. I'm about to go see if they have any ammo. They have those 50-round boxes of the good stuff for cheap. Ding, ding. You still here?
Sorry, my bad. I went to go look for my. Sorry, my bad. I went to go look for my magazine. So here's my worst one out of the lot I got, and all it is you see the rested.
Oh yeah, on the okay.
But again, you know, the magazine loads up pretty fine. It's free moving. There's no jam to it.
Yeah, you cleaned it. You took it apart and cleaned it.
I haven't cleaned it yet. Have not.
But you know the follower goes all the way to the bottom.
I loaded it up.
Okay, cool.
And then right here,
the only thing.
There's that one. That was the worst out of the group. So that one I would give a rating out of, what is it, 7 out of 10?
Yeah, okay.
7 out of 10. And then this one's the next worst one, and all it is just, looks like it's been used.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind that. I don't mind that at all. How's the follower look?
Again, all good. But they're pretty dry. There's no Cosmoline on the exterior at all. Like, they're no cleaning.
How do the springs look? No rust, no...
Dude, I haven't really looked at it. I thought they looked good.
Yeah. No, yeah, I'm sure they are, dude. Like, the only reason I took the other ones apart from AIM was they had Cosmoline. Very little bit. They had a tiny bit, but they had it. And one of the springs is rusted, man. Like all rust.
I'll be right back.
Mm-hmm.
So here's one. I just pulled one out just now. It took me a little longer. But look.
It looks black. Oh yeah. That looks good. You don't see any like rust spots. It looks all black.
No rust spots at all. It looks a little. I don't know. Is this meant to be like that? It looks a little crooked to me.
No, that's fine.
That's fine.
That looks fine to me. Yeah.
Yeah. They're nice, dude. They're cheaper than freaking Tapco mags right now, dude.
Oh yeah, hell yeah. I would never fuck with that. That would be.
I'm not gonna lie, I didn't know, and I like them because again, I had a Wasser 10, so you know what I mean. So I didn't know.
Oh no, because I could go to CD&N and order the steel mags that are brand new in the plastic with the Cosmoline, or it's like oil, and it says made in Bulgaria.
The wrapping paper meat?
Well, no, it's like just a clear plastic bag, and it's full of oil in the clear plastic bag, and it's sealed, like vacuum sealed, and it says made in Bulgaria. And they're Bulgarian steel mags, but they're not really surplus. They're made for consumers, but they're way better than like the real bad steel mags, like the cheap Chinese crap. At a gun show, you're like $7 or whatever. These are like $14, but they're still.
Yeah. The Chinese
I'd rather have them.
The Korean ones are bad.
Oh, those made in Korean ones. They feel like a soda can.
Pot metal.
And I still see those for like $15, $10.
Yeah, and then like at Century, or not Century, but Classic Firearms, it's like $6.99.
Yeah, I'm not having that either.
Oh fuck.
No need for that.
Yeah, they're I would totally recommend you getting these.
Yeah, I'm gonna get them. If they're still there Saturday, I'm definitely gonna get them. You know, for sure. I'm just not sure if I'm gonna get 5 or 10. You know, that's just the only question.
I'm not sure I'm gonna eat for a week or not.
Oh, dude, that's fine. I mean, like, I have those Bakelites, dude. I got 6 Bakelites. I feel like I'm a millionaire. Like, I know right now I could go sell them.
He's like, oh, good thing. I just bought a 24-pack of ramen, instant ramen, for $3.
Dude, fuck that. You can go get like some rice, go like some eggs, and just like fry some eggs and put them over some rice, dude. That's what I've been doing.
Some Spam.
God, I ain't doing that. I lost like 14 pounds in a month. Just like going, no more. I haven't had bread, like, at all. Like, no bread, no ice cream, no dairy stuff. Drinking my coffee black and stuff. Pretty cool. But, like, when I'm trying to just eat, like, a protein and a whole grain, you know, and, like, having a balanced meal instead of just straight fucking cheese and bread and pizza. But no, ramen's like you can eat for. I guess you really can eat any cheaper than that. If you like fucking ramen's like $1, you know what I mean? $2.
The big cup noodles are like $1.
Well, I don't know. You gotta get some eggs. 2 fried eggs would be about $2, right? $1.
Yeah, a dozen's like $3, right?
Yeah, so
like two,
that's what I need.
like $2.69 or something like that.
Yeah, so. Yeah, I'm on some fancy shit. I've been buying like organic eggs. I don't know. I've been buying like $4 packs of fucking eggs. Shit, man. Man, it's kind of early. Well, I guess it's getting late now. But when we jumped on, it was super early.
Mhm. It was like 3 minutes in. It was like 3 minutes, 3 hours into the chat. So. It was like 3:27 or something like that, and I was like, "Oh man!" I'm like, "Oh, why is it on this screen?" And I realized it was actually going. Just everyone just left.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it was like midnight when it's like 1 o'clock or something.
Yeah.
Nah, son.
But there are some mags like this one right here. I feel like it. If you look at this one, I don't know if it's just a bad like paint job, but it feels like like the Rhino liner.
Mm-hmm.
Like this one's like super grippy. Like,
yeah.
It's like
I don't know what they're doing. See that they're gonna tell you that each one of those is from a different country. Do you see any markings on the rib?
I don't see any markings on the rib.
Or on the top, like near the locking lugs and stuff.
Mm.
Or on the bottom of the bottom mag plate, the bottom. Because mine had like little half circles and shit on the rib. Any kind of marking you find, if you see it, they all mean something, you know.
Mm-hmm. Mine don't have like this one. Like, this one's like clearly unused, unmarked. I mean, but it feels like this one's like Teflon. Like it's like Rhino liner. You know what I mean? It feels compared to this one, which is like all smooth. You know, like again, no markings on it at all.
It's amazing how tough those things are.
And I have my instant check if the follower's working.
There you go.
With a chopstick.
That'll work. Unlike mine, like those two they wouldn't even go down more than like fucking 6 rounds. It's all good though. Yeah, I'm definitely gonna buy them, man. So if I'll definitely either do a video or jump in one of these fucking chats and be like, "You fucker, look at these fucking piece of shit mags, man. I want my money back."
I thought it was pretty cool how G was like, "Yeah, these made the countries that we were fighting go bankrupt. Like, why won't you want one of these?" I'm like, "Oh shit, I never thought of that way."
That's a good way to look at it. I just kind of look at like these are fucking mags that are gonna last like forever. Like, fucking unlike some other shit we got. These guns last forever, dude. Like it's crazy. I can't. So that guy like Verwappenblog, he did like the ammo test, Glock Group put on gun sales, and it was like 6,000 rounds of fucking whatever. Like, there's no rifling left in the barrel. There's no way that AKs are like that. Like, I don't know if it's the way those barrels were made or whatever, but they're way more fucking durable than 6,000 rounds.
Mm-hmm.
Motherfuckers that are in Africa right now is shooting like 30-year-old AKs and getting hits, I guess.
I think they're older than 30 years old. Like my Romanian Wasser was made in 1980, the parts kit itself, so that's already 30 years old.
Wow.
34 years old, right? Yeah, 34 years
I don't know
old.
what it is. Like AR barrels, or maybe it's the velocity. I don't know. Like if it's because it's higher velocity. I guess, like, I don't know. Like why AKs last longer. The barrels, I mean. No idea. Maybe they don't. Maybe it's just a myth. Trying to cop one of these fucking Emerson knives, man, before I fucking go bankrupt. Yeah, I got a lot of Benchmades and fire codes and stuff. I sold the Benchmade mini Griptilian on eBay.
Oh yeah. You saw that Nexus yet?
Oh yeah, that shit is gone. Sold that shit for like $80, $85.
Yeah.
It was cool, but I don't really need it. I never used it. And now they have the Gen 2, so I don't need that shit.
I'm having problems with this one right here. I don't know. This one won't go in. Shit.
No.
This one has a little dent right here.
So how far does it go down?
About, I would say, I don't know, like right here.
Yeah. So you can try to knock that dent out. There was no way I could knock the dent out on mine. I had to send it back.
I'm trying to check and see if it was like anything impeding it or like.
It wasn't even a dent. The whole mag was like it was like a fucking tank rolled over it, so it was on a tilt, like a slant.
Yeah, right where that dent's at is where it's stopping right here. See.
Mm-hmm. So yeah, you could probably knock that dent out and it'll work.
How would you do it?
That's a good point. If it's that deep down, like, it would be hard.
Hey, luckily I have my 10-round magazine for California, right?
Like a stick, like maybe like a wooden dowel or something. Stick it in there and start poking at it and try to pop it out.
It's too thick. I wouldn't be able to do that.
Yeah, I'm telling you, dude. Or you could contact them and tell them, I want my fucking money back.
Isn't it sold as is? Let me check real quick.
I don't know. I don't think so. Because if like they sold you a mag as is, like shit doesn't work at all. It goes down like two rounds and it's a 2-round mag. I want my money back.
Okay, listing is purchased 10 mags at once. These are used Eastern. Blah, blah.
Dude, I doubt they're gonna say as is. Or maybe.
I forget, one of the sites where they were buying like surplus mags was like sold as is. Forget where it was. So yeah, I'll see if I call them up and see how it works.
Yeah, I mean you could try if you can't do it. I'll just fucking send it back. They'll just send you another one. You know how many they probably had thousands and thousands of these fuckers, man.
Mm-hmm.
They don't care. I'm sure a lot of them didn't work. Yeah. Well, shit, I'm about to jet. I'll see you guys. Talk to you tomorrow. Maybe someone's after chat or something.
For sure. Yeah, just join the after chat. Don't join the regular chat.
Nah, well, I don't get home early enough sometimes, and then I know what's Monday, right? So I don't know who the fuck is Monday. I know Monday was like Walking Dead chat, right?
Yeah, and you see.
Oh, it's shown, guys. Maybe I'll try to.
I think maybe Chris wants, because Chris is now going to work Monday, Tuesdays, days off.
Oh yeah, that'd be cool.
Trying to see if he gets another time slot. Because I don't know.
Definitely cool. Yeah, see if we can get some after chats going, man.
Mm-hmm.
Hopefully, hook up with Digital Profit or something.
Mm-hmm.
Try to keep these chats going later, so for the West Coasters and the cats like me just fucking go to sleep mad late. All right, I'll talk to you later.
See you. Checking all these mags. Checking all these mags. See anyone in the chat? Anyone in the chat? Ooh. Someone join in our chat so I can talk to someone. Good. This Rhino liner mag is pretty thick, though. If it's the cheap Korean one, it's pretty thick. It's not. I have weak arms anyways. So, but it's like super, like, I don't know if you can see the texture on it. See how like it's like Rhino liner. It's not like regular straight up bluing, like, you know what I mean? We can see the gloss finish on it. Sorry. It's straight up like Rhino liner. It's like, need to sand something down. No one's gonna join. Just leave me all alone. All by myself. Yeah, this one's, I'm gonna call this one the Rhino liner. This one's super, super. Can you just hear that? That's just. And this one's the glossy freaking, what's it? Mirror finish one. Fucking, the blue is like pristine on this motherfucker. The grill paint ones. I know what you're talking about. I just not realized it. Like the Yugo, if you look at the bottom of the Yugos, you know, like this little, there's ridges right here, 2 ridges. Well, on the other ones, there's they extend to the secondary right here where the tip's at, the projectile's at, right here. These ones don't have it compared to these ones right here. So See where they extend out here? So that one might be a tell where they're made. And also, there's a third line right here, a bottom one. There's third, and this one does not. This is a Yugo one, bolt hold open. This is the Rhino line. So, I feel weird. I'm on the spot. Fuck. Why is everyone else? Come on now, it's Sunday. Screw Mondays. Let's go look at prices of AKs. Turn off the camera. Creeper. Mm-mm-mm. So right now, J&G has a sale on 1,000 rounds of Wolf 763 by 39 hollow points for $100. Post it in the external. I think that's a good deal. I wonder how much shipping is. They also have special. Well, guys, I'm gonna head off too. See ya tomorrow. Peace.
Who left already? Ah, they suck.
Is anybody listening? Anybody here?
You cut out. Are you there?
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
So I take it went well.
Yeah, it took a little while. We had a fuse out underneath the dash that was freaking, screwing with us for a while. Didn't know it was out. So it's like, what else can this be? Trying to get the compressor to turn on after everything was good to go.
Oh, okay.
And then
usually when
that fuse.
usually I guess I forgot to tell you that if usually when the clutch goes out, it'll surge the.
Oh, okay, good. I'm glad because I was kind of concerned that I was like, man, is this a coincidence or did that douche throw a bad fuse in here on me or something? Just I didn't want to think bad, but obviously my mind's gonna wander when I'm trying to figure out what the fuck is wrong with this car.
No, it basically it's trying to run but it can't run, but it's trying to run but it can't, so it'll get too hot.
It was a little annoying because I don't know what's going on with this picture. It's wrong. It's upside down and backwards a little bit. But the AC is down there underneath where that wrench is pointing, so had to jack it up a little. And it turns out I have pussy jacks. I thought I had a decent jack and a good set of floor jacks, but I guess I haven't, or jack stands. But I guess I must have been divided up with an old roommate or something. He did have an old '72 Camaro that he was working on, so maybe we did. Trade out and let him take the good car stuff. But anyway, I had my car stuff in this one cabinet, and I went to go grab all my stuff, and I'm like, what are these little tiny baby jack stands? Damn it! So I don't like using jack stands at their full extension, obviously. So anyway, I couldn't get under there. Is what I'm getting at. I was kind of too pussy to go underneath of it because I wasn't confident in my jack stands and stuff. So anyway, I was kind of reaching up in there. And then all the Chiltons and everything are like, oh yeah, here, no problem. Here, you just take these 4 bolts out. Then they don't tell you that you have to go through this crazy operation game type of thing of getting the damn thing out of where it was without taking half the rest of the car apart. But
yeah,
that was probably that was really the only bad part about it. And everything's filthy down there, of course. But as far as things go, knock on wood, flawless. I mean, it was definitely. I was telling my friend that I had done AC work for years, but everything I've ever done, you have to get out the torches and start soldering and welding pipes together, and it was always systems. It was always either machines or systems that I was fixing, breaking, the lines would break. But in a car, I didn't realize it's a bunch of O-rings and freaking clips.
Oh yeah, clippy
clips. Yeah, it was super simple. So basically, long story short, $400 worth of parts. Well, $300 worth of parts, and then a $100 compressor from Harbor Freight because I didn't feel like renting one. I kind of want a vacuum pump anyway for some other stuff. So $400, and I got a vacuum pump out of it. That's everything. So I was pretty impressed. It ended up taking us a while, but my friend didn't get over here till his wife would let him leave, kind of thing. And then took it apart pretty quick. It turned out when we went to check it, it had definitely kicked the crap out of it and lost all its gas. So it was empty, so I didn't have to worry about reclaiming anything. And then took it apart and looked, and no obvious issues, right? Until I got to that little thing with the screen on it.
Right.
And I pulled that out, and I'm like, what the hell? And it was wood pulp in there. Or maybe a rubber band that got blasted through all the heat and extreme pressure or something. But it wasn't metal for sure. There was metal in there, but the kind the Chiltons kind, or maybe something online told me any car can get metal, so don't be too concerned about metal. Just be concerned about a lot of metal. So there was a little bit of metal, and then just this weird debris.
Paste stuff that you got to worry about. The paste-looking stuff.
Okay, so what is that? Where does that come from?
It's pieces of the pump.
Oh, it is. Okay, because I was thinking maybe somebody left a a cover or something on something, or.
And if it gets too hot, Viton O-rings are kind of orangish. They look odd as well when they break.
This was pencil shavings, except saturated with water, wood pulp. It was weird. It was a wood pulpy color, like pencil shavings color. And the consistency of if you would have taken pencil shavings and soaked them in water for a long time. So it's kind of weird. So anyway, that freaked us out a little.
It might have been water.
Oh, that's what water looks like?
So when you add it to that, yeah, it changes consistency and.
Okay, that could have been. I didn't think about a chemical reaction creating like a molecule or something.
I'm not sure. I'd have to see it.
I'll take a picture of it though and throw it away.
It could have been just shit in the lines.
That's what I figured. So at some point we're like, you know what?
We're everywhere.
Yeah, we're sticking cotton, what am I trying to say? Q-tips in everywhere, trying to see, and we couldn't find debris anywhere. Just to be safe, we backflushed the expansion chamber. Is that what's coming off of the dryer? I don't know, whatever that thing the dryer pokes into. We flushed that out just because that's where the bottom of that is where the filter screen thingy sits in.
Right.
Anyway, so then after that, it was just putting it together and then going back and getting our core charged and farting around. We forgot the little nozzle thing to fill it, and so an extra trip to the shop kind of thing, and then just let it sit on a vacuum for a long time, and it did great, and then filled it up with a little bit of problems because we couldn't get the thing to kick on. But once we got it to kick on, it just sucked down 3 bottles of stuff and
it should be
around a little bit.
I want to say 5.2 pounds.
Of stuff?
Yeah.
My Chilton's tells me, or whatever I found online tells me, 28 ounces, and I put in 26. So I figure, I can always add a little bit, but I don't want to put too much in either. The only thing that I guess...
If you hear it clicking a lot, like cycling, that means it's running low.
Yeah, that's what I kind of figured, is I'd be able to tell from symptoms if it was acting funny. The Chilton's tells you take out the compressor, pour out the liquid, and then if it's under 3, bring it back to 3. If it's over 5, only fill it to 5. And then that's how they give you, it's basically saying make it between 3 and 5 somewhere, right? Ounces of oil. And then it's like, and then the evaporator or the dryer, same thing. Pour the oil out, and then whatever you've got, add 2 ounces to it, and then you're good to go. So, of course, both of mine are empty. So I'm like, oh, fuck. So I knew the pump, like, all right, it wants between 3 and 5, and I know that the other one wants at least 2. So I know that my jar of 8 ounces here is probably good to go. So I might not have put enough oil in, so I guess I'll be watching for that. But at this point, shit, I don't care. I'll just pop the thing, add my oil if I need to. Or do you just add it with the fluid, or Arch 34 maybe now? Because that stuff all says it has oil in it. But anyway, that's the only thing I was a little, kind of seat my pants. I'm like, well, since I don't really have a gauge to go on, I just have to kind of guesstimate that. But it didn't seem like it was too worried either. So aside from that, though, like I say, we just had to figure out how to get the dang. We knew we had to jump it because it wasn't going to have any gas in it, so it wasn't going to want to run the compressor. So we had to jump it, but we're like, we're jumping it. What the hell? We're jumping it. We're doing it right. We're jumping it. And then finally, we read something online, and he's like, oh, let's check out the fuse inside. Sure enough, found the fuse, replaced it, bang. Everything was good to go, so.
Sweet.
Yeah, pretty stoked. I was mainly happy it went out there in the morning and pulled the belt off, and it started right up. So I was like, okay, good. I don't have to buy a battery, and it's basically telling me it is that compressor.
Hold on. I'm trying to... This laptop is awkward trying to look at it upside down.
Yeah, it's something so weird. I don't know. It'd be like if you were doing a handstand on the push bar or something to see it like that.
You know what? I got my phone. I could just push play and turn it upside down.
That's just the picture I took, so I knew how to put the belt back. My car doesn't have a sticker with the belt on it.
Oh, that's perfect, actually. I do that a lot when I'm taking shit apart.
Oh, dude, I started taking Polaroids back in the day of stuff. Like, I'd go do a job or whatever, and I'd be like, you know what, I'm going to start taking a Polaroid of stuff because, I didn't want this like this. Well, this is how it was when I got here. No, I didn't ever want that door there. Well, the door was there. Like, now I just take pictures. I started taking pictures, and I've been doing that for a long time. It's almost a habit. I like to take a picture before and after, and then a couple during just to, like this kind of stuff, just to kind of have visual notes. But pretty much knock on wood. I mean, I thought I was going to need a little tool to get the screen thing out, whatever that's called. Didn't. Just use long nose pliers. That worked fine.
Yeah, no, those come out easy.
And what else were they worried about? There was something else they said you need a tool for, and I didn't end up needing a tool. The little compression snappy clips or whatever the hell those things are called. That was worth the $5. Well, that was definitely worth a $5 tool at Harbor Freight. You know, that made that a lot easier. The only thing was they wanted like $100 deposit to rent a vacuum. So I was like, you know what? I definitely saved a lot of money here, so I'm just gonna go buy a dang vacuum.
How much was that?
That was 104, and then my friend gave me a 20% off coupon, so it was about $90 with tax.
Cool.
Yeah, and it's
it
seems
like
a good work
shop now.
Nah, I've got a bunch of
I'm just
projects.
teasing.
You take like 2-part epoxy, like clear epoxy, and then you like put a bunch of. I want to do it with multicam, but like denim or something. You just layer of epoxy, layer of multicam or denim or whatever, a layer of epoxy, a layer of cloth, a layer of epoxy. You make like a fiberglass, then you vacuum seal it and put it under a vacuum, and then let it dry, and it'll be like a micarta basically. Make grips out of it or handles or something.
Interesting.
I've done it before, but it ends up getting a little bit sloppy. If you can stick a book on it, that's how people on eBay do it, or on YouTube will do it. You just put like a book or something heavy on it, but obviously making a vacuum pulls out little bubbles and stuff out. At least I'm hoping that. So I figured the worst case scenario is I just turn around, sell it on Craigslist or eBay or something for $50, and somebody will buy it because it's saving them a couple of bucks.
There is a foam you need to put over the hole that will stop it from getting up in your lines. We used to, when I made sailboards when I was in high school, and he used a vacuum pump to keep the resin out of your management system. There's this it's like felt, like
like a cigarette filter or something, so it doesn't get in there.
It's like pillow material, only it's in thin rolls. That makes sense.
Yep, I know exactly what you're talking about. Kind of like stuff they fill a sleeping bag or line a sleeping bag with.
Exactly, except it's a thin layer. You usually put like 2 or 3 layers along the edges, so as it pulls the resin towards the vacuum, it doesn't actually make it in the hole. Let's see if I can screen share this. Oh, I need to separate that. Oh, damn it. Hangout, tools. Where is it? Screen share. They changed all the damn buttons.
Oh, they changed them here too? I noticed they changed YouTube the other day.
Yeah. Is it showing?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, if you see on the right side of that, there is 6 hoses, or 5 hoses, and that is a loom that those hoses are bonded together. It's on an automated side loader. Well, I had to replace that whole thing, and I wasn't sure where all the damn hoses went, because if you make them backwards, the controls will be backwards. So if you like go to open the claw, they will close, and you're like, oh shit, what'd I do? Kind of stuff.
Do you have these little tapes? I used to have a little roll of tapes, and it would be like one roll. It was like 10 little rolls of tapes, and one was like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 0.
Those don't stick very well to hydraulics.
Ah, okay. Okay. Maybe colored zip ties or something.
One of the guys, he got like a partial roll of telephone wire, this type that goes into like a business. They're like 30 different.
Yep, I know exactly what you mean. All those different color-coded little wires that are perfect for ID and stuff.
Yeah, he cuts it in 6-inch loops, and then he's got, color-coded for each side, little, like a blue with a white stripe and blue with a green stripe type shit.
Yeah, before I was born, my grandpa must have found a piece of that somewhere, because for my whole life, I've always had. He was the kind of guy that would spend the time to. My grandma would be watching TV. He would be taking that, I don't know, maybe 6-foot length of this cord he got with I don't know how many colors in there, but I don't know what it looked like when it was new. But I know that my whole life I've had just the single strands. He went and pulled every strand out and then rolled it up separate.
Oh, wow.
To have something to do, I guess, keep busy. But yeah, it's perfect. And yeah, for like just all kinds of stuff, that would be a great way to ID things too. They came up with a lot of cool ways. I mean, it's like red, red, white, and then there's red, 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 white. You know, there's all kinds of colors in there that none of them are the same.
Yeah. Dang it, where'd that page go? Dang it. I'm on my wife's laptop. She's got everything organized by backwards.
Were you on earlier? Did they have chats or anything?
We were watching a movie, and then, let's see, 8 p.m., then I started, when I logged in, it was just a general chat, and then about the time I was going to jump in, they all left, and then I quit paying attention for a while, and then essentially that email was like, oh crap, you might be online. So I jumped on.
You're in a different time zone though, huh? You're still over there?
+2.
Yeah.
I'm here till the 18th, I think. 25 days or something. I get, what is it, 15 days a year vacation, 4 floating holidays, 5 sick days, and I can carry over 15 days, which I did, so if I really wanted to, I could take a month and a half off. But my wife only gets like 4 weeks, so
you got a kind of job where you could do that, though? I mean, I've had jobs where I wouldn't dare take a month and a half off.
Oh, I just bid it out. We're allowed 1 person off per shift. There's 10 of us on our shift. They're not happy.
You mean you wouldn't come back and like, hey, this guy's way better than you, or like, we found out we don't need you?
It's a union job. They can't get rid of me unless I screw up.
Ah, okay.
I'm like 5th on the board, so I've only been there 12 years. But I still need 2 people to retire to make it to day shift. And one of them's my age, so might be a while. No, but it's basically I gotta do something pretty stupid to get canned. Like fail a piss test or start having, I'll inspect a truck and it, goes through stop signs and hits a school bus the next day type of thing. Which would be terrible, but
I hear you.
But every time I sign the line saying this truck is safe, it's my butt, so I kind of take pride in that. So I take it, Guru got the bugs worked out of the leaving one open, or?
Oh, we know how to do it. It's just that he was gone. He was traveling, so he couldn't do it from home or remotely. And my bandwidth here was taken up, so I couldn't. I mean, I could do it too. I just couldn't do it. They'd get mad at me.
Gotcha.
But
so you're capped at home, or
no? It's just that. Yeah, it's just that for whatever reason, I'm not capped. It's just that maybe they slow it down. They yelled at me last year when I first started doing it, just when I was chatting a lot. But what was happening is I would run one off the server pile there and then just run an extra computer. But then I would log on over here because I'm not going to stand over there, log on or be on that computer. So I would basically have 2 simultaneous connections for 8 hours. And they probably, I don't know. It's a system where it's, I don't need business, so I don't pay for business type of stuff, but they probably want me to or something. But that's just a totally different thing than what we're doing with the site lives on a server that, well, I don't know. I keep saying that we can't run a chat off that, but we just basically probably have to sit down and figure out how to do it.
I think you could, but it'd cost you. That's a steady bandwidth.
It is, but we're paying for that. We pay extra for gun channels to have the chat room thing. That when we're doing a live chat and we've got that chat room running, that runs on a separate server than gun channels because it's a streaming server or whatever they call it.
Gotcha.
And it's designed to do that because there's so many of these things happening nowadays that, just like porn or whatever, if there's somebody that wants it, they'll offer it to you. It's just that it's just not something that the company that we have the gun channels on offers, I guess, or I don't know. I forget now. It was months ago and we all set it up, but the company that does the chat stuff specifically only does that kind of streaming, whatever that's called. It's not really streaming. It's basically having a shit ton of server sessions open at one time. It's more of a resource thing than a bandwidth issue because, well, imagine, like, I don't know, you use the private messages down there. I could have 10 or 15 private messages with a history. Those are all server like calls that are somewhere in a database somewhere. So anyway, that's just more work than our server for the gun channels does. So it's a specific thing. Just the same way the podcasts have to live on their own damn server. They all...
Okay.
I don't know. I think it's the difference between like a pickup truck and a car. I mean, some of them are designed to run all the time back and forth, and some of them are designed to only download, and some of them are designed to deal with a bunch of user parameters and stuff. So anyway, this stuff that we're in right now, the actual room we're in, is more like just a bandwidth issue. So, like I say, we could probably figure out if we sat down and did it. We just have to get to where we're both able to do it. But I think he said he's going to be home for the week, so maybe we'll be able to figure something out this week. And it was also an issue where I'm just going to have that computer that I've run chats on run virtually to wherever he's got his going, and if we can end up doing it all virtually to some ghost server out in the middle of nowhere, that's even better. Dang, am I getting bit by mosquitoes, or was I laying in ants earlier?
Are you doing it in the dark?
Nah, just a gross, like, carport driveway type of thing. But
no, I mean no, as in, because if it's 100 frickin' degrees, the mosquitoes aren't going to be out. They're going to fry. So if it was, after dark.
I see what you're saying. Yeah, I just started getting itchy now, so who knows what they're doing.
Oh.
But I don't get out and roll around in the grass very often either. I could just have a bunch of chigger bites or something that I'm not used to. I don't know.
Yeah,
I haven't even scraped off all my layers of grease yet. Couple more pumice soaps away from being white again.
What is it?
Beige.
What is that stuff I really like at home? It's like...
I used to use...
It looks like
goop.
Crisco.
But I like the stuff with the... I think it was lava soap when I was a kid. That was my favorite because it had the little chunks of stone in it or whatever.
Pumice, yeah.
Pumice, yeah, and I didn't like waiting around. I mean, I liked goop a lot because it was sort of magic. When I was a little kid, I used to love how it just, you know what I'm talking about, it would just make everything kind of swirl around and go away. But you'd have to wash your hands like 4 or 5 times sometimes, depending on what you're doing. So I got some orange stuff this time with pumice in it, and it worked, but I'm still going to need 2 or 3 more times to get it all off. Plus, you like get all done and you're all happy, and then you look and like the other half of your arm, like from your elbow up, it's filthy. It's like, damn it!
When I get home and jump in the shower, I'm trying to wash all the stuff. I'm like, well, looks like that's not coming off with hand soap.
Oh yeah, dude, I can't imagine. Unless there's stuff you can also put on if you're dealing with a crap like that all the time, where like you put it on and it sort of seals your skin or something, like sort of like suntan lotion. I thought I heard something like that that mechanics will use.
I actually use what's that shit? Cornhuskers.
Maybe that's what it was. And then you just kind of put that on as a preventative, right? And then it makes it easier to wash later.
Yeah, more or less. I use nitrile gloves most of the day. And
that probably helps.
Keeps my hands from pruning in the gloves when you sweat.
Especially with trucks like that, I wouldn't want to be getting cut. I imagine it's probably going to be an issue where with this, it's just filthy or whatever, but I'm probably not going to die if I get a bunch of it in my mouth.
This way, if I get a cut on my hand, I immediately go wash and put some sort of cover on it.
Yeah, it would want hazmat issues or something, I would think. Who knows what they're throwing away, right?
Oh, I've picked some interesting things out. The ones that really bug me is like restaurants will throw away their unshredded credit card receipts, their copy away.
Yeah.
I got once I found this brown bag, like a grocery size paper sack full of the restaurant copy. This is before they started Xing out the credit card numbers and stuff. This is like 10 years ago. I just took it straight to my boss. He's like, okay, grab a grease bucket, an empty one, go burn it out back. I ain't going to be responsible. I have that on my conscience for that to be out. And I just like, I totally agree and just went and did it. Because that was...
Sure. There's people out there that are, looking for that kind of thing.
The wrong person get a hold of that, they could have ruined a whole bunch of people's lives.
Well, that's what I'm saying. The people that are out there looking for that kind of stuff, they know exactly what to do with it. And, they don't get paid like once. They get paid like 10 times on those things. So,
yeah.
It's not like they just do it once and giggle. They keep doing it until they basically quit getting paid for it. So, yeah, those people that got run through the ringer.
Yeah. That's what I was doing.
See, Six String, you said you were going to go to bed and you ended up still watching.
He's about to get up, isn't he?
I don't know. He's in there answering questions about how he washes his hands. I didn't think about any of that stuff. I just got down there and started doing it, and then, I don't know, I came in and washed my hands because I was going to do the gaskets. And I'm like, well, I don't need to, obviously I don't want dirt all over the gasket. So then I was like, oh, shit, I'm going to be getting dirty today.
Well, the good news is, if I remember correctly, it's just 2 O-rings on the hoses, isn't it? And a compression clamp?
Well, mine has 3, but yeah, it's like 3 O-rings, you smash it together, that weird clippy, clampy thing, and then another clamp thing that goes over the outside of that to, I guess, be extra safe or something.
Gotcha.
But, yeah, couldn't have been easier. A 3rd grader could have done it as far as the assembly. Well, maybe not, because it's kind of tough to get down in there, but... I saw most of the pictures.
Probably reach it without the jack.
Yeah, that's the other thing. But some of the pictures show the AC being up on top, so I would imagine those cars are just a breeze to fix that.
Hell yes. I've never seen one on the bottom, so. But then again, I don't work on a lot of cars. So.
Well, I got too much cop stuff up top, probably. Fascinators and patrol wizards.
The only thing I know about on the motors is it's the electronic and injection package. And they might have different heads to handle the heat, but I don't, other than that.
Oh no, the engine's pretty much the same. There's, every once in a while as I look through the Chiltons, I do find like police only, but it's usually electronic stuff so they can run so many lights. And
it's got a little bit of bigger alternator and...
Exactly. Bigger battery, I think. And then, like I say, I know there's heavy suspension and brakes. My brake pads, when I got my brakes before we did the road trip, I was like, screw it. I'm going to get my cop brakes. I'm not going to start, half-assing my cop car. That's the whole reason I wanted a cop car, so I'm going to bite the bullet and buy cop brakes. And they cost more than the regular brakes. I forget now how much more, but, something more. And the guy was like opening up the box when he got them delivered. He's opening up the box, and I was standing there, and he's like, holy shit. And then he showed me what the regular set of brakes look like the pads. And mine are probably 3 times larger than the standard set of brake pads. So I'm like, hey, right on. At least I'm getting something for my money. Plus they have a cool shield on them. But at least I'm getting something for my money.
One little hint about brakes. Always buy the cheaper shoes. Don't buy the aggressive shoes because you want the shoe to wear, not your rotor to wear, because the rotor is the expensive part of the brakes.
I hear you. But this is, I guess, bigger so that it distributes heat because they know you're going to be braking.
No, I'm just saying don't buy the super racy things, super aggressive sandpaper type shit because it'll just wear your rotor faster, and that's the expensive part. That's
I hear you. Yeah.
Yeah, rotors aren't that expensive.
Well, but it's pay somebody else to put them on.
Well, I would. I don't do try to do this myself because you have to turn them all the time, right?
Do it
well, maybe not a new pair, but old one.
Well, rotors are only, $50-$60 a piece?
On my Subaru, they were $125 a piece.
Yeah, Subaru, that you're looking at some pretty high quality stuff for that thing.
So no, all I did was throw shoes on it. I didn't even.
Because Subaru want those drilled and slotted.
I don't know. I didn't take it off. All I did was pull the tires, put the compression thing in the little tool you use to compress the piston, or it's not a piston. It is to a piston.
Oh,
anyway,
when you took the tire off, did you look at the rotor? Did it have a bunch of holes in it, or was it just one?
Like I said, I don't know. I don't remember. I literally just pulled the tires, pulled the clips, squished it in, threw new slapped new things on it, and threw the tire back on it.
Yeah.
And then the key to, if you're not going to have them turn that, you go around the parking lot, dragging the brake, so it'll force it into the grooves. So you don't glaze them when the first time you try to use them. Sweet, that's only 20 miles from here. I think I just found me a handgun class for $225.
No, that's not bad.
Oh, it's only 1 day and 300 rounds. That's why it's cheap. That's all right.
Actually, that's one thing I haven't looked up. Handgun courses. If there's even a place in Alberta that does one. Only thing it's showing on Google is firearms license. And since I already got that, I don't need to worry about it.
Yeah, most instructors require the good guy card, just so they know that you're not a felon, so they're not teaching somebody to do evil. Which is works for me.
Yeah.
Sorry, I'm reading.
Oh yeah, no problem.
Okay, yeah.
Feel better now?
Oh, I don't know. I didn't drink enough today. I'm feeling it now. I'm getting a little kind of sore or whatever, tightening up a little bit.
Yep. Got any bananas?
No. Just water usually. I'll do it. I just didn't drink enough. I was too busy concentrating on shit and not paying attention how hot it was.
This guy is one of the... Oh crap, I just had the tab open. Armed Defense Legal... Armed Citizen Legal Defense Network. He's on their advisory board. He's on their advisory board.
This guy Jim Fleming?
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, on their board is Masad Ayub, John Farnham, and then this guy.
Okay. Are you going to go meet this guy then?
I was going to call him in the morning and see what classes he's got in the next couple of weeks. See if I can't get a couple of them. Just 'cause.
I think I come up with the perfect drink. I get those sugar-free, like, Gatorades or whatever, so I got some electrolytes in there, a little bit of flavor, but no sugar or nothing. And then I make really strong, just iced tea. And then, so I pour a little bit of the juice stuff in there, the low-cal energy drink in there, and then maybe like a quarter of that, a quarter tea, and then half water. And man, does that hit the spot. Get a little bit of caffeine, and then, it's a little bit of flavor, and I guess some electrolytes or what, but still refreshing that it's not like sweet. Oh.
I usually take the Gatorade packets that go in a quart, and I'll put half the thing into the quart of water. So it's more water. It's just something to give you saliva, basically.
Exactly. I like Gatorade, but it can give me heartburn. So then
exactly.
There's a couple of two brands. This one used to be called Gookanade, and it's called like Vitalite or something stupid now because I guess Gookanade is too close to being racist. The guy's name was Gook something, so that's how he came up with the name. But anyway, that stuff is great. It's like all the benefits of Gatorade. Like I can't tell you how many times I've been out at a range shooting, and like you say, you just get caught up in doing your thing, and you're, oh shit, I haven't drinking in 3 hours. You can't do that in this desert and still do stuff without paying for it. Right. So, you drink like a quart right away of something like that. There's one that the Border Patrol uses called Skitchers. I think it's Skitcher. And, man, it's really, really good. It like really does the job. But if you put it like
SQU.
Yep.
Yeah,
and they
that's what they're trying to pawn off enough.
Yeah, they're like definitely like Rangers and shit. Well, it works great, but yeah, if you put it in like a styrofoam cup, you've just like dyed the styrofoam cup whatever color the stuff.
Exactly, because it's got so much food dye in it, you can almost taste it.
Yeah, and I look at it. The first time I drank some, I was like, oh, this is good, and it really works well. Like whatever the balance of salts or whatever is, it's perfect for me at least. I really liked it. Like, see, you can bounce back on a really just a day where you're not thinking about it and you get all kind of fatigued. But, man, like you say, Squincher? SQU?
Squint.
Oh, yeah. A company I used to work for, they used to import that shit. Oh, my God. They used to get the grape. And, yeah, if you put too much of that syrup inside the water and you drink too much of that stuff, it would actually turn your
Yep, your shit green.
Purple. Yep. Yeah, purple or green. It was the most...
Scared the living crap out of me the first time, and then I was like, oh, I know what happened.
It was the most entertaining stuff I've ever had, because, man, to have probably about a gallon of that first thing in the morning, and you were good till the next day.
But that stuff worked good. But like I say, for some reason, the Gatorade, maybe it's the sugar, I really don't know, but the G2 type of Gatorades, I do better with. So maybe it's just
buy that by the case. Yeah.
I wish I could. Really, can you get the powdered G2?
No, it's just all it is reduce the amount.
You think that's all it is?
If you look at the wrapper, it's got a little extra. It's just basically reduced sugar. Basically. Yeah. So it's got a little more. If you were to water down regular Gatorade by half to meet the calories, it's got a little more of the flavor shit in it, but it's just less sugar. Basically, I'm saying it backwards, I think.
But that's the thing. I don't drink any of them full strength. I can't do that. I don't know how people do that. But even when I do Gatorade at a really weak, because I really prefer the powders too, especially out here. I'd like carrying a powder. Then you just have those either little disposable bottles of water or some drink bottle or whatever that you can just refill. But yeah, I've never been able to find the G2s. So even when I do it weak, the Gatorade will give me heartburn, but the G2 won't. So that's why I figured it was different. But like I say, I don't know. It might be the same because they definitely don't offer it powdered or even in like a syrup or anything. You just have to buy the dang water from them.
We get them in the packets. The Squincher in the packets, yeah.
Oh no, Squincher I get in the packets. That's why I like Squincher, and I think it's sugar-free because they're not that. They're tiny, and they give you a lot of flavor for the amount of thing they are. But I've gotten handfuls of them because, like I say, the Border Patrol use them down here, so anything that's like surplus anything. But even if I have them for free, I'll still go get Gookanade at the outdoor store because it's. I don't know. It's just it doesn't have the color. Even when you do a really, what am I trying to say? Like really thick batch or whatever, or concentrated batch of the Gookanade, it wouldn't even hardly get color, and that impressed me. Because honestly, they could all be clear. We know they're all just chemicals, so they're not going to be colors unless they make them.
According to Wikipedia, because it's always right, there's less sodium and more potassium.
In the two?
No, then this is comparing Squincher to Gatorade.
Oh, okay.
There's less sodium and more potassium.
Well, like I say, whatever that combination is, definitely appeals to me. I just wish they'd do a clear one. I'll take the clear flavor. I've never bought it, though. I've always gotten just like a handful. Like I'll be out at a shoot or something, and those guys are always, you know, they always have it. So I'll just get a few. And I don't like all the flavors. I can't drink like the fruit punch flavors of anything. Rubs me the wrong way. So I only like the grape and the yellow and the orange.
And the side, don't repeat it.
What? The Squincher stuff, you mean?
Yeah.
Oh, no, thanks. I appreciate it. But like I say, I know some guys too. I don't think anybody's listening, but you know how it is when people have government jobs. They didn't pay for nothing.
Well, that's my explanation.
So, Flath, are you still got a while to go, or are you heading back to work soon?
Oh, I'm slowly recovering from my damn mono, so I'm happy about that. Oh, got my voice back. So, I don't know, I'll probably keep my ear to the dispatch line here for the next week or two. Because now that Canada Day is coming up, I'm pretty sure there'll be a lot of jobs coming up.
I find it odd because it should be getting warm enough to start right now.
We had a pretty wet spring.
Oh, okay.
So
I'm sorry to cut you off, G-Webs.
No, nobody go. Somebody, I think Tax Six String said about this movie called, oh shit. It's got Marky Mark in it, and he's on a boat that's like a cargo container. Trying to think of the word. Contraband or something, maybe?
Yep, that's the one. I haven't
seen that movie?
Not all the way through yet.
Okay. I mean, it's not the best movie in the world, I guess, but it's interesting or whatever. But I've never seen that look at those cargo containers. I never thought about the guys that work on those cargo containers, and I was like, wow, that's fascinating. I could totally see having that kind of job where you know, go do a real job where you're welding or, you know, making the ship work or something. I mean, I think that would be kind of like a satisfying job. And then at the same time, you get on the boat in the U.S. and you get off the boat in some other country, sort of like being in the Navy, except I would assume a little bit less of the bullshit, you know. Anyway, I thought that was pretty neat. I never really thought about those cargo containers having crews on them and, you know, those people being seasonal or, you know,
did you watch
I kind of assume they were on the boat, you know, like that's the crew, that's their
that
job.
new Tom Hanks one about the getting kidnapped from Somali pirates?
No. Oh, the captain something?
Yeah, I can't remember.
I haven't seen that one. Is it good?
It's not bad, but it gives you an idea of the basically skeleton crew that those good cargo containers or container ships have.
I guess, yeah, that was sort of the thing. It was like there wasn't, you know, there can't be that many people on it enough to maintain it, but it seems like, you know, you'd have like time to just hang out or have a hobby or do whatever. Or
it's like enough for like, you know, opposite shifts to maintain or oh crap, what's the word I'm looking at? Basically steer at gauges and fix anything that comes up.
Well, that's what I was going to say. Yeah, it seems like they're there to maintain. So if something breaks, they just have enough crew to fix it, or, you know, one of the expertise on the different things they need, and then the captain and a crew to steer it or whatever, and yeah, some cooks probably. Anyway, I just never thought about it. And that book, and maybe it's unrealistic. I mean, I don't know how big those boats really are. I've never really seen one, I guess, up close. But it seemed like those things were as big as a cruise ship, except with like 12 people on it. So again, like I said, you could have a neat. You could have some hobby or something, or you paint or something. You could, you know, have half a boat to yourself probably most of the trip.
I'd get really good at skeet.
Oh, yeah, that'd be neat.
Actually,
or whatever it is.
I've seen a video on YouTube. I think it was about a month or two ago, and it was Somali pirates trying to take over a ship. And every single person on this cargo ship was armed with ARs. So there'd be a little cigarette boat coming towards the cargo ship. Then all of a sudden the alarms would go off, and then everyone would go out to the side of the boat with their rifles and just start blazing fire on these guys. And the little cigarette boat would turn around and go away, and another cigarette boat would come from another direction, and they'd start opening firing on that little cigarette boat. And
I don't know about you, but I'd want something a little bigger than an AR.
Well, I think it's just to scare the damn pirates away.
I'm thinking like a, I don't know, M82 Barrett.
M60.
Knock holes through the boat.
There was an old guy out here in Tucson that was developing, I might have talked about it before, developed like, I think a 480 SOCOM or 458 SOCOM, something that fits in an AR. 458 SOCOM. He was developing ceramic loads, ceramic projectiles for those. And I guess the concept was for the Coast Guard to shoot motors out with them. So it was like to cause as much possible damage to a motor and stop the boat.
Well, isn't ceramic super brittle?
Yeah, I have no idea. I only barely talked to the guy a few times, but I just thought that was cool to like. I never thought about it again. That they don't shoot at people; they shoot at the damn motor, and then boat stops and they arrest everybody. I guess.
That makes sense. I guess.
I mean, the Coast Guard. It's not like it's military or something where they have to worry about you getting shot back at or anything. Most of the time, probably, or some of the time, maybe. But I guess I've thought about working on an oil rig before. Because I would talk to guys, I knew a guy who worked on one for a while, and just so rich. I mean, they had so much money. They would go away, and then when they came back, they were just like, the richest people in the world. And then they'd be gone again. And then they'd come back and start spending money like it was no tomorrow again. And I was always like, wow, that seems like a neat way to do it. And I like working. I like making stuff or cutting things out of metal. I mean, I appreciate that kind of work, so I think I could do good on an oil rig. I'm not afraid to work. But I guess I never pursued it or whatever, but anyway, that's why I guess that boat thing appealed to me, because it's kind of like that kind of concept where you go do your job and you come home and you got a lot of money because you made decent scratch on that job, but then, except in that job, you got to go to some other country every time, see something new. Yes. Oil rig would probably get a little boring.
Before I had a family, I thought about doing that in Alaska, going up and working on a maintenance, being basically a lube tech or a whatever have you, low man on the maintenance pole at a logging camp. You just go out at night, grease the equipment, but you're only making like $10 or $12 an hour, but everything's paid for, your meals, your room and board, all that shit, and you're working 70, 90-hour weeks. You do that for 6 months, and you're basically you're set for a while.
No, that's how I work. When I'm in camp, I'm in camp for about six months at a time. 1 day off, working 12-hour days, 6 days a week, sometimes 7 days a week, and the company pays for my room and board, food, everything. And then if I'm working on a non-camp job, they'll give me, depending on the company, anywhere from $150 to $200 a day for living out allowance.
Oh wow! I'd find me an RV real quick.
There's a lot of guys that do that. But
that's a good point. Yeah.
But like me, I go.
Or share a room with like 6 dudes.
Yeah, that works.
What I do is I go out and I find a place, there's a couple that wants to rent a room out to me for $500 a week or whatever. I'll do that. So, because last summer I was in Kitimat, and I was actually renting a room off of an old. Actually, a retired Air Force mechanic.
Cool.
Which was pretty sweet.
Dang it! I missed the Mag 40 class.
Oh, really? How long? Or just a couple days?
They're at Marty's place right now.
Oh, like you drove away right when it was happening. That's how.
Yeah. Or is it next week? Oh, it was full either way. But still, damn it. I wanted to take the 40 so I could take the 80 next year. Oh well. It's one of those guys that, you know, how long is he going to be around? He's been doing this for what, 30, almost 40 years.
Dude, and last year, was it last year or 2 years ago, he fell out of a fucking helicopter shooting. He was doing an aerial platform class and fell out of a fucking helicopter. He just, like, recovered and got back up, and he's still teaching classes, and he's like, it's gotta be, what, I don't know how old he is, 70? I don't know how old he is. But, yeah.
He started in the 70s, I know that much.
I've watched so many of these, you know, new instructors come up and get credibility or whatever. I really feel like there should be some homage due to these guys, and then it's almost like you say, like a, I don't know, service to people maybe, or at least a heads up, so at least they had the opportunity to know that, hey, you know what, you ever heard of Masato Yuba? Like, you could go talk to that guy and train with him. It is, you know, attainable.
Exactly.
But like you say, for a limited time only, everybody's going to go sometime.
Who's that shotgun guy that just passed?
That's, I guess, what made me think of it, Louis Auerbach.
Thank you.
But I never really, I knew of him, and then, you know, I was reminded of him occasionally when somebody would talk about him, but it's not like I ever pursued going to learn from him. I'm not a shotgun guy, and I'm not, you know, a South African guy or whatever he was, but yeah, exactly, that kind of person. I mean,
well, these guys don't do it because they want to. They do it because they love it.
Right. Well, and they're just, I figure, if you're going to spend money with somebody, and he's some fly-by-night Yahoo who just wants to do it, you know, because it's cool, you know, that's fine. You're right to do it and everything. It's just that, like I say, I think it's kind of a service to let people know, like, hey, you know, that amount of money you're spending, you could be sending that to the guy that you've only seen him in videos, or you've only read their book or whatever, and these guys are still out there kicking. But maybe people don't even care. Not everybody is, you know, read Masato Yuba's books.
I haven't seen any to buy them. I should probably look on Amazon, I guess. There's somebody in the chat saying, did you guys hear about the negligent discharge at a show or a gun show in Pennsylvania?
Yeah, I looked at the link they put in there. I didn't know the gun was loaded when I was demonstrating the pocket holster.
Why would you put your booger hook on the bank switch?
Yeah, so many things questionable about that, but that being said, I mean, I guess it's going to happen. You've got plenty of potential for it to happen, I guess.
I don't know. Every gun show that I've been to, at least, you know, back home, they don't allow any bullets and magazines.
Oh, I know, but I'm just saying you get enough people with guns in a room.
That's true.
But heck, you get enough people at an ice skating convention and somebody's going to get stepped on with ice skates, you know, it doesn't mean to stop the convention. I mean, I'm not trying to discount it either, obviously. The guy's a dickhead, you should be held responsible, but I'm also not going to care if a... Well, I guess in this case she got hurt, so I guess I shouldn't say that.
You're so insensitive.
I'm willing to ignore, like, the insignificant numbers, I guess, but... Well, this video is kind of scary. That boat doesn't look very big at all. I would be kind of shitting myself if dudes came up shooting at me. Oh, no, these are the good guys coming up. Right? The guys in the little zip boats or whatever, the Zodiacs, those are good guys.
Oh, wow, that's loud.
Oh, yeah, here we go. Now he has a 50.
Yeah, that's one video I've found.
I can't, but whatever this boat is with the brown hull, I would not want to have pirates coming at me in that boat. I guess those are the pirates, though.
I like the Zodiacs. There, got them hooked up and looking like our off-road stuff with the 50s on top.
I got a neighbor who was just driving home one day from work and saw a big pile of rubber or whatever on somebody's thing. You know, we have bulk trash type of days.
Mm-hmm.
And he takes it home and it's a Zodiac, good to go. Like somebody's just throwing away a freaking Zodiac.
Nice.
You bastard. He's always bugging me to take my bass, not really a bass boat. I don't want to make it sound like it's more than it is, but it's just a rowboat with a flat bottom, right? But, you know,
it's called a drift.
Oh, really?
Drift boat. Yep.
I'm in the desert, so it's just a metal boat for me.
It's got a high front bow.
No, it's just well, maybe it kind of does. I don't know. But it's just a flat bottom boat.
Take waves is all.
Well, I thought of it as just being a way to stand up in a lake, you know, as opposed to a canoe where you fall over every time.
No, those are great. So the current doesn't fuck with you.
Oh, okay. But anyway, he's always bugging me to borrow that thing to go fishing. I'm like, dude, I'll trade you for that Zodiac at any time you want. He'll just inflate it every once in a while, piss me off. I'm like, bastard, because neither one of us go out and use his damn boats ever.
Yeah, I've got a 18-foot. I usually use it at least once a year, but this year our rafting trip got canceled. One of the guys is getting married, so they're all changing their vacations around to do that. So that sucks. For me, anyway. It's usually like a 3-day camping trip on a 12-mile stretch of river. Just kind of float it and fish it.
It'd be kind of cool. I've always wanted. It's not really the same thing, so I would fish, but I just want to do it. I'd like to basically fly or something. Maybe I don't know. Probably fly to, I guess, Minnesota. Where the hell's the Mississippi start?
That's here.
In Minnesota. So I would want to fly to Minnesota and then just buy a canoe and then get in it with a backpack. And I guess I would go with somebody if somebody wanted to do this, but that just paddle down and get to New Orleans and sell the canoe and fly home. I really, really want to do that. I don't know why. I just think it'd be cool as shit.
I wonder how long it'd take.
I have no idea. That's the other thing, is I don't really know. I guess you'd have to. Well, you'd be going with the current, so I think it would be fairly easy. I mean, I can't imagine things that tie up the whole river. No, it's a freaking Mississippi, so that's what I'm thinking.
Well,
I can't.
I'm used to Columbia. There's a dam every 30 miles.
Right. Well, that's because there's topography there too, though. But the Midwest,
right.
Well, you've seen it now. You know, it's flat everywhere. So, but I also don't think that there's ever like traffic jams. You know, I mean, how the freaking thing can be miles wide or something, right? So, anyway, I just think it'd be doable. I can't imagine there's a law against it. You know, and if there was some sort of law against like having a registered canoe, I mean, where would I ever be long enough for them to give me a fucking ticket?
Oh, I got.
Because they might drive up and give me a ticket.
I got buddies that tube down the Peace River. They start at the Bennett Dam, and then they tube all the way down the river to back to Fort St. John, and that's about a 4-day tube ride.
Cool.
With tents and stuff then, or?
Yep. Every night they'd paddle over to the shore and they'd put up their tent and party the night, and when they woke up in the morning, they'd pack everything back up and out on the tubes, and away they go.
Huh. I don't know if I'd do it in tubes like that, but I would definitely do it in a canoe or something. Tubes, I'm getting at least out here, that means just an old tire inner tube, and you set your ass in the middle in a swimsuit. You just sit there, right? Yeah, I don't think I'd want to do that all day.
And then
just because my ass would get wet all day.
Then you tie another tube to you, full of your beer, and away you go.
Yeah, out here there's a couple of rivers they'll do it on, but it's more of like an afternoon. You get carted up, you go somewhere, you park, and then they cart you up a ways, and then it takes like an hour, whatever, however long they cart you up. But when I was a kid, we'd go up to Minnesota all the time. So when you were talking about going to Minnesota, I was thinking, I thought maybe you're going there for fishing. But I got really into going up and just island hopping, the Boundary Waters. So I think that's probably where I get the interest in wanting to just kind of, like you say, go for a while, see your stuff, and then just whenever it seems good, pull over and make a quick make a quick camp, and nowadays you can get on the phone and do your thing and just leave a cell charger, solar charger all day.
The only problem I would see is trying to get fishing licenses the whole way down.
Well, that's the other thing. I figure, what are they going to do? You're constantly moving, so I don't even know if anybody owns the Mississippi. You know what I mean? Like, I guess there's probably Minnesota Natural Resources, but they got a freaking bunch of lakes to worry about. Iowa, like, come on, they really gonna care about me fishing? So I don't know. I mean, I hear you, but I'm also thinking, since you're moving the whole time, you could just skirt by and nobody'd really ever be able to do nothing about it. I guess I say that, and then I'd get arrested in 2 days, the first day in Minnesota for poaching or whatever.
Oh, they don't even arrest you. They just give you a ticket.
But honestly, I don't know. Do you eat the fish out of the Mississippi? It might be gross by the time you get down to St. Louis.
That was my next question. Do I really want to eat the stuff that's out of there?
Yeah, I mean, I might fish and throw it back and just keep eating my victuals what I bring with me. Or, heck, in Mississippi, I'm sure you can stop and go to convenience stores or something, or hotels even.
So I'm pretty sure there'd be little boat dock communities or something.
Yeah, exactly. There's probably all kinds of neat stuff. And that's the other thing. I've driven back and forth across the Mississippi. I can't even count how many times. But it's almost always on some massive bridge, right? Where you're looking down, you see a bunch of other bridges maybe if you're in St. Louis, but you don't really see much of what's going on the river. I bet you it's crazy different as you drive or float down it or whatever.
Yeah, I would have to say so.
I guess nowadays I could just go online. I'm sure I'm not the only person that's thought about doing that. There's probably whole big clubs of people that do it, so I bet you I can find out how long it takes without too much effort.
I'd be into that.
I had a friend that really liked the idea. We always bullshit about how it was fishing in Minnesota, so he finally was like, he got married and had a couple of kids, and then he's like, let's do it. Let's go to Minnesota and have both of us take our vacation at the same time and go do that. And I felt bad, but dude, I wasn't interested in flying up to a state where I can't carry in and then.
Yeah, you can. It's Utah.
No, Utah didn't give me Minnesota at the time. I had to get.
It does now.
Yeah. Oh, really? Oh, that's interesting. It's good to know. Because I would have had to get Florida, and I was like, man, I can't even really afford the Florida permit, let alone the rest of the trip. But I always kind of figured too that I probably got stars in my eyes because I did all that when I was a little kid. I didn't have to deal with anything. I was just the kid. I was like the star. I didn't have to do anything. I didn't have to pay for nothing. I didn't have to organize nothing. You know what I'm saying? By having to do all that stuff, it might ruin it. All my fond memories. You know what I mean?
It does take a toll. I don't know if you can see that screen share or not. Yeah. That's my boat.
Oh, yeah. See, I would definitely take something like that down the Mississippi. I didn't even think about doing it like that.
It's a little low.
Well, you mean you splash too much?
No, it's... I guess I don't... It should be fun on that.
Does it have a wood floor? Is it that way?
No.
You can put one in it? I mean, you just don't have it, or it's the smaller kind?
It didn't come with it. That boat's older than I am.
What the fuck? Now Six String is out there talking about kayaking. I know you're not sleeping, unless you're sleep chatting.
Plug your phone in and get in here, fucker.
But so it's not the style. I thought that was just like an option or something, maybe.
No, it's. I'm sure I could find the stuff for it, but
my grandmother gave
it to me. You can, but I wouldn't. It's getting kind of old. The mounts are a little sketchy. Like I said, the boat's older than I am.
If you did a Minnesota to New Orleans type of thing, like at least out here in Arizona, if you row a boat around, they hardly care. But if you put a motor on it, they want their money. They want to put a number on the side, and they want their cash. So I'm wondering how you would do that. And even if especially if I was buying it, I wouldn't want to buy I probably wouldn't even buy a Zodiac because that's going to be like, what, $2,000 or something? I'd want to buy just a cheap, like, canoe and then maybe an electric motor, I was thinking, just so that I did have a time.
To get the wood floor one, it's just a hair bigger than the one I got. If this one ever took a crap on me, it's $1,800. And it's
no, that's not that bad.
Just a little bit bigger, and it's got the wood floor. You could stand up and fish if you wanted to. But no. Now my grandmother, at the age of 55, took up whitewater rafting as a hobby. I've probably been on 50 rivers with her, and when she was in the nursing home, she gave that to me. So, because
so not only did she give it to you, but that's the one you used to whitewater raft with your grandma on?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the shit, dude.
Yeah, I'll never get rid of it unless it, the hole's bigger than that it's going to cost to patch it or whatever. It's on its third floor. It's been cut up so many times.
Well, what I really like is how you can sit on the edges. At least to me, that seems really appealing when I'm sitting in a canoe, kind of forced to only do a couple of things as far as sitting down.
Yeah, you can move around pretty good in that one. Let's see if I can't find any more pictures.
And I'm a big fan of being able to stand up in the damn boat and then get over near the water. I guess I fish with too many bass people where they'll just, be able to see the damn fish because you can, or at least get a really good idea of what you're looking at, like terrain and vegetation or whatever underwater, instead of just guessing. When I was a kid, I would just guess, because I was always sitting in a damn boat. Never really thought about standing up. And hung out for a couple of years there with guys that did bass fishing, competitive, I guess you'd call it, bass clubs. And they fish a whole different way, they're eager, they're not just wasting the day. They're there to get as many fish as possible, so they really paid attention to all the different stuff. So anyway, I really got into being able to stand up, you get those polarized lenses or whatever kind of sunglasses you're wearing so that you can just see. And then instead of just guessing where the hell you're throwing your stuff, you're actually patrolling around looking for the best spot where there's, the best potential. And then actually, fish in the places that probably have your best chances. Anyway, so I've always liked the concept, or lately I've liked the concept of being able to stand up in a damn boat. I would do a pontoon boat, but I don't think that's practical for buying and then selling at the other end without a license.
You'd be surprised. The one that I wanted from my grandma, it was a pontoon. You sit on the dry box for the oars, and the pontoons are, I think, 18 feet, and you can't touch your hands.
I'm talking about those big-ass aluminum pontoons with a deck.
I
see.
A
party boat type of thing.
Oh, okay. Oh, you're talking party boat. Gotcha.
But like I say, that'd be way too much to just buy, and then you couldn't have that. People would definitely give you a ticket if you didn't have that licensed.
Pretty much. See, I'm trying to find more pictures.
Oops. Sorry about that. Hear me crunching into my burrito. Well, hell, I didn't realize what time it is. I guess I was in the mode of thinking I was jumping on at 10 p.m. So I'm gonna have to get going.
Here is a better view of the.
Oh dang! So you got wood seats you can sit on and stand on.
Well, the passenger would sit on the dry box in the front or on the inner tube part of the front, and then.
Is this a pontoon boat or is this your boat?
That's mine.
Oh no, definitely all that gear you're able to carry on there.
Basically, those individual pontoons that you don't have to license, that a lot of fishermen will use. This little bitty, they're 12-foot pontoons. There's enough room for a cooler in a backpack.
I got you. And there's just 2 inflatable pontoons.
Right. Well,
I've seen those.
6 or 7 of those, and I just got all the extra shit. The extra cooler, the tents, there's a freaking barbecue on top of there, that kind of shit. So they loved having me. And there's always somebody.
What are you fishing for there? What kind of fish? This is where you're from? This is in Washington?
That's actually just right across the river in Oregon. It's the John Day River. It's like smallmouth bass and trout.
The bass fight? Because trout don't fight, do they?
Yeah, they do. Basically, we're using like 7-pound test. So you just let let the drag. You have to let it. I mean, they're little fighters. Just kind of let them do their thing and slowly reel them in. I turn the drag way down, so if they want to run, I let them, kind of a thing. It's just fun.
I grew up catching walleye because that's what people like to eat or whatever, and they would fight a little bit, I guess. They were fun to catch, and then I would always fish for pike, and then when I moved out, like say I started hanging out with guys that do the bass, like the competition bass stuff. Man, you get a big fat bass who's been caught like 100 times. Man, that is like taking it to a whole nother level of playing with a fish coming in. Like those big fat bass that are like, if there's professional bass fishermen, which there definitely is in Arizona, because there's literally a tournament on every lake every weekend, and it's all catch and release. So these fish must have been caught like 1,000 times by now. And like I say, they are so fun to fight with. It's like I get disappointed. So maybe our trout are weak down here because it is hot and everything. But when I catch a trout, it's like you don't even know you have a fish. It just sort of gives up. It's like, oh, I'm caught. And then it just kind of drag it in.
Well, yeah, no, they fight. It's not like, oh my god.
I mean, obviously a lot of... Right. Oh, okay. Okay, well, that's the thing. With bass and stuff, they'll snap it, and then you're like, dang. And it's like almost as exhilarating as catching them when you almost catch them, you know? But... like I say, there's obviously a lot of people that fish for trout, so there must be something to it that I'm not catching. I haven't tried or whatever. And plus, I bought a used. For a while there, I was buying a lot of used tackle. So it was way cheaper, and I get like somebody's whole tackle box, or somebody's grandpa's old tackle box full of stuff. It's like $5 because nobody else wanted it. It was great.
Just don't use the line, and you're okay.
Oh yeah, there's a bunch of stuff I threw away, but I literally have way too much tackle. But I was into it. I liked it, and like I say, the sporting goods stores around here, people retire down here, so then they were coming from all around. So I got some of the weirdest stuff, and it ended up being, somebody identified it for me once as stuff for like your area in the rivers, and I was like, oh, okay, because this stuff was alien to me.
It's like when I'll go to Cabela's here, and I can only use maybe a half dozen of the lures they sell, and you've seen their freaking lure section.
Oh, you mean they do like a cookie cutter, here's what we sell, period, no matter where the hell we're storing?
It's completely regional. There's thousands of them, and I can maybe use 6 where I'm from. Does that make sense?
Oh, see, well, we have a sporting goods store that came from California, and they opened up shop, and they set up, and they're like, here, we have pheasant and turkey calls, and okay, we have turkey here, but we don't have pheasant, and then like, just the weirdest stuff, like,
and then they wonder why it doesn't sell.
Yeah, and it's still there. 5 years, 6 years later, the same stuff is still there, and it's almost a joke to everybody that's out here. Because it's like, yeah, I mean, what were they? They just went to like a catalog and said, yep, one of these, one of these, one of these, one of these. So is that what you're saying? They sell the wrong stuff, or you're saying?
No, I'm just saying when I go in there looking for stuff I can take home because it's so cheap because I don't have a Cabela's close to me.
Oh, you mean not where you're at now?
Yeah, I'll go in there. I can.
Yeah, I bet you that stuff looks as foreign to you as their stuff looks to me.
Exactly. So I'll be like, well, I know this will work. So there's one bag.
I got you. Yeah, exactly. And I grew up with all the little daredevils and the maps and stuff, and people don't use that stuff anywhere else except for up there, I guess. I think that stuff's all German or something anyway. But it works up there. And anyway, like I say, you come down here and it's all the, well, what are they, poppers and stuff, the little frogs and little fish, and again, I grew up with metal stuff. You throw metal stuff out there that's shiny. Well, I was always fishing for pike too, so I would throw the biggest metal thing I could throw as deep as I could and hope to get a muskie, and I would catch a pike and be happy. But like a northern. But out here, there's only 2 lakes in all of Arizona that even have pike, so I couldn't do what I wanted to do. So I ended up, and then I found out about these things. I don't know what the hell I'm calling them. I'm forgetting the name of them. I haven't fished in a while. But they're, 3-dimensional for sure. They're not just the little flat metal pieces I'm used to. And they're like, they look like a fish or whatever. But then they've got that big spoon on the front. And then they've got different buoyancies. So once I figured all that out, and like I say, when I would go to my used places and get a whole tackle box full of shit, like bang, I got like a whole 25 or 30 things I've never tried before, so I would go out and play with them. And once I figured out that you can get those things to either run right on the top and splash around, and catch somebody who's really pissed, like a little fish underneath there who thinks he's, the shit, or you could get the stuff that just sinks and you can wiggle it around and, try to get those catfish or something to come up and get it. And then throw stuff right in the middle and just catch whatever the hell happens to be out there, but it's always bass out here. Anyway, I just was like, wow, I never thought about, I hear about stuff. I'm not a big fisherman, but I've heard of topwater and deep water and all that, and I just never paid much attention until I had lures that could do it. And I was like, oh, that's neat. My problem is I hate talking to fishermen. I mean, I'm obviously talking to you guys, but, if I just sit around talking and trying to do, like, fish stuff, I find myself not interested in most of the other things they're into. They're not, like, into guns for some reason. Fishermen are never into guns. They're into, like, stupid motorcycles or, like, this, like weird, I don't mean, like, motorcycles are stupid, but, like, weird sporting things. Like, this one guy was a drag racer, but they were pickup trucks. I'm like, I can understand being a racer, but seriously, how many drag racing pickup trucks can there possibly be, let alone fans and stuff? But he was way into that stuff.
This is what we use a lot of for those bass.
Oh, okay.
With the big weight in the front where you tie it on and it's got the hook that goes out the bottom.
With a jig? Like the like you say, a weighted hook?
It looks like a...
We call them jigs.
I'm not sure what they're called. I'll have to look.
It's basically just a big white eye and then a hook coming out, or a big red eye.
The ones we use are lead, like a little lead ball. With the hook.
Yeah, but I mean, then painted with a big red eye or a white eye or something.
No, we use the lead ones.
Oh, they don't even care about the... Okay. Ours were always, like, painted.
They're chasing the sparkly tail anyway.
Yeah. Yeah, I know the other stuff was mostly probably for, like, us to... what we liked in the store kind of thing.
Yeah. Basically, you grab a handful of those different colors and like 5 or 6 of those hooks, and you're good for days.
I had a customer, a client, whatever you want to call it, one of my first clients, because I was way into fishing more back then, and this guy was making those kind of things, but he would pour them, and he had like 5 or 6 shapes or whatever he would do them in, but then he would pour them.
Jelly.
Well, yeah, I don't know. Now I know kind of what he was doing, but back then, he was just buying a bunch of chemicals and mixing them. But the thing is, he would do them in different colors for people, so they could be like, I wanted purple with a stripe of black, and then whatever. So whatever, they have their custom little ideas. Yeah, exactly. He would do it all to spec for people, and then whatever he would make, as long as people didn't have a fit about it, he would then make a bunch of it and then sell that to my other client, my fishing store. And anyway, that's how I got hooked up with him. But he would also put flavors and stuff in there, and I was like, "Oh, I don't know if that's cheating, but dang, that's pretty neat." Stinking smell or whatever to come out of them. And they were soft, so they didn't last very long. I was like, "Oh, that's a pretty good deal."
Maybe a couple hours out of them. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Like you buy the ones at the store, and they're rubber, and like you could use those for a million years. But the ones he was making, you throw them out a few times, and they get all gross, and they're gone. Like they're not forever.
Well,
I was like, oh, that's a pretty good deal.
I think they're more latex.
Yeah.
Or something like that. They're pretty resilient until the tail gets bit off.
Yeah, and then nobody wants to look at them, yeah. But then, yeah, I've got a couple of these things. They're sort of like a soft 3-ring binder, and then you open it, like you unzip the outside edges like a Trapper Keeper, except smaller. And then you'd unzip it, and inside all the pages were just clear. And I don't know if it was for fishing or not, but it worked perfectly. And then, again, I got this used, but it was probably 10 or more colors. And you would just, it started out with yellow, and then it would go to green. But, there might be 2 different, collaborations between there. And then it would go to, like, reds and then purples. But, again, they'd, like in 10 pages worth of, like, rainbow hues. So you could say, okay, it's sunny, and I'm throwing it in the shade, so that's going to be good for red or whatever.
Right. Basically, they sell those things in like 6 or 12 packs, and they're in like sandwich bag type stuff, so they're sealed. And you just buy 2 or 3 different colors and throw them in your pockets. Wear cargo shorts or whatever. And
oh, I've never done that, but yeah, that would work. My fishing bag was always the Marlboro Miles cooler. It's a big-ass red cooler that's made out of nylon with a zipper top, but then it had a like a padding so it would keep the beers cold inside. But I was like, this is perfect. I could put my binoculars in there and like all my fishing shit. No matter, I usually fish out of a canoe, so knock it around in the canoe or whatever. The cooling part was like a padding, and it was on all sides. And then it was bright, or that Marlboro red, so I could always find it. And if it ever fell over, I figured, if I have to deep swim down for it or something, at least I'd be able to see the red thing. But it's pretty stank right now. I can't imagine what it smells like now. Actually, I haven't used it in years.
Funny how that was a way of. Oh God, what did I have in this last?
Well, luckily I haven't touched my fishing shit in so long. If I had anything in there, it'd just be fish jerky or worm jerky or leech jerky or whatever it might be. When I did my old road trips when I was a kid, though, I'd always have a fishing pole with me. I think I fished in most of the states. Just at least threw the fish on, at least got line wet.
Cool.
Tried to do that for a while. I wanted to see what it was like to catch a gar. I fished in the alligator area. In fact, I spent a lot of time right around Louisiana because I was way into fishing back then. So I was like, oh look, big ass signs that say like, be careful of getting eaten by an alligator. Don't let your dogs in this area. So I'm like, I'm fishing right here. Like I'm gonna snag me an alligator.
Yeah, no.
Never did, but when I was a kid, I used to catch. I had it happen more than once, where we would go out fishing, and then I don't know. At some point, the guide or my grandpa or somebody would say, "Okay, start fishing for lunch," and then we would stop fishing for whatever we were fishing for and start fishing for little perch or something to eat. Right, little fish that you just eat, and more than once, because I was always fishing for like northern and pike and stuff or whatever. And I don't know if maybe I stirred him up or it's just coincidence or what, but more than once I've reeled in a little baby fish and had a pike just come out of the depths and bite that fucker and run. And one time I caught it. Like I caught the little fish, the pike ate it, and then I stunk it. I got its hook transferred to the pike, and I got it. One time the thing was bit onto it so hard that I almost got it. Like the guy, we would go up with a guide, and the guy like had the net in the water, and he almost had it, and then the fish was like, oh wait a minute, this lunch ain't worth it, and he let go. And then one time I was just being a dick because I was a little kid or just being dumb, and I had a little tiny fish on there, and I thought it was hilarious. And, like I don't know how big they were, little fish though, not something you could eat. And you're on a boat. I was fishing off to this side, so I put the line so far back behind me that the little fish had either must have been right in the water or just above the water, and then I was going to cast it, and I was going to fish with the little fish, because again, I guess I did fish with little fish once in a while. So, trying to catch a pike. Anyway, I had it back behind me, and sure enough, a pike came up and ate that fucking fish, half that fish. And anyway, I've always, I've thrived or whatever, I've always wanted that to happen more. So anyway, I guess that was what I was hoping for with the alligator. I'd catch some fish, and then just as I bring it in, like an alligator come up and bite half the fish off or something. That'd be awesome. But I did catch a big ass gar or something in Florida.
Is that the ones that are really long and skinny?
Yeah, and had massive teeth. I never caught anything like that before. That was a lot of fun. When I was a little kid, we'd go on vacation to like Florida, and they'd be like, "Hey, we're going to Disneyland." I'd be like, "I don't care." Like Epcot, whenever Epcot was made, I think I went to Epcot right away. And I was like, "I don't care. Like, what do you want to do when you go to Florida? Hammerhead fishing, hammerhead fishing, hammerhead fishing." That's all I ever wanted to do. And I don't know how much it cost, but I would only get to do it maybe twice if I was lucky as shit, and once if I was, even lucky, because I don't know how many times we went to Florida. My mom ended up having some sort of job where she worked in Florida, so maybe a timeshare or something. Somehow we got down there more than once. And they were like, "Let's go to Disney World." I'm like, I could care less about Disney World. I hate everything about it. I don't like going there. It was Epcot, so it was like, let's go to Epcot. And it was like, the first time you might think, oh yeah, we're going to some place for kids. But then it's like, oh no, we're going to eat like German food again. And then it was like, oh, we're going to go eat some other fucking weird country's food. But it was all like going to Epcot and eating weird food. Like that's what they were there for. Anyway, so I would always want to go fishing. So I've been hammerhead fishing maybe 6 times or more. That I can't remember. I've been fishing on the Great Lakes a bunch of times for big, I don't know what the hell you catch out of the Great Lakes, but they were like 3 or 4 feet long and silver. I was a kid.
I have no idea.
But I guess now that I'm thinking about it, shit, I haven't thought about how many times I've been fishing. But I really enjoyed like just like guns. I guess I like seeing the new different kinds of fishing. I liked ice fishing. That was kind of neat. Never caught anything ice fishing ever, but I always dug digging a hole and shit.
I've never been here in the winter to find out.
It's basically just sitting in a little cabin, BSing with a little stove and listening. Well, for me, I was a little kid, so listening to the old guys shoot the shit. And then with weird fishing poles just sitting there, kind of hoping more than fishing, I guess, because you didn't do nothing except drop a weird. What the hell do we shit? I think we just dropped stink bait or something gross on a hook. Nothing really fancy, and then just straight down. Nothing.
Yes, it did kill the worms as soon as you put it in the cold ass water. So.
Yeah, I don't remember having worms or anything. Yeah, it was just some sort of dough or something. Maybe hot dogs. I forget now. But like I say, it was more. If it was probably hot dogs, as I was gonna say, it was more about eating hot dogs in the thing than in the little cabin than anything else. And it's awesome because you drive out on a freaking truck out in the middle of a freaking lake. That's super neat. When you're a kid, that's awesome. I've never fished like off of saltwater except for shark fishing down in Florida and stuff. I've never fished like.
I've been in the Puget Sound fishing for king salmon. That's saltwater. That was kind of fun.
That would be fun. That sounds fun.
I was like 13,
I'm out,
I think.
guys.
Take it easy,
Too much
Fly.
fishing talk. Hey, shit! I said I was going to be out a minute ago too. I got to close chatting about fish.
Catch you guys later.
Yeah, good talking to you. Having a good late night chat here.
If you got to get, dude, don't worry about it.
All right, well, have a good one. I'll talk to you tomorrow, probably.
Yeah, I got it. I'm not working, so I'm trying to get on these earlier ones, but I got sidetracked doing family stuff.
This one's super early.
I meant
early shift for tomorrow.
I meant like the prime time or whatever. I think that's what they're calling them. Prime time? I don't know. I'm starting to get tired. I should probably lay down.